Chapter 551 You are April Heaven on Earth. It's worthy of being Brother Sheng. I'm afraid that this concert is the number one person in the mainland. Tong Lia glanced at the lively scene and felt full of joy. She knew that she and Du Sheng were both prosperous. The more popular and prominent the latter, the more support and feedback it can bring to her. So unlike artists such as Deng and others who look complicated not far away, she sincerely hopes that Du Sheng will get better and better. Xiongqin? Are you and Xiongqin in the Kiss of Pranks? Tong Lia asked excitedly when she turned her head. A girl in the back seat noticed her and said. Her shout attracted the audience sitting around her. These include Zhang Jin and Cai Xiaofen, a couple who are in secret love. Tong Lia was happy and a kind smile appeared on her face. No, you guys are happy. The Kiss of Prank has achieved good ratings after being broadcast on Mango TV and Phoenix TV. It also made her starring actor shine and her fame gradually increase. Xiongqin, were you excavated by Brother Sheng? The girl asked curiously. Tong Lia nodded slightly. Despite trying to remain reserved, the pride on his face is hard to hide. Wow! I really envy you. The audience around him cast envious eyes. Zhang Xin was no exception, except for envy, and her heart was full of admiration. After all, the drama The Kiss of Pranks almost died, and there were many voices criticizing Tong Lia. Especially in the face of Bata Film and Television siege, Su Ziwan even tried to replace her. Unexpectedly, Tong Lia not only withstood the pressure, but also successfully interpreted the heroine's stubbornness. On the contrary, Bata Film and Television and Su Ziwan have disappeared. This is considered to be the time when the clouds clear and the moon is bright. Xiongqin, is Brother Sheng's figure great? Lia, how did you get Brother Sheng to look at him differently? Xiongqin, is Brother Sheng single now? For a moment, various problems rushed towards Tong Lia like a tide. However, she did not show any tension at all, but instead enjoyed the feeling of being paid attention. As for Brother Sheng's figure is good? Of course, it's strong and full of strength. She has a good say in this, after all, she has experienced it many times. Recalling the wonderful time with Du Sheng, Tong Lia subconsciously tightened her legs, and a warm feeling surged into her heart. I even felt a little dry mouth. Single? Of course not, after all, I am one of the companions. However, these could not be disclosed, so I made a polite and brief response. As the concert began approaching, all the audiences in the venue had already taken their seats. Everyone, welcome to Moda Stadium. Tonight we will witness the glorious moment of the Du Sheng Yi Sheng with You concert. The DJ's voice spread throughout the venue through the surrounding sounds. All the audience realized that the performance was about to begin and immediately burst into deafening cheers. Immediately afterwards, all the lights in the venue went out. Only the giant fluorescent screen with a center of several hundred inches is displayed with a countdown. 60, 59, 58. Dear Sheng fans, an exciting moment is coming, the one you love the most. Du Sheng is about to make his debut, let us welcome him with the warmest applause and screams. DJ's words are like the fuse that ignites passion. The atmosphere on the scene was instantly pushed to climax. All fans shouted in unison, Du Sheng, Du Sheng. Everyone counts down. 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, after a loud bang, brilliant lights burst out around at the same time, as gorgeous as fireworks. This scene inspires adrenaline for every audience. The scene was filled with incomparable excitement and excitement. As the familiar melody sounded, a bright star suddenly appeared in the center of the dark stage. The sharp-eyed fans immediately recognized Du Sheng was standing leisurely on the stars with his head held high. The eyes that looked into the distance made him feel a little sad. At this moment, all the fans fell into madness. Cheers came one after another, sweeping across the venue like waves. Accompanied by music, accompanied by the fireworks slowly falling in the air, the shining star slowly descended, and Du Sheng's cloak swayed in the air. This dreamy scene makes people's emotions reach their peak. The audience burst into warm cheers again. Du Sheng, Du Sheng. As the music gradually became softer, the last piano note fell and the dazzling star finally touched the ground. At the same moment, the surging and passionate melody of Bluebird sounded. When flapping your wings and soaring, determined to be no longer confused, where we see, it's that peace, it's that peace. The blue sky. Du Sheng was like a prince who walked out of ancient times, and his magnetic voice made countless girls fall in love with him. The brisk rhythm, the passionate melody, and the passionate blood that bravely pursues dreams and does not fear difficulties and obstacles in the song instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. Over the stage, the special effects lights also create a visual effect of shooting stars, allowing every audience to immerse themselves in this romantic dream rain. Many female fans in the audience were immediately moved and felt that this scene was worth the return ticket. But they didn't bother to wipe their faces, for fear of missing any wonderful moment. Xiao Yao and others who came from Yuexiu also felt that they could witness this scene with their own eyes. This trip is indeed worth it. Although this was the first time Zhang Xin and Yanni had experienced such a concert, they were also deeply shocked by the atmosphere on site. They put aside all their idle burdens, shouted wildly with the people around them, and sang loudly with Du Sheng. Even Deng, one of the 4 students, was infected by the enthusiasm of the audience around him, temporarily forgot the complex emotions in his heart, and devoted himself to this musical feast. Have a passionate ideal. Looking up at the vast sky. Escape from the cage. As the song reached its climax, Du Sheng took off his sunglasses and gloves, then walked towards the edge of the stage and threw it towards the audience. At this time, the benefits of the front row audience are reflected. Many people jumped up excitedly, rushing to grab these precious souvenirs. Someone was lucky enough to grab it, hugged it tightly, his face filled with irresistible joy. Yanni is one of them. She grabbed the gloves that Du Sheng had thrown down and was so excited that she almost jumped up. All the audience around us cast envious eyes. After the song ended, the audience cheers continued one after another, and it lasted for a long time. Du Sheng interacted with the audience with high fives and smiled and spoke. I am really happy today and very excited. This is my first concert. I am very grateful to have so many Sheng fans who have always supported him. Thunderous applause and cheers sounded again from the audience. Fans shouted his name and resounded throughout the venue. Du Sheng raised his hand gently, and after the scene calmed down a little, he continued. When I came to Mota Stadium to watch a concert, I always heard a scene. Today it was finally my turn to say it myself. He pointed his finger around and shouted loudly at the microphone. I hope to hear your voice in the next song. Can you sing it together? After hearing this, the audience laughed and then responded in unison. Okay. This sentence has become one of the classic words of concerts. This is actually to enhance the interactiveness of the concert. When all the fans sang classic songs together, the shocking atmosphere was unparalleled. For example, at the last time Lu Fifeng conference, he often said, "Let me hear your voice and sing together." The audience was instantly boiling. I want to fly into the sky and shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The world is waiting for me to change. I never fear others will see the dreams I want to have. Du Sheng's voice was magnetic and he briskly interpreted the passionate blood. This song was released for free 2 months ago. It was originally an advertising song for promotion of the new casual outfit of Kung Fu. I didn't expect that I was so popular among young people and ranked first on the list of the 3 major music websites in less than a week. Many people also listed it as Du's 2 inspiring classics, along with Bluebird. I have to say that the melody and lyrics of the song I believe are both exciting and inspiring, and have inspiring power. Especially at this moment, the audience was sang loudly and exerted the passion to the fullest. The entire Moda Stadium seemed to have turned into a large and passionate party, with joy and surging vitality in the air. Speaking of which, the concert tracking is indeed very particular. The opening song must be able to quickly ignite the atmosphere on the scene, so Du Sheng directly brought out these two songs. Before the song was finished, many viewers were eager to do it. Du Sheng had a few easy conversations with the audience, and then presented 4 songs, including some singing and dancing movements. Completely showing different firepower, it made fans sigh. At this time, Du Sheng's voice felt a little dry and his breath was a little unstable. He waved to everyone with a smile. "Everyone, I'm going to take a little rest and change my clothes. Next, please welcome today's special guest Girls' Generation." In the backstage channel, the 4 members of Girls' Generation dressed in academy style, looking extremely youthful and pretty. It seemed that they were a little excited, and Lu Yifei and Yang Mi were chatting non-stop. After several deep breaths, they successfully adjusted their state and prepared to face the challenges on the stage. Speaking of which, although they have held many signing meetings, it is the first time they have participated in the concert. This made them look forward to it very much. With the music. Who once said that being too happy will cause oxygen deficiency? Love has been planted in the heart, growing freely. The romance in fairy tales needs to be cultivated with care. 4 beautiful girls appeared on the stage, instantly attracting the attention of most audiences. As a group created by Du Sheng himself, the 2 sides have frequently cooperated, so fans naturally would not know them. Especially the slightly sad singing at the opening, they deeply attracted the audience. It is worth noting that even during their singing and dancing, their pronunciation is extremely standard, and it is almost impossible to detect the sound of their breathing. I have to say that their recent extra practice has been effective. The songs he sang were tailor-made works by Du Sheng for their first album. In the future, this song Marshmallow will also be used as an interlude of the TV series Struggle. Speaking of which, this song itself has a faint feeling of first love. With the true interpretation of Girls' Generation, combined with soft dance, emotional expression becomes more abundant, rich and delicate. Du Sheng also specially rearranged the dance music for this song, giving it a brand new style. Wow! The little sister is so beautiful. The voices of the 4 people are all very nice, especially the sweet and silly girl, who feels natural to fit this song. It's a big surprise, this trip is worth it. In the audience, many fans waved the glow stick in their hands excitedly and swayed to the rhythm of the music. "You are the marshmallow in my heart. Sweet dreams. The world has changed with you." After a song was sung, the atmosphere gradually rose. Girls' Generation did not leave the stage, but smiled and greeted the audience, preparing for the next performance. Feeling the enthusiasm of Du Sheng's fans, their emotions gradually stabilized. When the second vibrant electronic music sounded, the Girls' Generation dance style became more stable. The lead singer is Yang Mi, with a unique milk sound, and her voice is sweet and distinctive. "Why can't I find the roses that I can't bear? Why aren't the princes you meet enough princes?" The song name and combination name are displayed in a timely manner on the large screen, and the lyrics are displayed one by one. The fans at the scene were deeply attracted by the melody. It's so brainwashing that they can sing this song. This song Don't Want to Grow Up is really creative and dynamic. Indeed, coupled with the voices of several beautiful girls, it makes people want to fall in love. This song is a work by Brother Sheng. It is still ranked in the top 10 of the mobile ringtone list. It's really great to play. Come on, Girls' Generation. You are the best, we will always support you. The members of Girls' Generation were also deeply moved by hearing the enthusiastic response from the audience. Of course, they are particularly grateful to Du Sheng for his silent support. Because at ordinary concerts, guests usually sing songs by the lead singer and rarely have the opportunity to sing their own works. Even if the other party agrees, it may give people a sense of being overwhelming. But Du Sheng gave them such an opportunity, obviously intending to help them consolidate their position. "I don't want to, I don't want to grow up. There are no fairy tales in the world when you grow up. I don't want to grow up. When I grow up, I will lose him. At the end of the song, warm applause and cheers burst out from the entire venue. While Girls' Generation left the stage, Du Sheng had already finished drinking water and changing clothes and appeared on the stage again. He had a brief exchange with his fans and then started a new round of performances. Occasionally, when he was in a state of interest, he handed the microphone to his fans, encouraging them to have a while. After changing out, Girls' Generation went straight to the front row to enjoy the music with fans. Is anyone telling you, just the way you are, seeking Buddha, sighing for free? In this way, an hour had passed unknowingly during a series of choruses and interactions. Afterwards, Du Sheng invited the goddess Fan Ou to the stage. The two performed the ending song The Legend of the Two Dragons in the Tang Dynasty together, The Legend of the Two Dragons. However, this time the feeling of confusion made everyone feel a little weaker, and instead there was a hint of joy of reunion. Just as everyone thought the guests were almost finished, a graceful figure appeared on the stage. Zhang Beizi. Not to mention her and Du Sheng's two couples, the movie starring now is currently on the air. Her personal charm alone is enough to describe it as one of the best. The deafening screams and constant whistles of the audience around her can see how popular she is. Even the little girls' shouts are no less than those of boys, and they are even more excited. Du Sheng, who had already prepared his clothes, stood in the backstage and waited, and then appeared again with Zhang Beizi. Du Sheng. The unsolved eyes and hearts are like needles under the sea. Just guessing that I lose my appetite. A little annoying and charming. Zhang Baji. Romantic without talent is slow enough to react. Not careful enough to choose the wrong color. But I like your stupidity, very contradictory. Fortunately, Zhang Baji performed well and did not have the situation of chanting songs like the last charity party. After the song was over, Zhang Baji smiled and threw herself into Du Sheng's arms in front of tens of thousands of viewers. The laughing look made many fans admire him. Although she was just singing and not dancing on the stage, her breathing was still a little rapid. Du Sheng could feel the faint fragrance emitted from her body, which made people feel a little excited. Baiji, thank you for your hard work. Du Sheng let go of her hand after hugging her for a moment, because she was wearing an off-shoulder evening dress, which was vaguely visible in certain parts, making her look extremely beautiful and charming. If you continue to hug, you will be afraid that the light will leak. In addition, this girl has to promote the movie, and this time she came here to join in the fun. Du Sheng has to continue the next stage, and it would be bad if he was pissed off. Haha, so happy. Tens of thousands of people sang together, an experience that has never been seen before. Zhang Baji took the coat handed over by Du Sheng and smiled sweetly. I just haven't sang for a long time, and the rhythm is a little unfamiliar, which almost affected your concert. Don't, you put pressure on me as soon as you came up, and it's a lot. Those who could hear Du Sheng's jokes laughed happily. Have Tosai, Zhang Baji's outfit is very caring and conscientious this time. Especially for the latter, judging from the semi-elliptical scale, it has at least 36 C. These are all brought by Du Sheng, and this is not a gift to his fans. In addition, the song Only Feelings of You is one of her representative works, and her level is definitely not much worse. As time goes by, the concert is coming to an end. Du Sheng has brought nearly 20 exciting performances of songs tonight. Coupled with dynamic singing and dancing and frequent fan interactions, the whole process lasted for more than 2 hours. Even so, the fans at the scene still maintained high enthusiasm. They didn't care about their hoarse voices, and continued to jump and shout, completely immersed in the ocean of joy. Du Sheng held the microphone tightly, his eyes swept over the enthusiastic audience, and his tone was filled with sincerity. Finally, I want to end up with a special song. This song can be said to be of great significance because it was sung for you specifically. Your April Day on Earth is not only the promotional track for this tour. Its beautiful melody and affectionate lyrics fit the heartstrings of every Sheng fans, so it became the most perfect finale tonight. May you be safe and sound in a place I can't see. May your winter never lack warm sunshine. May your tomorrow no longer experience the rain and the wind and frost. May your future be filled with tears forever. As the song flowed, fans from the audience joined the chorus, and tears appeared in many people's eyes. They were not only moved by the artistic conception of this song, but also reluctant to part with this unforgettable first concert tonight and Du Sheng, who brought them countless happiness. Amid the cry and screams, Du Sheng led the team to bow deeply to the audience, and then slowly walked off the stage. However, no one in the entire venue was willing to leave. Everyone stopped in place and shouted loudly, "AM! AM! AM!" This deafening cry seemed to overturn the entire gymnasium. Chapter 552 You Are My Glory. In today's concert culture, returning to the show is not a part that every performance will have. After all, after a long period of high-intensity performances, artists also need to rest. But in later eras, returning to the show became an indispensable part of every concert. Whether out of fans' expectations or the artist's arrangements, returning has become a routine. Otherwise, fans won't buy it in the future. What will you do? About 5 minutes later, facing such a strong call, Du Sheng finally appeared on the stage again. The waiting moment not only increases his appearance value, but also makes fans cherish this rare opportunity more. Dear Sheng fans, thank you for your support and love all the time. Many people started to follow me because of Full House, so let's end the show's ending song The Rest of Your Life tonight. His words were filled with emotion. The concert opened with the opening song of The Sword of Fairy as the first three and closed with The Rest of Life, which was a perfect response. Although these two songs are not on the album, they are undoubtedly one of the most popular singles among fans. The rest of your life. The wind and snow are you. Ordinary is you. Poverty is also you. Glory is you. The gentleness in my heart is you. Along with the chorus, the concert officially came to an end. Although the fans were still unwilling to leave and continued to shout Du Sheng's name, he did not return again. Sometimes, keeping a proper distance can make this beauty last longer. Fans realized that the good time was over and gathered their mood to leave. But soon, they discussed every exciting moment of tonight with their friends. Brother Sheng is so handsome tonight. I didn't expect him to prepare such a cool martial arts performance, especially in the Drunk Spring Breeze, which is simply reappearing by Zhang Wuji. A fan said excitedly. Drunk Spring Breeze is not the most common song Du Sheng sang, but tonight's wonderful performance will undoubtedly make the song's popularity soar. The martial arts movements among them will also become the objects of imitation for young people. That's right, right. I will never forget today's concert in my life. Another fan happily added. From the moment Brother Sheng appeared, I was completely shocked. Then I cried and laughed, and couldn't control myself at all. There is also the duet part of Only Feelings of You, which is really sweet to my heart. The third fan also shared his feelings. So Du Sheng can still be so cute. Besides, the fans discussed it all over the place, completely forgetting their previous regrets. In fact, they were indeed very satisfied with this concert. Whether it is wonderful songs, dazzling dance performances, or beyond imagination audiovisual experiences, everything satisfies them. From climax to touching tears, from affection to humorous and funny. Du Sheng gave them a perfect performance, which was both happy and touching. Recent songs such as Just the Way You Are and You Are April Day on Earth have brought unexpected surprises. All the fans who attended felt extremely lucky to be able to experience such a dream concert in person. Blessing. More than 10 minutes later, Du Sheng waved farewell affectionately to face the fans who were still unwilling to leave. Thank you for your support, thank you for accompanying me through this journey. With you, I have no regrets in my life. Goodbye to everyone, look forward to meeting you next time. After the concert, although the fans were full of reluctance, under the guidance of the security staff, they left the scene in an orderly manner. Du Sheng also felt infinite emotion in his heart. But he did not forget to express his gratitude to every guest who came to help. I have booked a location at the Hilton Hotel. I hope everyone can give you a thin face and be sure to enjoy it. Sister Hua, please inform all the makeup artists and staff, not one of them is missing. What a shame, wherever you are. Brothers, pack up your things and bring your family with you. Haha, I haven't had a good meal these 2 days. If I don't eat poorly this time, I will lose. Let's go first, Sheng, come soon after you finish the rest. Remember, you can't escape if you punish 3 cups first. Okay, let alone 3 cups, I have to accompany you to the end even with 3 bottles of XO. Du Sheng smiled happily. While talking and joking, Zhang Zhao, Fan Ou and others got in the car and left one after another. Several girls from Girls' Generation had to say goodbye reluctantly because of the busy announcement. Although Zhang Baji also wanted to go to the public, she was finally moved by everyone's enthusiasm and took her assistant to go there. But this celebration, she didn't know how she and Fan Ou fell drunk on Du Sheng's bed. After a big opening and closing, I couldn't get up the next day. They were so happy that they made their assistant sweat. Du Sheng said goodbye to the 2 girls and followed Yes'er to the second stop. Even though this little Yes'er sat in the car, he still did not forget to handle matters. Du Sheng did not disturb her, but just chuckled and leaned over to massage her shoulders. Feeling the warmth of his big hands, Yezi was enjoying and dealing with work matters. Manager Min, you also understand how popular Du Sheng is now. Yezi said to the phone. It's not that our star media is unwilling to cooperate, but that the conditions you gave are not suitable. I hope you can re-evaluate and put forward more sincere conditions. Mr. Xiao, I think the treatment needs to be discussed in terms of Bay City concerts, especially in terms of stage design, special effects, etc., to put the standards into consideration. I believe you have heard of the hot scenes of Du Sheng's premiere last night. Yesi wanted to call, but she felt that her big hand suddenly became naughty, so she could only hold back first. As soon as I turned my head, my mouth was blocked. Seeing that the driver was not paying attention, Yezi struggled for a few times and simply gave up and just pinched his waist. Are you planning to change men? Du Sheng took a breath of exaggeration. Yet SG gave him a blank look, smoothed the corners of her clothes wrinkled by her claws, and said, "There are many pedestrians outside, what should I do if I get photographed? It's all because Xiao Yizi is so charming. This is the truth. Especially Yezi's professional image dress is, the more serious he is, the more attractive he is. You really don't know what fatigue means." Yezi knew the man's whereabouts last night and said speechlessly, "You have at least 20 or 30 performances next, how can you not have a good rest? Don't worry, have you witnessed my physical fitness? This amount of exercise is definitely not tiring." Du Sheng replied casually. Yezi was both ridiculous and shaking her head helplessly. "I'm tired if you don't feel tired. I have to work for you day and night." She was both impressed and numb by Du Sheng's abundant energy. After the concert last night, several girls from Girls' Generation fell asleep in the nanny's car with exhaustion. In addition to having a fight with Zhang Baji, Fan Ou, and Tong Lia, Du Sheng also had the energy to toss her until midnight. "How was the concert last night?" Du Sheng asked. Upon hearing this, Yezi put down her work and handed it to Du Sheng a bunch of newspapers. "Yishan has you ignited the whole audience. The craziest concert, the coolest Du Sheng." Fans from all over the world gathered in Modu, and Du Sheng ignited Asia. Du Sheng's powerful backing appeared, and his martial arts performance was extraordinary. All major offline media have praised the concert last night. Even those reporters who were unable to visit the scene in person collected some scattered information through interviews with the audience and quickly reported it out. Not only that, the internet is also full of hot discussions about concerts. There were even a lot of revelations about the scene. Yezi was in a timely manner and posted selected photos through several official accounts. Seeing the dreamy scenes in the photos, the fans who failed to enter were so envious and jealous that they drooled. Especially on Renren, fans begged Star Media to launch the sound of a special DVD of the concert as soon as possible. Looking at these positive feedbacks, Du Sheng showed a satisfied smile on his face. It seems that all this effort has not been in vain. In addition, the media reports also specifically mentioned the guests who appeared last night. The performances of Girls' Generation, Zhang Beizi and Fan Ou are all widely praised. Especially Girls' Generation, it not only wins live professional music, the high praise from people is also hailed as the biggest surprise in the music scene this year. And Du Sheng, the Asian idol superstar who debuted at its peak, was almost boasted by them as a unique existence in the world. Du Sheng was ashamed of the exaggerated title. But when I thought that it was catering to his fans, I had nothing to say for a moment. In the next period of time, Du Sheng's itinerary was quite compact. Continuous performances were performed in many cities such as Beijing, Hangzhou, Jikan, and Guangdong. In order to catch up with the tight schedule, a concert is held every 2 to 3 days on average. Such a rhythm is an extreme challenge for any singer. But there are not so many guests helping out at these concerts. Although there are many candidates, the average game is controlled at 1 or 2. The reason for this is mainly because of the lessons learned from Zhou. I guess I couldn't hold on to my voice. He didn't sing much in each concert in the later stage, and he just chatted or asked the guests to sing. As a result, the fans were annoyed and asked to refund the ticket. This will naturally not happen here in Du Sheng. Fans are still coming fiercely, and every concert can fill the audience, and it is hard to get a ticket. This made the venue organizers and Miracle Records overjoyed. It also further proves Du Sheng's unique appeal in domestic entertainment. It is worth mentioning that Du Sheng met Cai Yilan in the city and served as a away guest for the other party, which has a beginning and an end. After all, everyone is considered Sony's artists, so it's okay to help each other. I ran from north to south. Although the trip was busy and hard, I was finally not a big mistake. But by chance, an accident happened when the last concert in China was held in Wudu. This city, located on the I-shaped geological structure, is on the right of the Longmen Mountain Fault Zone, which has been frequently affected by earthquakes in recent years. According to statistics, more than 500 earthquakes have occurred around the area in the past 5 years. Although most earthquakes are not strong, the recent earthquake has allowed Du Sheng to personally experience the challenges brought by this natural disaster. The earthquake occurred in a neighboring county, reaching magnitude 5.2. Fortunately, the country issued a timely warning to reduce potential losses, but some fans were still injured and unable to attend the concert. Faced with such a situation, Du Sheng felt uncomfortable and decided to postpone the concert for 2 days and entrusted Huabang Charity to donate 2 million to the local area to do his best. At the same time, he also recompiled the lyrics and songs of the charity song Inseparable from Life and Death to convey confidence and courage to fight against natural disasters. This refurbished song is released for free on 3 major music platforms and social media, and the public is encouraged to give their love and support. Surprisingly, the Red Cross contacted Du Sheng, hoping to purchase copyright for the promotion of national charity activities. At the same time, he and other stars who are enthusiastic about charity are invited to participate in the shooting of the series of MVs. Although Du Sheng was a little surprised, he was not surprised. After all, the song Inseparable from Life and Death is born for public welfare. It was used by the China Charity Association last time and plans to invite Du Sheng to participate in the shooting of public service advertisements. Unfortunately, he was too busy at that time and didn't participate, so he only participated in the charity performance, and he also met Zhou Huimin because of this. This time, I participated in the Red Cross's charity series promotion MV, which is also a perfect match. Because the person in charge said that he plans to invite well-known charity artists including Han Ziyi, Yang Zim, Gushan Le, Huang Xiaoming to participate, a total of 8 people. Out of importance, the Red Cross Society specially invited Hu Mei as the chief director. This has directed the recording of the MV of the earthquake relief charity song The Risk of Love, and 13 stars participated in it. The MV is also broadcast on Yangtze and major TV stations, with great popularity and status. Old Hu. Director Hu. Not long after, Hu Mei walked into the scene with a gentle smile. This famous director is over 60 years old and has a short and hard beard. Although his hair is grey, he is full of energy, giving people a feeling of time being and seasons flowing. There was still a little time before the shooting began, and the artists gathered or dispersed and chatted softly. A Sheng, here. Huang Xiaoming, who was talking to Gushan Le, noticed Du Sheng's arrival and waved enthusiastically. Du Sheng responded with a smile, first greeting Huang Xiaoming, then politely greeted Gushan Le, and finally sat aside. Both sides were once rated as one of the 4 big students. Although they are now one day and one earth, they do not affect interaction. Sister Ziyi, we're meeting again. Brother Le, her skin seems to be much more bronze. While responding to everyone's greetings, Du Sheng greeted Han Ziyi, Gu Tian Le and others in a familiar way. Given Du Sheng's current popularity, there are naturally no one who is not open-minded and responds with a smile. Huang Xiaoming patted Du Sheng on the shoulder and said with some envy, "I haven't seen you for a while, you are so popular. You can see your news on the screen every day." Du Sheng knew that he was referring to the recent concert and tour promotion, so he smiled indifferently. "You must have not read it carefully, otherwise you should have sympathized with me. That's also a hot topic. If we want to have a hot search, it depends on luck. In fact, many media reports either hit the bullet or hype it up, and they are purely consuming traffic." After all, Du Sheng relied on a series of achievements. Gong's concerts and tour promotion activities have received unprecedented attention. After chatting for a while, Huang Xiaoming pointed to several artists around him and said, "These are all our seniors. Come on, let me introduce it to you." Among the 8 artists, Du Sheng is undoubtedly the youngest. But when it comes to background, he may not be the dominant one. After all, many of them are identities of Yuan Yuhuan, let alone some of them are hidden figures in the circle. For such precious connections, if you are a sociable person, you would have taken the initiative to build an opportunity. After all, in this industry, the importance of connections is self-evident. For example, if there are some controversial interests, as long as the other party favors you, it will basically be out of reach. However, Du Sheng has his own principles and will not lose himself for immediate interests. Since Huang Xiaoming was kindly recommended, Du Sheng was also happy to accept this kind of kindness. "A Sheng, this is the director of our series of promotional MVs, Hu Mei." Huang Xiaoming brought Du Sheng to Hu Mei and introduced. "Hello, Mr. Hu, this is the creator of Life and Death." Du Sheng gave him enough courtesy and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Teacher Hu. Young people are good." Hu Mei nodded gently. "It is rare to write such excellent works at this age." Du Sheng responded humbly. "Teacher Hu has been awarded the award. There are many experts here. I still have a lot to learn." Hu Mei seemed to have a good impression of Du Sheng and said with a smile, "I have also heard of Sword Heart you created for the legend of the 2 dragons of the Tang dynasty, and it is indeed a wonderful combination. I believe that the high-quality song Inseparable from Life and Death can also add a lot of glory to our Red Cross charity publicity." The nearby artists didn't say anything at this moment, and were they looking at that side? Seeing that Hu Mei not only sincerely praised Du Sheng, but also had such high expectations, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. They have heard the song Inseparable from Life and Death. Excellence is certain, but is it worthy of such respect? What surprised them even more was that Hu Mei took the initiative to hand over his business card, expressing his intention to cooperate with Du Sheng on a future project. This is not only a recognition of Du Sheng's talent, but also a rare development opportunity. At this moment, everyone's views on Du Sheng were much higher. Du Sheng was a little flattered, and his smile became a little more sincere. "Thank you, Teacher Hu, for your kindness, I'm looking forward to it." The chat ended and the meeting officially began. Hu Mei planned the shooting and recording process of the MV in detail, including the division of labor for the song, the selection of shooting locations, and the direction of post-production. As the original creator of Inseparable from Life and Death, Du Sheng naturally occupies an important position in the singing part. Especially in the chorus, he will play a guiding role. After the arrangement was made, and seeing that everyone had no objection, Hu Mei led everyone to the recording studio. The song Life and Death is not difficult in itself, and the artists have a solid musical foundation, and the recording was successfully completed after several trial recordings. The shooting process is also simple and efficient. Don't pursue excessive artistic effects, and the details will be left to be perfected in post-production. After the luncheon, the team members went to the field to shoot non-stop, aiming to incorporate these scenes into the MV. During the process, I went deep into remote villages from time to time and even faced rugged roads, and had to hike up the mountain. Despite the arduous conditions, everyone was very positive. Especially artists who are enthusiastic about charity like Gushan Le participated without complaints. The power of charity is fully displayed at this moment. Especially the old Hu Mei still led the team personally and practiced it, which inspired everyone. He did not disappoint everyone's expectations, and with his rich experience and rigorous attitude, he ensured that the shooting was completed efficiently. After the filming, the Red Cross people wanted to hold a banquet to thank them, but when they saw that everyone was in a hurry to go back, they smiled and stopped insisting. Du Sheng really has no time to delay. Although the domestic concert has been completed, the overseas concert has not started yet. Moreover, the time and tickets for the hosting of Xiangzhong, Wanqing and other places have been announced long ago. If it weren't for the extreme time, I'd be afraid I wouldn't be able to sit still now. Chapter 553 PK Again. Du Sheng's concert in Xiangzhong is in full swing. In addition to Star Media's own artists, guests from different heavyweights will be invited to perform on stage every night. From Lu Yingyin Zhongtang, to Twins Group, Sun Yanzi, etc. It can be said that it is full of stars, and there are different surprises every night. Even if fans buy tickets multiple times in a row, they can guarantee passion and joy. At the same time, the TV series Wulin Weijia, which has been broadcast for about a month, has reached the climax of the plot. For example, Lord Bao, who was originally just here to examine the people's situation, had a lot of conflicts and jokes with the people in Tongfuin, Qixia town due to a series of misunderstandings and accidental events. His pretentiousness and corruption were portrayed in full swing, and the process of fighting wits and courage among the inn was also very exciting, which not only satirized the darkness of the officialdom at that time, but also had a comedy effect. This drama, which premiered on Yangtze 8, only 4.5% of the time, has surged to 9%, becoming one of the hilarious stories at the beginning of the year. The audience laughed constantly. Phoenix TV, which was broadcast 5 days later than Yangtze, has benefited a lot. The last episode peaked in prime time, reaching an astonishing 35%. Almost tied the historical record of Water Moon Cave. Although the drama has maintained a viewership of more than 28% since episode 15, due to the introduction of background in the previous episodes, the average viewership failed to exceed 30%, which is a small regret. However, for Phoenix TV, such results are already dazzling enough. Even if the broadcasting fee is not included, Star Media has made a lot of money. As the ratings continue to rise, advertising revenue is also very rich. On some TV stations, these fees may be subject to debt or delayed payment. But the size of Phoenix TV and Star Media is there, and those advertisers have to consider it. Once there is a rogue, the price is not a joke. At this moment, even many colleagues, including TVB, breathed a sigh of relief. Woolen Waizao, a work that gave them a headache, finally came to an end. Phoenix TV's successive hot dramas are really making them breathless. Because half of the original audiences including Ao Kang and Zhejiang Triangle areas were pulled away by him. If this continues, I am afraid that the foundation will not be stable. TVB, General Manager's Office. Fang Yuhua is talking to someone. Are you ready? Zhang Lichen said in a deep voice. Miss Fang, please rest assured. We have already rushed out of 10 episodes when we work overtime. It's no problem to shoot and broadcast while filming. Okay. From now on, we must increase publicity efforts and be sure to catch them off guard. Speaking of the just concluded Woolen Weizi, Fang Yuhua couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Since Du Sheng took over Phoenix TV, he has completely stopped playing cards. Not mentioning the previous dramas, this successor actually brought a significant impact to TVB. There is nothing else. Fortunately, with the finale of Woolen Weizi, many people returned to TVB's arms. After all, for many viewers who have been following TVB for a long time, although Woolen Wei Chuan is good, the brand effect accumulated by TVB over the past decades is still strong. It is this time that the influence of Water Moon Cave plus Prank Kiss is still there that he temporarily switched to Phoenix TV. This is the appeal advantage that TVB has created for decades of prosperity. This is an example of Mr. Tan's family. When switching channels, although the children were a little reluctant, they were quickly attracted by the new program. I don't know when the next time there will be a family drama like Woolen Weizi. But before he finished speaking, a line of big words suddenly appeared on the screen. 1 house, 2 families, 3 surnames. Mr. Tan and his wife looked at each other and thought to themselves that they really meant what they said. But after careful consideration, this is also very reasonable. Woolen Weizao is so popular that it will naturally trigger a wave of imitation. After further understanding, I learned that this drama has been promoted before and plans to compete with Shuya Cave Heaven. But because the timing was wrong and the rush to work was a bit rough, it is now remade. Now it has been repolished and turned into a warm sitcom, with a setting similar to Woolen Weizi, but it has replaced the ancient times with modern times. The story revolves around family figures such as the boss, Niu Niu, Pineapple Bread, the fourth young master, the sister, and uncle and aunt. Teaching people the truth from the lively family trivial matters in a humorous way is similar to the way in which Woolen Wei's Huang conveys the truth through the stories of the people in the inn. They all show the warmth and wisdom of life in a relaxed and funny atmosphere. The starring actor is Ma Jianyan's middle beam facing the pillar. Thinking about the production level of TVB from beginning to end, it is also surprising that people are looking forward to it. Mr. Tan smiled and comforted the children. Although Woolen Weizi is over, we can watch TVB's new drama 1 house, 2 family, 3 family together tomorrow, which may be more interesting than the stories of Guo Furong and Bai Zhantang. Mom, is it true? The children's initially lost emotions immediately became excited. You will know after watching it tomorrow. Mrs. Tan gently stroked the children's heads. Unlike Mr. Tan's family's behavior of changing channels early, many viewers are still immersed in the ending song of Woolen Weizi and are unwilling to leave Phoenix TV. They were still unsatisfied with discussing the plot that had just ended. At this moment, a new picture suddenly popped up on the screen. Next to several people wearing forensic clothes, there were also a few eye-catching big words: Forensic Pioneer. Immediately afterwards, familiar faces such as Wang Zhenhua, Charmaine Shet, Ma Sui, and Yang Yi appeared one after another. They appear with a handsome, capable, and professional image, forming a strong visual attraction. The audience couldn't help but wonder, are Wang Zhenhua and Charmaine Shet TVB not TVB artists? How could they appear in Phoenix TV's new drama? On the picture, these people either looked focused or thoughtful, as if they were facing a difficult case. This suspicion aroused the audience's curiosity. I really want to know what kind of weird case the characters in the play encountered. As the trailer progresses, forensic tools such as microscopes, fingerprint extractors, and evidence bags have been unveiled one by one. These details not only reveal the core of the show, but also greatly enhance the professionalism and authenticity. The trailer, which was just a few dozen seconds, really left a deep impression on people. It looks like Phoenix TV the new drama is pretty good too. This idea appears in many people's minds. Some viewers who originally planned to return to TVB the next day also changed their minds. I want to see how the forensics can become the nemesis of sin. A few days after the finale of Wulin Wei Chuan, the media also set off a wave of discussion. Some articles deeply analyze the plot and relationship between the drama, and even Lu Xiaokai and the world's #1 female captain have a lot of writing. There are also reports that summarize a series of rating miracles created by Wulin Wei Zhe. It not only helps Phoenix TV achieve a historic viewing breakthrough. The average viewership rate in the entire Hong Kong and Macau region has also increased by at least 3 percentage points. This achievement is enough to prove that its title of hot viewership is well deserved. With the success of Wulin Wei Zhe coming to an end, the public's attention quickly turned to the upcoming new round of Showdown. The contest between Forensic Pioneer and One House, Two Family, Three Surnames. The media have commented one after another, predicting the fate of the two series. Who will laugh to the end of the showdown between forensics and imitators? The war is rekindled. Who can stand out when the two major TV stations confront each other's new dramas? Ms. Fang's bold statement that the ratings of One House, Two Family, Three Family will be over 36 points. President Phoenix is confident that Forensic Pioneer surpasses Wulin Wei Chuan and bluntly stated that TVB's work following the trend is hard to beat. Some well-known newspapers have even opened columns to deeply analyze Phoenix TV's amazing changes since Du Sheng took over. Who would have thought that the mainland star who was holding a concert in Xiangzhong really made him reach the top in one step? Many people were skeptical about his cross-border entry into Phoenix. After all, there are many examples of failed star transformation in the entertainment industry. But Du Sheng was the king's bombing as soon as he made a move. The three works Shuya Cave, Prank Kiss and Wulin Wei Zhe reversed the embarrassing situation where Phoenix TV has no drama to broadcast in one fell swoop. And not only did it make TVB breathless, it also made the latter fall into a passive state for a while. Fang Yuhua had to admit that she missed her eyes and publicly shared the pressure for TVB. This caused a lot of shock in the industry. When did Phoenix TV have such a brilliant moment? Such voices are endless in the industry. Based on this alone, Du Sheng, the celebrity chairman, won the respect and love of all Phoenix TV employees. However, TVB's power cannot be shaken every day. Especially after the great success of Wulin Wei Zhe, the competition between the two stations in prime time will inevitably become more intense. From the perspective of overall strength, TVB still has the advantage. Normally, Phoenix TV should strike while the iron is hot and shoot the sequel in advance to consolidate this hard-won achievement. However, Phoenix TV did not adopt this strategy, but was preceded by TVB and launched One House, Two Family, Three Family, which has a very similar style to Wulin Wei Chuan. This move not only took advantage of the sitcom boom set off by Wulin Wei Zhe, but also quickly seized the market. The trend he brought up by himself has become a weapon for his opponent to fight back. This move is really not wise enough. The author also feels regretful for Phoenix TV. This newspaper conducted an in-depth investigation on this topic, and the results showed that most viewers are interested in One House, Two Family, Three Surnames, and are full of confidence in the production level of TVB. Emotionally speaking, the author hopes that both TV stations can launch more high-quality TV series to allow viewers to enjoy more exciting content. But from a rational perspective, in this round of competition, I still tend to TVB. This report largely reflects the audience's voice. TVB is already strong, and Phoenix TV is complacent after winning a game. Instead of consolidating its advantages, it allows people to learn their own skills. This view is even more common among the audience. Du Sheng was a little amused when he watched the promotional video of One House, Two Family, Three Family released by TVB. But no matter what, he is still full of confidence in Forensic Pioneer. In his previous life, Forensic Pioneer was one of the most brilliant series of TVB's success. Its ratings entered the top 10 of the year, and even defeated many primetime blockbuster series, creating amazing results. Now that this drama is broadcast on Phoenix TV, even if the performance is not as good as in previous lives, it should not be too bad. Moreover, Du Sheng still has questions about the modern sitcom One House, Two Family, Three Family filmed by TVB this time. You should know that the 40 episodes of Woolen Wei took more than half a year to shoot. How long does it take for One House, Two Family, Three Family from preparation to broadcast? In addition, this is not the subject that TVB is best at. It is better at the struggle stories of the people in the city. To be honest, he even doubted whether this movie One House, Two Family, Three Family can withstand the impact of Forensic Pioneer. Of course, we must despise the enemy strategically, and Du Sheng knows that we cannot underestimate the enemy. He has more than one card. To make Phoenix TV stronger, it is far from enough to rely solely on Focus News and several prime TV series. In the past life, its ratings fell year by year because it was uninnovative. So in addition to the above, entertainment variety shows are also an important pillar of TV stations. It takes multiple layouts to fierce market competition is invincible. Thinking of this, Du Sheng, who left the Red Hall, picked up the phone and called Su Xiao. Mr. Su, there is no problem with the production department, right? Du Sheng, don't worry, the success of several dramas has greatly boosted everyone's confidence, and they are all very active now. Very good, tell them I am very confident in Forensic Pioneer, and we can still win this time. Du Sheng, with your words, everyone's morale will be even higher. Su Xiao responded with a smile. By the way, how are you preparing for that variety show? Everything is ready as you ask, the studio has been fully upgraded, and the host has also been selected. Who is the host? Kei Lan. She has hosted many large-scale variety shows on ATV before, and she has rich experience and her image and temperament are very consistent with the positioning of this show. Kei Lan? This name is a bit familiar. Du Sheng thought about it carefully and found that she was included in the drama In the Name of Man's Body. People in the capital have a somewhat extraordinary background. If you have time, you can see you. At noon that day, he took Yezi to Phoenix TV while he was free. Su Xiao took several deputies out and warmly welcomed him. Du Sheng held 5 concerts in a row at the Hong Kong Red Hall this time, and each one was full and his fame further increased. At this moment, even Phoenix TV, which plays the concert CG promotion, has attracted great attention. Mr. Su is really nothing to say. I have seen everyone's mental state be in good spirits along the way. Du Sheng said with a smile. This is all due to Du Sheng's wise leadership. Su Xiao responded with a smile. Each of the projects you guided has become a guarantee of viewing. Speaking of this, Su Xiao showed a proud smile on his face. Recently I heard that Fang Yuhua criticized his subordinates very much because of work. After taking over Woolen Wei Chuan, Forensic Pioneer became popular even after being released. After all, most of the people in this drama are Mango TV with mature faces, let alone excellent quality. The sitcom TVB followed the trend was defeated. Mr. Su, what do you think of Supergirl launched by Mango TV last year? Du Sheng suddenly asked. Su Xiao was stunned for a moment and thoughtfully said. Du Sheng, Supergirl is indeed quite successful, and Mango TV attaches great importance to it and provides a wide range of resources. We have tried similar singing competitions before, but compared with Mango TV, it is really a bit difficult to get it out. As an insider, he is naturally very concerned about such important matters. Supergirl is a competition open to all girls who love to sing. Its predecessor was Mango TV's Super Male Voice sister competition in 2003. Since last year, it has gradually become popular in the Huiguang area and has initially shown its influence. Since the registration was opened, the competition has attracted countless girls with musical dreams to participate and attracted widespread attention. The audience is not only interested in the performance of the contestants, but is also keen on discussing the contestants' talents and personalities. Gradually, it became one of the hot topics in society. Su Xiao believes that this open-ended participation method and the rules that the audience determines the fate of the contestants through voting have inspired the enthusiasm of the general public and made the audience an indispensable part of the program. This novel interactive mode has also accumulated a lot of popularity for the show. At that time, Su Xiao was quite interested and planned to have the opportunity to imitate it in the future. Du Sheng smiled when he heard this. In the future, this kind of variety show will become mainstream and even affect the entire entertainment industry. Although Supergirl has just become popular, after this edition is released in August this year, it will sweep the whole country with a prairie fire. Su Xiao asked. Du Sheng, do you mean we should follow up too? That's right. Yezi, who had not spoken, interrupted at this time. Mr. Su, Star Media plans to cooperate with Phoenix TV to launch a new talent show. Miss Ye, can you give me a detailed introduction? Su Xiao realized that this must be Du Sheng's idea. Yes, he said slowly. Our goal is to create a large-scale talent show event that is completely different from the previous professional review and selection model. We will hand over the choice to the public, regardless of the contestants' singing, charm, personality, etc. It is all decided by the audience. She continued. From the primary stage, we will record all kinds of interesting stories and gossip news that happened in the competition to provide the audience with more topics of talk. Whether it is beautiful singing, unpleasant performances, strange behaviors, etc., it will be presented to the audience to stimulate the audience's higher interest in watching. We need to let the audience feel that these future stars are taken from ordinary people, and every step of the celebrity path is decided by the public themselves. Su Xiao was shocked after hearing this. Such creativity was indeed unprecedented. Did you expect Mango TV's Supergirl to be a hit, and is you planning to get a share of the pie? Don't worry, let alone worry about being called an inferior imitation. Du Sheng seemed to see through his thoughts and explained with a smile. Our program will be very different from Supergirl in terms of format and selection criteria. Hearing this, Su Xiao's curiosity was completely aroused. What are the differences? Chapter 554 You have crossed the boundaries. Du Sheng smiled, have a good idea. First, the selection process of Supergirl is very long. This includes multiple stages including auditions in the singing area, re-election, promotion competition, and national competition, which are very slow and lead to audience loss. Voice of the East condenses the selection process, omitting the early stages such as partition auditions, and directly entering the novel stage of blind selection of mentors. Secondly, the level of the contestants in Supergirl is uneven. Audiences may be interesting to watch occasionally, but if you watch too much, you will feel nothing. Voice of the East selects singers with certain quality and experience by collecting major musicians and finding recommendations for professional musicians. The contestants have relatively high professional level. Third, the judges are also different. The mentors of Voice of the East not only need to judge the contestants, but also establish a master-apprentice relationship with the contestants. In subsequent competitions and training, the players will be guided and helped, and the two sides will interact more deeply and for a long time. Fourth, the program content has different focus. Voice of the East pays more attention to the sound itself, emphasizing the excavation and presentation of voice. Fifth, in terms of star-making ability and professionalism, Voice of the East is stronger. Because from contestant selection to program production, high investment in hardware facilities such as live bands, audio technology, stage recording, etc., ensure the quality of the program and allow the audience to appreciate the high-level texture. 6th, let the contestants gain recognition from the instructor based on their voice alone, avoid interference with the contestants' evaluation due to factors such as appearance and image, and also increase the fairness and credibility of the program. Finally, the unique tutor swivel chair, contestant reverse selection and other link settings can also increase the suspense and interest of the program. This is a new idea and new model that has never been seen in the industry, ensuring full of gimmicks. Does it sound very familiar? That's right, this is the voice of Holland. As soon as this music series was released in my previous life, the novel talent show model was sought after and imitated by all countries. The copyright of the program has been sold in 64 countries and regions around the world. For example, Blueberry Channel's The Voice of China was produced after purchasing the copyright of the program. As soon as it took action, it cut off many of Mango TV's variety shows that have been around for a long time. Now that this music variety show has not yet appeared, it is naturally Du Sheng's. It is also cheaper for Phoenix TV, and it will help it with another help. Su Xiao's eyes lit up and he asked anxiously, "Is there something particularly attractive?" "I think the publicity stunt." Yes, he smiled slightly. This is not simple, and Du Sheng personally serves as the judge is the biggest highlight. In addition, the top 3 players in the region have the opportunity to sign contracts with Star Media, not only in the mainland, but also in Bay City and Xiangjiang areas. In the end, the company will provide key resource support based on the players' wishes and qualifications. "Mr. Yet, are you serious?" Su Xiao sat up straight and asked in surprise. "Certainly. If you only filter by voice, what if you choose a scandalous person? Don't worry, we will definitely guarantee that fair people will enter the finals." Yes, he smiled faintly. As for those players with good audiences, it will definitely be beneficial to sign. As for whether they can become stars, it depends on their own luck. In fact, Star Media has already marked its favorite players during the audition stage and will continue to observe in the subsequent elimination process to ensure that these potential stocks will not be eliminated before the finals. Su Xiao nodded, and he knew in his heart. Behind all this, there is obviously the careful layout of the program team. At the same time, he also realized that Voice of the East adopts the form of production and broadcasting separation, and the copyright of the program belongs to Interstellar Media. But since both investors are Du Sheng, he doesn't have to worry too much about this. As long as it can improve the ratings of Phoenix TV. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "Mr. Su, it's better for you to form a production team as soon as possible to connect with Star Media. I believe that this innovative competition system that determines the fate of players with voice will definitely ignite the enthusiasm of the audience." In the past life, Blueberry Station spent tens of millions of dollars to introduce the voice. This time, it may be the other person's turn to pay the copyright fee. Speaking of which, although selecting talents through this method is not as efficient as internal selection, its advantage is that it can greatly increase the popularity of the program and start a first shot. More importantly, such a program can pre-evaluate the contestants' audience interest and accumulate a fan base for selected seed contestants. For Phoenix TV, this also means that it will have a variety show that can be compared with Mango TV's Supergirl, which can be said to have multiple goals in one fell swoop. Du Sheng is full of confidence in whether he can surpass Mango TV's Supergirl. After all, the success of The Voice of China in his previous life gave him enough confidence. At the same time, through this competition, the entire team's ability in talent selection and training will also be significantly improved. When viewers are tired of the existing voting mechanism, the program can transform, reintroduce professional judges, and use the mature talent selection and training system of Star Media to make outstanding talents stand out. After the negotiation, Du Sheng met early, so he simply met Lu Changel, the major shareholder of Phoenix TV. Lu Changel welcomed him into the door with a smile. Brother Du, it's really right for you to coordinate Phoenix TV's main business. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, the situation has been completely reversed. Brother Le is overreputable. Thanks to the support of the board of directors, I can give it a try. Now is just a temporary small victory, and we need to work harder. Du Sheng responded humbly. And this is indeed his truth. During this period, TVB made a mistake and blindly pursued the popularity of Woolen Weize and launched the One House, Two Family, Three Family, which was of poor quality, which gave Phoenix TV an opportunity to take advantage of it. Once TVB returns to normal, it is likely to gain an advantage again with its deep audience base. However, the three heat dramas also made Phoenix TV famous and changed the audience's impression that there was no drama to broadcast. Brother Du, you're too modest. Your contribution is obvious to everyone. Phoenix TV has become new and more prosperous under your leadership. You said that the performance will double within 2 years, and I think it will be achieved next year. Lu Changel was extremely pleased with the decision to invite Du Sheng to join Phoenix TV. In his opinion, Du Sheng obviously has a complete strategic plan. Otherwise, it is impossible to attack continuously in a short period of time to suppress TVB. It would be difficult for anyone else to do this. Looking at Du Sheng's young face, Lu Changel couldn't help but sigh. Young people are energetic and are a good time to struggle. If my son can do this, he will definitely support him with all his strength. Just as Lu Changel was feeling, Du Sheng said, Brother Le, is there any progress in the audio matter mentioned last time? Last month, the two sides discussed whether to establish a Chinese Music Library Association to prevent being corrupted by foreign culture. Lu Changel replied with a smile. I have handed over the joint letter to the relevant departments in person, and the specific results are still under discussion. Du Sheng's heart moved and asked, Brother Le, how likely is this to be accomplished? Lu Changel smiled. Don't worry, your current achievements have attracted the attention of the leaders. Du Sheng nodded, understanding that his position and voice were based on the strength of Phoenix TV and Star Media. Lu Changel said seriously, the music industry is part of the cultural industry and involves many aspects, so it needs to be strictly inspected. However, your proposal is good, which will help us communicate with international standards, and leaders also believe that this is an innovative idea. Du Sheng's suggestions include integrating music communication channels, optimizing communication methods, strengthening market supervision, and building a growth platform, aiming to establish and improve a music talent training system. And Voice of the East is actually one of the introductions. Hearing this, Du Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. At a critical period when the country is about to take off, it is good to fill in loopholes. After 2008, the music scene became a stagnant pool due to the impact of the internet, the lack of talent, and the lack of originality. If the mechanism he proposed can be realized, many singers from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the four regions will invest more actively in the mainland market and promote it to reform the past and promote the innovation in disguise. By then, every beneficiary will remember Du Sheng's contribution. After all, this is a big step forward in pushing the music scene. Bay City Stadium. Although Du Sheng has left, the enthusiasm of the fans has not diminished at all, and screams have echoed one after another. After a while, the fans gradually dispersed after confirming that Du Sheng would not return. Whoa, Du Sheng's appearance is so handsome. I have to learn that space dance just now. A young boy said excitedly. Singing nicely, handsome, and your kung fu is so cool. I heard that the concert effects of mainland China and Hangzhou are much better than those of ours, which is a pity. What's the solution? A gymnasium has not been renovated for so many years. Our Bay City is really embarrassing to be thrown overseas. Another girl said regretfully. Yes, I heard that when Star Media inspected our concert venue, I almost shook my head and gave up. The friend next to him echoed. Thanks to Du Sheng's persistence, he only played 2 games in a row here. It's really bad. There is no room for the whole moss. I actually asked Du Sheng to hold a concert in the open-air venue. It turns out that it's windy and rainy, and the next one won't be cancelled, right? Several fans were discussing and expressed dissatisfaction with the situation in Bay City. A few years ago, the Bay City Stadium was damaged by a fire and has since lost its ideal place to hold a large-scale concert. Whenever there are more than 10,000 concerts, they can only be held in this stadium. However, when the open-air venue encounters bad weather, the performance effect is greatly reduced. It was not until the end of this year that Bay City could change this situation. At this moment, the concert conditions in Wancheng are indeed not as good as those in the mainland and Xiangjiang. If the financial problems such as the financial bonds are included, many well-known singers are reluctant to come. Back in the car, Du Sheng sat in his seat, looking a little tired. He held 10 consecutive concerts in Xiangjiang, and they were filled with all the places. The reason why I didn't continue is not because I was exhausted or worried about excessive consumption, but because there are 20 or 30 overseas concerts waiting for him next. What's more, Initial D and Chapelang will be released soon. The former is chosen in the May Day stage, while the latter is in the summer vacation and requires high-intensity publicity and distribution. In addition, the sequel to The Fuse of the Fuse has also entered the preparation stage, and the starring Du Sheng must be in place. If you count it, Agri Cheng Long's baby plan was so busy that he could fly. Back at the hotel, Du Sheng opened the door when a figure rushed up. Her big legs tightly wrapped around his waist, wrapped her hands around his neck, and gave her a warm kiss. After a long time, the two separated, and Lin's Hilling said in a coquettish voice, Sheng, I haven't come to see me for so long. Today I have let others wait for 2 hours. How can you make up for me? Du Sheng smiled gently, stroked her back and savored. Then I'll make up for you tonight until you don't have bed for 3 days. While he was talking, he closed the door with his backhand and held her fragrant buttocks with one hand towards the balcony. Tonight, I am destined to be a fire-filled bag. After an hour-long exchange, Du Sheng also had a different dream. In his dream, he seemed to be in a high-intensity basketball game. He added the full points of basketball skills LV2/Blue, 1000/10,000, and flexibly walked between his opponents like a flowing cloud in water, cleverly avoiding every tight defense. His movements were particularly changed. Whether it was an emergency stop, a change of direction or a sudden acceleration, it made the other party difficult to resist and could only beg for mercy. The whole process is full of strong keys and strong zongzi. Du Sheng enjoyed the experience in his dreams and enjoyed the comfort and fun brought by the competition. When she woke up the next day, Lin's Hilling still surrounds Du Sheng like an octopus and sleeps soundly. If it weren't for Du Sheng's special eucalyptus, I'm afraid she would have had her legs weak for a few days. After waking up lazy, she felt coquettish again. Sheng, you haven't seen me for almost 2 months. You don't like me anymore? Little fairy, it seems that you are not exhausted yet, and you still have the ability to act spoiled. Du Sheng made a move and took action. Oh, I hate it. I was wrong. After begging for mercy, Lin's Hilling hugged Du Sheng. Sheng, I heard that Phoenix TV is developing a music variety show. Have the host and guests selected. Are you interested in this? Du Sheng said with a wicked smile. Oh, I'm talking about serious things. Is this a matter unfair? Snort. Lin's Hilling turned her back and started to feel a little emotional. Du Sheng naturally deliberately hung the other party, so he could give whatever he wanted, and he would not be able to go to heaven in the future? Although Su Xiao has a crush on K Lan, it is not impossible to join the person. The key depends on whether this girl will do it. After a while of appetite, Du Sheng said, Do you want to be a host or a guest? 2 years ago, Lin's Hilling hosted Popular Tracking, showing her keen insight into fashion and entertainment, and allowing the audience to see her potential in hosting. In her previous life, she served as the host of Dream Choir with S.A. Ning and Dong Qing, and her voice was very attractive to the audience. Lin Zhiling looked happy when she heard this. "Brother Sheng, can you try both?" Speaking of which, she has already reached the top of Bay City, and no matter how hard she goes, she doesn't have much trouble. It's time to seek a breakthrough. The mainland and Xiangjiang are the first choice. It just so happened that a program under the man came into being, which was a perfect match for her. "Haha, little fairy, can you eat it so greedy?" Lin Zhiling's beautiful and lively eyes turned, she smiled sly at Du Sheng, and then slid into the quilt like a snake. Du Sheng took a light breath. It seemed that she could not only eat, but also hosting was not a problem. It depends on whether you can adapt to the rhythm. In the past few days in Wancheng, Du Sheng not only successfully completed the work related to the sequel to Wulin Wei Zi, he also properly handled the financial settlement issue of The Kiss of the Prank and solved a major event in his mind. At the same time, the cooperation matters regarding the competition and cooperation of Voice of the East in Bay City have also been settled. The partner is his former partner TVBS TV. This means that future auditions and promotion activities will be entrusted to TVBS for operation. Next, Du Sheng and his team will bid farewell to Bay City. Set out on a journey to Neon, Kimchi Country, Singapore, and the Magpie and Dick cannot invade. During this period, Voice of the East has set off a craze in the mainland with the help of Phoenix TV's publicity and promotion. Mango TV, office. The atmosphere was a little tense. Mr. Liu, in order to promote Voice of the East, Star Media has launched a variety of publicity methods including newspapers, TV commercials, and posters. This overwhelming intensity is no less than any of our previous large-scale event. The secretary reported the latest market trends to Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang frowned after hearing this. Obviously not satisfied with the news. It can be seen that the other party's singing talent show is a bit similar to his own ace. At first, he was not too worried about it. After all, in the mainland, Mango TV's Super Male Voice and Supergirl series have long become the top brands in the singing talent field. However, with the rise of Phoenix TV, the competitive situation between the two sides inevitably changes. Especially the latter's success in TV series and news programs made him alert to Voice of the East. For example, The Legend of Wulin, which was broadcast simultaneously on Yangshi plus Phoenix TV not long ago, has pushed Mango TV dramas to the point where they can't raise their heads. Finally waited for the end shoe, I thought I could take a breath, but turned around and found that the ratings were seized by Phoenix TV. What made Lu Xianghu even more annoyed was that not only was the impact on the TV series field, but Phoenix TV actually launched a new variety show, Voice of the East. Du Sheng not only served as a guest of the program himself, but the winner also has the chance to sign a contract with Star Media. After this series of moves, a craze quickly set off across the country. Mango Taiwan is a little overwhelmed in the face of this general public opinion trend. Singing talent shows have always been Mango TV's strengths. Although Lu Xiangqi believes that Voice of the East is difficult to compete with Supergirl, he also knows that the other party cannot be allowed to develop. In order to prevent potential threats from becoming reality, he was determined to eliminate them in the bud. After careful consideration, Lu Xiang decisively ordered, "Get ready now and start the second season of Supergirl this year." The secretary looked surprised. "Mr. Liu, isn't the second season of Supergirl scheduled for June and July?" Now I suddenly raised the file, will it be? Lu Xiang waved his hand and said in a deep voice. Since Phoenix TV has entered the singing talent show, we can no longer hesitate. Otherwise, the domestic market share will only be eroded step by step. In order to ensure his advantage, he also pointed out. In addition, contestants who sign up for Supergirl are not allowed to participate in Voice of the East, and violators will be removed and will never be used. In his opinion, with the brilliant achievements of Supergirl last year, any young man who is interested in a music career will naturally choose to join Mango TV's camp rather than Phoenix TV's rookie stage. Want to become famous quickly? Mango TV is the only choice. Anyuki, Wang Lu, Zhang Hanyuan, and others are the best models. You still want to grab ratings in variety shows? You've crossed the world. Do you really think my mango table is made of mud? Chapter 555, Hidden. During this period, the wind and clouds have surging. Especially the fierce competition between Phoenix TV and TVB has attracted a lot of media attention. Related topics continue to be popular and have been widely reported in the country. After all, this is a huge change caused by Du Sheng's entry into Phoenix TV, and it is indispensable for the people who are eating melons. Against this background, Phoenix TV launched a new audio variety show for the first time, bringing the competition to the mainland. It is said that not only Du Sheng personally serves as the honorary mentor, but Bay City goddess Linz Hilling will also join as the host. For a moment, countless people were looking forward to it. Faced with this challenge, Mango TV had to sacrifice its trump card Supergirl 2. He even advanced the original selection time to deal with this sudden competition. The media mixed praise and comments on this and enjoyed it. However, it can be seen how huge the pressure Phoenix TV has brought to Mango TV. When Mango TV announced the news of the player rules and restrictions, the outside world caused an uproar. Many people believe that Mango Taiwan's move is too tough and even a bit extreme. In contrast, Phoenix TV is more open and tolerant. President Su Xiao personally spoke out, saying that Phoenix TV not only welcomes competition, but also does not fear any form of competition. He particularly emphasized that Phoenix TV will not adopt regulations that are unfavorable to contestants such as Mango TV. Instead, players are encouraged to choose whether to participate at the same time based on their actual situation. Phoenix TV's hit and out wave of hits naturally won praise from many media. But even so, most people still have reservations about the prospects of Voice of the East. After all, Supergirl has occupied an unshakable position in the hearts of the audience. It's not easy to surpass it. And it is not possible to use the newly launched set-top box. That weekend, after completing the homework, Tan Xiaoxia immediately turned on the computer. As a loyal Sheng fan, she has long been accustomed to browsing related social media every day. Suddenly, a post attracted her attention. Shen fans, Brother Sheng actually released a new single. As soon as this statement came out, the comment section below exploded. Are you fake? Why haven't you heard of it? I'm a scam. Is there any storm that can hide from me? Save half of it and keep half of it. Are you a big wolf? At first, Tan Xiaoxia also suspected that this was a big concern. After all, Du Sheng had just finished his concert in mainland China and Xiangjiang, and then he was going to tour overseas. How could he have time to release a new single? But this time she guessed wrongly, and the latest reply popped up. Damn it! Sisters, go watch Phoenix TV. It's true, Phoenix TV's audio and video promotional song. Woo, with Linz Hilling's combination, Brother Sheng is so handsome. These comments make people's heart beat faster. Tan Xiaoxia immediately returned to the hall and grabbed the remote control from her father. Hey, Xiaoxia, what are you doing? Dad, I'm having a long time sitting and lumbar muscle strain, get up and move. She quickly switched the channel while talking. Just after being transferred to Phoenix TV, a gorgeous and dazzling figure appeared on the screen. Next to Linz Hilling, there was the handsome and energetic Du Sheng. This is obviously a short MV, and I saw him sing as he walked. My dream. Strong with a smile. Sing loudly. Traveling through the vast ocean. This world is full of imagination. Fly with the notes. Tan Xiaoxia was so excited that she almost jumped up. Du Sheng really released a new single. She looked at the screen intently, revealing a little bit of infatuation. Although the MV of this song is relatively simple, its melody and lyrics are very good, and it sounds exciting. It should be a song that encourages life, which is quite in line with the promotional theme. After the music ended, Du Sheng and Linz Hilling smiled and pointed to the audition report behind the scenes. Sing loudly, we are waiting for you in Voice of the East and sing together. Tan Zioxia has heard of the Voice of the East, and various advertisements have been overwhelming in recent days. But what she didn't expect was that the program team would attract audiences in this way. Du Sheng's new song is not only a promotional song tailored for the program, but also means that the top 3 contestants in various regions have the opportunity to sign a contract with Star Media. Have the opportunity to cooperate with Du Sheng. What is even more exciting is that Star Media plans to select outstanding talents from the top 3 in all competition areas and train them according to Girls' Generation's standards. Tan Zioxia's eyes were shining with light. This means that she may work with her idol and may even shine like him. Just thinking about it, her heart was pounding. She couldn't wait to run to the phone and dialed the roommate who was also Sheng fans to share the good news. As the #1 celebrity on the internet, Du Sheng's new song quickly attracted widespread discussion as soon as it was released. Not only because of the high quality of the song itself, but more importantly, the meaning behind it. Promotional track of Voice of the East. Many media have also begun to re-evaluate the potential of Voice of the East. I believe that with Du Sheng's strong support and the gimmick of creating a new generation of idols, Voice of the East may really compete with Supergirl. Considering Du Sheng's huge fan base and his fanaticism, especially the unforgettable battle between Sheng fans, it can be foreseeable that even if the singers selected in the end are unpredictable, their popularity should not be underestimated. Amidst the heated discussion, the official audition of Voice of the East was officially launched. This selection is mainly the stage of blind selection of mentors. The program team will determine the candidates after multiple rounds of auditions and singing. When choosing blindly, the instructor turns his back to the student and chooses based on his voice only. If the instructor presses the button and turns, the student will be included in the team. When multiple instructors turn, the student can choose independently. Students who are not selected can go to the training camp to wait for opportunities. Each region will select 28 outstanding students in the first round. That night, Mr. Tan's family sat around in front of the TV. This forensic doctor is amazing. Not only can he find evidence of guilt everywhere he goes, but he can also play with beautiful women at any time. Mr. Tan couldn't help but sigh as he watched the romantic character played by Ma Tsuan on TV. What, are you envious? Mrs. Tan glared at him. I just think he is a little scumbag. With such strong professional knowledge, he can even kill his fiancée and accept the female inspector's love afterwards. It's so bad. Mr. Tan hurriedly explained. Humph, men are eating the bowl and watching the things in the pot. Mrs. Tan said dissatisfiedly. Oh, why bother to be so serious when watching TV? Seeing that the TV finally finished broadcasting, Mr. Tan quickly changed the topic. Look, the blind selection of Voice of the East is about to begin. Mrs. Tan snorted coldly, turned her eyes to the TV screen, but unexpectedly widened her eyes. I saw a teenage girl and a well-dressed lady walking into the room in the picture. The receptionist asked politely. Who is here to participate in the competition? The little girl stuck out her tongue mischievously and replied. This is my mother. I signed up for the competition, and she insisted on following her. The lady said with a little displeasure on her face. What song should you sing? How important is learning? I plan to take her back for a good review after she is eliminated so that I won't run around outside all day. Several receptionists were speechless after hearing this. But he nodded to show his understanding. The little girl seemed not affected by her mother's words, but seemed very happy and relaxed. She walked straight to the front stage, greeted several mentors with her back to the stage with a smile, and then entered the stage. Grey God, your face! After love, crying, laughing, and pain, only goodbye is left. Although several tutors can only blindly select through their voices, they can also feel that this is the voice of a little girl. And her sound quality is quite good, which makes the mentors' hearts shine. The voice is sweet and beautiful, the words are full of youthful vitality. It interprets the emotions of this song, the first-time lover. The male instructor next to him pressed the button without hesitation, turned around and prepared to praise him. Very good, you. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ms. Sun from the audience. She said in surprise, "Hey, are you mistaken? She can pass even if she sings like this. Ms. Sun, your daughter's performance is really outstanding." The instructor explained with a smile. The audience in front of the TV also thought his statement was very reasonable. This little girl not only has a sweet voice, the singing was not out of tune, and the stage performance was very natural and lively, far exceeding some of the previous contestants. Then I need to register too. Ms. Sun suddenly said. Several tutors looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Hey, Ms. Sun, you haven't signed up before, and we need to screen for auditions. The little girl on the stage, who was originally smiling, seemed a little embarrassed at this moment. All the shots were lost. Who is the singer? Hello. Humph, who said I can't sing? Even Xiaoting can pass those 3 tricks, but it can still stump me. The lady asked back. Or, do you have age restrictions here? The male tutor waved his hand quickly and replied. No, no, as long as people who love singing, regardless of their singing style, age, appearance, or region, can sign up for the competition for free. Ms. Sun, don't sign up, just sing on your daughter's stage. The instructor just wanted to end this farce as soon as possible to avoid affecting the normal progress of the game. Mr. Tan in front of the TV also felt that the lady was a bit too much and laughed. I think she will definitely make a fool of herself in a while. Ms. Sun walked onto the stage calmly, cleared her throat, and spoke directly. 3 points of heaven are destined. 70% of the battle. Only by fighting can you win. As soon as she spoke, everyone present was shocked. Although Ms. Sun was just singing a cappella, she sang this Minan song with some flavor. The pitch is just right, and the song is full of true meaning. Anyone can hear the kind of encouragement that will make people in trouble regain their confidence and continue to struggle. The song Only by Fighting for Love Can You Win is well known, and even those who do not often listen to Minan songs are familiar with it. Ms. Sun's performance not only touched the heartstrings of the instructor on the scene, but also moved the audience in front of the TV. After Ms. Sun finished singing the song, several instructors pressed the buttons and turned around, with thunderous applause. The female tutor, who has always been serious, couldn't help but feel applauded in her heart, and gave a thumbs up and said, Ms. Sun, I didn't expect you to sing so well. Congratulations on passing. The little girl ran forward excitedly, hugged her mother's arm, and said with admiration, Wow, Mom, I didn't expect you to hide it. Ms. Sun smiled proudly. Humph, we are from a music family, what's this ability? Mr. Tan widened his eyes, surprised at the amazing performance of the mother and daughter. Mrs. Tan on the side also laughed and joked. Who said just now that he was going to make a fool of himself? The audience in front of the TV was also in an uproar. Unexpectedly, several consecutive players failed, and this time, 2 of them successfully advanced. Then several contestants on stage came to the tutor's comments. Although I can't see your face with my back, can you open your mouth a little wider? Your voice is like being squeezed by a door. This is actually reminding contestants to pay attention to pronunciation skills and not to sing at the top of their voices. Little sister, you actually sing well, but can you restrain yourself by singing high notes? I feel that the light tubes on the scene are about to explode. These humorous comments caused a burst of laughter at the scene. The audience also enjoyed it, and this interaction made them feel very intimate. Mr. Tan suggested with a smile. Wife, why don't you take your daughter to try it too? I think you can choose it too. Although Mrs. Tan refused. I'm so busy every day, so how can I have time to go to auditions? But my mind has begun to get up. After all, which woman doesn't like to stand on the stage to shine brightly? At this time, the audience no longer compares Voice of the East with Supergirl. Although Supergirl is noisy, most of the contestants there are like entering the vegetable market. Moreover, the auditions were set up in 4 rounds, and hundreds or thousands of people were selected, and there were not many memories at all. In contrast, Voice of the East shows more of the style of ordinary people with a little skill. Everyone asked themselves that they also have KTV level, which is definitely better than most people. And you don't need to be auditions over and over again, nor do you judge people by their appearance like Supergirl. Just blindly selecting them based on your voice, avoiding messy troubles. This sense of intimacy makes the show more attractive. If you enter the venue with your voice, don't look at anything else, then I can do it too. Many people have this idea in their minds. In the past, there were very few opportunities for such competitions. But now, I have the opportunity to let my family and friends see my own style. How can I miss it? What's more, there is no need to pay for auditions. Even if you perform poorly, you will not be worse than those weird players. As the slogan of Voice of the East says, "Embrace your dreams and sing loudly." Shortly after the broadcast of The Voice of the East, a sensation broke out in the public opinion field. Some people praised the program for being professional, down-to-earth, and diverse, unlike Supergirl who was stewed in a mess. Of course, there are praises and there are bullets. Many so-called expert VS have guided the world and called The Voice of the East a clumsy work with art and elegance. What are the blind choices of the tutor team? Just gimmicks. Maybe the ranking has been decided behind the scenes. Such a selection method can be compared with Supergirl where everyone can come on stage. Mango Station, the secretary reported to Lu Xiongji with a smile. Mr. Lu, at present, The Voice of the East is just a gimmick, just a playful game. But we are the real popular competition is the most realistic performance close to the audience. I think the audience will soon lose interest in this sensational method. When our Supergirl enters the second round, the two are even more obvious. Lu Xiongji nodded slightly and agreed in his heart. He took the time to watch The Voice of the East last night, and it was indeed mostly gimmicks, and some were fancy. In particular, the tutor and the students form a team to make progress and confront each other. He thought to himself, do people nowadays like to look at the cultivation system? However, his emphasis on Phoenix TV has greatly increased. Lu Xiang said after pondering for a moment. As long as we Supergirl absorb all talents, no matter how we shout Voice of the East is futile. Next, we must strictly control it. Any contestants who sign up for Supergirl will be prohibited from being released and will not be hired in the future. Although this approach may attract public criticism, would Lu Xiang not pay attention to these things? In his opinion, the process is not important, the most important thing is the result. Although there are many doubts about Voice of the East, the ratings of the show continue to rise. 1/4 of the applicants at the beginning chose to sing songs from Du Sheng or Girls' Generation. Obviously, most of these contestants are loyal fans of the two stars. However, in just a few days, the proportion of choosing their tracks has dropped to 1/9. This is not because Du Sheng's fan base has shrunk. It is due to the surge in the number of applicants. Many people who are eating melons have always been full of entertainment enthusiasm. When they have the opportunity to show themselves, they do not hesitate to seize this opportunity. They don't care whether they can actually get on the TV screen, it's important to enjoy the process. During this period, Du Sheng, who is far away from overseas, would communicate with the program production team every day to understand the progress and provide guidance. Although he has explained the core concept of the program, he will always encounter various unexpected situations in actual operation and need to be adjusted in time. In addition, Du Sheng also learned about the ban issued by Mango TV, but he didn't care about it. Perhaps some people think that Voice of the East is just an ordinary singing competition. But in fact, this is an idol development series. An entertainment feast aimed at cultivating idols through the participation of the whole nation. As long as the audience invests emotions and energy, they will be happy, anger, sorrow and joy with their favorite contestants. Can this viewership be low? Therefore, Mango TV's restrictive measures have almost no effect on Voice of the East. What Du Sheng wants is wide influence. And learn from the successful model of idol trainee in previous life to explore and cultivate potential music talents. Amid all kinds of public opinion and controversy, the audition stage of Voice of the East has come to an end successfully. The audience gradually became familiar with three mentors with different styles. Zhou Huimin on the left won many loves for her gentle and beautiful image. Zhou Huajian, who is in the center, is known for his humor and wit, and often brings laughter to the scene. The Hanzi on the right brought tons of critical hits to the contestants with his sharp comment style. As the last day of the audition ended, the moment the mentors put down their hand cards, they all showed relief. The high-intensity work for more than 20 consecutive days is indeed exhausting. Chapter 556 Catfish Effect. Host Linz Hilling smiled sweetly in front of the camera. Stay tuned for the knockout round, more excitement is waiting for you. Han Chi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. The audition phase is finally over. She was invited by Du Sheng. If it weren't for the more connections accumulated from recording the life and death charity song last time, ordinary people wouldn't be able to invite her. Zhou Huajian also nodded. The country includes more than 20 competition areas including Hong Kong, Macau, and Bay, and more than 400 people were selected for the auditions alone. There are really many talents. The reason why Du Sheng strongly recommended Zhou Huajian as his mentor was also considered by many aspects. On the one hand, as an evergreen in the Chinese music scene, he has a musician with many classic songs and his influence is unquestionable. Secondly, he has rich music experience and profound artistic cultivation, and can provide students with comprehensive guidance and inspiration from musical literacy, emotional expression, etc. In three aspects, Bay City also has a competition area, and giving a quota of mentors can attract players and a sense of belonging. At this time, Zhou Huimin, who had always been a beautiful background board, suddenly interrupted. Sorry, I seem to have a resurrection card left without any use. As for this person, it was naturally Du Sheng who decided to do it. However, although she is the youngest instructor in the live, she is definitely not inferior in terms of status and influence in the music scene. After all, her musical styles are rich and diverse, covering a variety of elements such as pop, lyricism, and light rock. She can control songs of different styles and show strong musical adaptability and expressiveness. In addition, since her debut, she has held many concerts, and the typhoon on the stage is stable, able to interact well with the audience, creating a warm atmosphere. Its performance is extremely contagious and appealing, and can fully mobilize the emotions of the audience. Finally, with the momentum she created for her comeback last year and the popularity of her new album Fairy Tale Town, she is naturally more than enough to be a mentor. The audience who has been watching it recalled it seems that Zhou Huimin has a card that is useless. Huimin, are you working overtime for us? Han Chi teased. Tell me the truth, have you listened to Du Sheng's instructions and found something for us specifically? She took the initiative to create a sense of distance and created a position in the mentor team in advance, and it was good to get along in private. When Zhou Huajian heard this, he also showed a helpless smile on his face. Zhou Huimin felt a little embarrassed and said, "This has nothing to do with a Sheng, but I didn't pay attention to the previous reservation. Please tell me how to deal with it." After a brief discussion, the three decided to give Zhou Huimin a special authority. Let her choose one of the eliminated contestants to resurrect, which can also be regarded as giving the contestants additional opportunities. Speaking of which, there were originally 4 mentors, but since Du Sheng only served as honorary mentors for the time being, he mainly contributed his popularity. Therefore, the current decision-making power is concentrated in the hands of 3 mentors and 2 hosts. On the screen, Zhou Huimin fell into deep thought. From time to time, the figures of those players who had not been able to advance flashed back to her mind. Seeing this, some viewers also became nervous. Guess whether she will resurrect her favorite contestant? In the end, Zhou Huimin finally made a decision. What I want to resurrect is Xiangzhong Division, Deng Ziqi. As the words fell, the screen was frozen on the screen. Her wonderful voice is still vivid in the audience. Wow! The audience suddenly became excited. What? Why choose her? I admit she has great potential, but her current state is really not suitable for the competition. That's it. Especially when she is in the voice change period, her songs are greatly out of standard. A young girl who is so young still needs to study, how can she go into seclusion and practice training? Not only the audience, but also the other 2 mentors also cast puzzled eyes. Huimin, are you sure? Do you want to consider this choice again? Han said with a tactful euphemism. Because this is suspected of regional favoritism. Although Deng Ziqi was born in Modu, she moved to Xiangzhong at the age of 4. Zhou Huajian asked directly. Huimin, are you too naughty? If I do this, wouldn't I also choose a Bay City player to resurrect? Zhou Huimin insisted. This is not a joke, I'm serious. Zhou Huajian had no choice but to spread his hands. Then tell me, why do you choose this way? If we can't explain it clearly, others will question us. The audience in front of the TV also expressed their agreement. Deng Ziqi's performance in the audition was indeed not satisfactory. Why can't she get this precious opportunity? Faced with everyone's puzzled eyes, Zhou Huimin's expression became formal. Do you remember what is the main focus of our Voice of the East? Without waiting for other people to answer, she loudly declared. It's just pursuing dreams and singing loudly. I chose Deng Ziqi not because of how outstanding her conditions are, but because the courage to pursue dreams and the spirit of self-expression she showed is admirable. On this stage, everyone is trying to find recognition. But Deng Ziqi was still in a bad voice change period at such a young age, and she still stood up bravely in the face of ridicule. In addition, she was born in a music family, and her mother, grandparents, and uncle were all engaged in music work and were influenced since childhood. He started trying to write lyrics and composition at the age of 5, participated in the performance at the age of 7, completed the Helen Royal Piano Level 8 appraisal examination last year, and won 3 school championships in recent years. These achievements are enough to prove her strength. Voice change period or background should not be the standard for judging a dream chaser. In order to lose talent well, I think she should give her another chance. Deng Ziqi was born in 1991 and is only 14 years old now. But in her previous life, she participated in the Spice It Up academic school singing competition at the age of 15, and was invited by her manager to sign a contract with Hummingbird Music and debuted soon. Therefore, age is really nothing in front of ability. Zhou Huimin's words made the atmosphere at the scene solemn. The audience also began to rethink the value of this underage contestant. Indeed, on a platform like Voice of the East that emphasizes personality and dreams. Sometimes, what transcends technology and experience is the pure enthusiasm and indomitable spirit. Zhou Huimin seemed particularly firm at this moment, and Zhou Huajian was speechless for a while. Han Zii even applauded her. The audience in front of the TV was also moved by her speech, and many people were instantly convinced. I think Deng Ziqi's attitude of pursuing her dreams without regard for others' vision and bravely pursuing her dreams is worth learning. Besides, others are really excellent. Could it be that it became a stain just because she was taken to immigrate to Xiangzhong by her parents since childhood? Zhou Huimin felt relieved when she saw that everyone began to accept it. She had consulted Du Sheng for this passage and expression, and had practiced it privately for a long time. The next day, the resurrection of the contestant once again sparked widespread discussion. The popularity of Voice of the East has further increased, and Deng Ziqi has become the focus of this. Facing the reporter's question, although Deng Ziqi was childish, she bowed firmly. "I'm very grateful to Sister Huimin for giving it to me. Thank you for this opportunity." How come that sentence is said? If you have ambitions, you will not be old, and you will be empty talk for 100 years if you have no plans. Please wait and see. I will cherish this opportunity and bring you a new transformation. Deng Ziqi's unique speech once again aroused heated discussions among netizens. Some people criticized her for not knowing what was said, while others praised her courage. No matter what, she undoubtedly became one of the most popular contestants in Voice of the East. The auditions just ended, and some contestants already had their own fan groups. Deng Ziqi is the best among them. Whether it is a loyal fan, a black fan, or a person who joins in the fun, they are all curious about the girl's next performance. At the same time, many viewers were also full of expectations for the next knockout round. During the audition, the fate of the contestant is in the hands of the mentor. When it comes to the knockout round, the audience needs to vote to decide. This feeling that can directly affect the results of the game greatly enhances the audience's sense of participation. Many people are like taking stimulants and are ready to vote with all their strength to advance to the contestant they like. Voice of the East was the most popular and attracted the attention of a large number of sponsors. Telecom operators also responded quickly and launched special voting services. This move not only increases the interactiveness of the program, but also brings considerable benefits to the platform. This courageous situation formed a head-on collision with Supergirl, which also made Lu Xiang, the head of Supergirl, feel a little uneasy. Isn't it said that Voice of the East is just to attract attention? Didn't it mean that the audience will soon feel bored? But why is the show becoming more and more popular and the ratings are also rising? Phoenix TV, which was once inconspicuous in the mainland, is about to become a hot commodity. Many viewers even reinstalled the set-top box just to watch its TV series and variety shows. This is simply no one. Mr. Lu, Deng Ziqi, who is highly praised by the other party, is very popular. I feel that the two girls who focus on neutral styles here are a bit unbearable. Do you want it? A subordinate suggested. Lu Xiangqi cursed in his heart, destroying the other party or bringing him over. That will only ruin the reputation of Supergirl and even destroy the brand image. After all, everyone can see the momentum of competition now, and no matter how stupid they are, they can guess who the motive behind the scenes is. Moreover, TVB, who fought with Phoenix TV, has a very hard ending. Let the media continue to criticize Voice of the East, and we focus on improving our own quality. Lu Xiang calmed down. The positive reviews and loyal audiences accumulated by Supergirl over the years are not so easy to be shaken. With the launch of the knockout round, the media has paid more attention to Voice of the East. It also inspires people's new expectations for Supergirl. Although the contestants of Supergirl are more popular overall and can be saying a few lines on stage, the audience seems to be more eager to see surprises. After all, they have seen this similar routine last year, and they will get tired of it after reading it repeatedly. In contrast, the diversity of Voice of the East and its contestants' growth trajectory have attracted the audience's attention. Especially through carefully designed stages, professional lighting, and post-production, the contestants' transformation process from ordinary people to stars is shown. The audience witnessed the gradual transformation of amateur singers. The freshness brought by this kind of growth and change of blindly selected based on voice is exactly what many viewers pursue. Not to mention, this program is suitable for contestants from all walks of life, and it all inspires the audience to develop their mood. In this case, although Supergirl has a huge foundation, its ratings were overtaken by Voice of the East within half a month. And the gap gradually widened. It makes people sigh that Phoenix TV, as its name suggests, has begun to truly nirvana. During this month, although Du Sheng saw these changes, he rarely returned to the mainland. He traveled to Seoul, Singapore, Malat, Keelongbi, and Hydrazine Valley in the country of kimchi. Nearly 20 concerts were held in a row. Every time I go, all the fans on the scene fall into madness. Especially in Chinese gathering areas like Malaguo and Singaporean Po, his popularity has reached an unprecedented level. Some Sheng fans even joked that Brother Sheng's appeal is no less than that of the Four Heavenly Kings. In the future Asian entertainment industry, it may be Du Sheng's era. Although this view is mostly ridiculous, it has been recognized by many people in the circle. The Four Heavenly Kings were originally famous for their music, and their core supporters were mostly from the music field. However, in recent years, their investment in the music field has decreased significantly, and the number of works has also declined. This has caused them to gradually lose the support of some of their original fans. However, the Four Great Kings are not ordinary people, they have accumulated deep roots in the Chinese-speaking area. When this joke was posted on social media, the fans of the Four Heavenly Kings quickly united and soon had a wave of friendly exchanges. I have to say that Du Sheng's 4 achievements are still valuable. The Asian ratings of Sword of Fairy and Full House have exceeded 7 million in sales of Asian audiences, 2 actors' titles, 2 gold belts and albums. This made the fans of the Four Heavenly Kings feel a little depressed, but they cannot refute the other party's achievements. Because no one can achieve these achievements. For example, during this Asian tour, Du Sheng showed a very high level of singing and composing songs. Whether it is an affectionate love song or the dynamic fast songs immerse the audience in the dual enjoyment of music and dance. The atmosphere at the scene was very warm. It is not something that can be criticized by covering neon songs. Especially the several concerts held in Seoul are praised by local fans as one of the most dreamy live performances in the history of kimchi country. Seoul has thus become a holy place in Sheng fans' heart. Interestingly, Sheng fans chose orange for this support, which is in sharp contrast to the sky blue of the famous local group God. This not only intensified the conflict between Sheng fans and G.O.D fans. This even led to some conflicts. Park Jin-young from JYP Entertainment also took the opportunity to make some remarks that were unfavorable to Du Sheng. It is claimed that orange is the color that G.O.D once gave up, and it is not as beautiful as the blue ocean. This remark immediately aroused strong dissatisfaction from fans of the Kimchi Guosheng and launched protests. In fact, whether in terms of film and television music quality, sales volume, or Asian influence, Du Sheng's achievements have long surpassed God. This is almost undeniable in the music industry of kimchi country. The reason why Park Jin-young is still facing her is naturally because she has ulterior motives. Although Du Sheng's rapid rise in the country of kimchi brought a huge impact on G.O.D, he accidentally discovered a weird situation. The surrounding businesses of G.O.D not only did not decrease, but instead surged. Through in-depth investigation, he realized that during this conflict, many fans became more excited and were more willing to spend money on their idols. This continued opposition not only consolidates the loyalty of G.O.D fans, but also stimulates their desire to consume. Because of this, Park Jin-young simply portrayed G.O.D as a local force in the kimchi country to fight against Du Sheng. This strategy successfully inspired some anti-China sentiment in the country, making them stand in line to support God. In the past, G.O.D's main competitor was Dongfang Shenkai, and he was even forced to almost disband by the other party. This kind of voice appears in the domestic market today, which has instead forced G.O.D's competitiveness. This may be the reason why people's centripetal force has never been enhanced in wartime state. Therefore, although Park Jin-young was hostile to Du Sheng on the surface, his inner ideas had long been shaken. I hope Du Sheng can grow and grow in the country of kimchi and act as a catfish effect. This not only stimulates the consumption enthusiasm of G.O.D fans, but also encourages G.O.D members to work harder and unite more. Some of the contradictions within G.O.D, such as members' requests to increase their surplus, have become less acute under the pressure of Du Sheng. Park Jin-young could even say with confidence, "Have you surpassed Du Sheng?" This reason left the members speechless and could only focus more on training and improving themselves. If in the previous life, this combination completely collapsed in the second half of the year due to interests and internal problems. Park Jin-young often sighs that his superiors have a unique vision. The existence of Du Sheng, the catfish, is simply the driving force for the development of cultural pillars. The fans of Sheng were extremely firm in the face of all kinds of abuse and accusations. "I laughed when I was just selling fans. Didn't JYP Entertainment advocate G.O.D to go abroad? Is it considered a traitor to fans from other countries? Double standard dogs are the most special codes, and the country also advocates the internationalization of the cultural industry. Are you guys who are dragging your back? They are also alternatives. Du Sheng and Oppa's excellence can only be sour." Du Sheng held several concerts in Seoul, which made the fans' enthusiasm reach its peak. Some idol trainees like Yoona, who are good-looking, have also taken selfies at concerts. Many neutral passers-by were attracted by this beauty and enthusiasm, and after a while, they discovered the treasure land. It turns out that there are so many beautiful female fans who support Du Sheng, which has made many opposite sexes feel moved and join the ranks of fake fans. With this addition and subtraction, G.O.D fans are even more embarrassed. Du Shenke didn't care about this farce and knew that the local entertainment industry would let his intentions. Musk said he is familiar with the catfish effect. After the Seoul ended, the group rushed to the Neon Nagoya, Yokohama, Nanyang and other places to continue their tour. Because the routes across the country and region are relatively large, half of the time is spent on the journey. This lasted for more than half a month before the last rank of Mangwon Southeast Asia ended. Then, the last performance was placed in the Kwang Gymnasium. The reason why it takes so much trouble is naturally due to the demands of interests. After all, in the neon market, both movies and music are still the second in the world. This final ending will naturally bring the entire tour to a climax. Chapter 557 Are you planning to terminate the contract? The Kwang Gymnasium can accommodate up to 70,000 people. It has the most advanced facilities in Asia and is the favorite hall for singers. International superstars such as Naomi Amuro, Rolling Stones, Michael Jackson, and Mariah Carey all left unforgettable performances here. Since then, whether a solo concert can be held here has almost become one of the criteria for measuring an artist's international influence. There is no doubt that Du Sheng has reached such a height. In the K1 finals last year, he was the most beautiful guy here. Speaking of enthusiasm, Neon fans are no less than anywhere in the world. Their cohesion and orderly actions are even known as the world's best. That night, with Du Sheng's appearance, continuous screams and cheers erupted in the entire venue. What is shocking is that the voice is full of passion and is also extremely neat. Each audience member held the same color support stick, changing the color at a certain rhythm, cheering for Du Sheng. As an invitation guest, Kyoko Fukaden knew that Du Sheng was very popular, but it was the first time she had experienced such a grand performance in person. Especially in a stage center like the Kwang Gymnasium that can accommodate 70,000 people, she is still deeply shocked by the enthusiastic atmosphere on the scene. In fact, she couldn't remember for a moment that there was an Oriental artist besides Du Sheng who could arouse such a warm response here. In other words, Du Sheng's influence has surpassed simple music, boxing, and entertainment, and has become a cultural phenomenon. At this moment, she finally understood why Du Sheng looked around and listened to all directions no matter where he went. This is not only for safety reasons, but also because of the increasing influence. As the last stop of the Asian tour, Du Sheng gave his all to each performance. Today, clothing changes are also particularly frequent. After all, in this country that values sensory images, only through changing, luxurious, and even slightly exaggerated styles can win the audience's continuous applause. Fortunately, Du Sheng not only has a good appearance, but also has an outstanding figure, which makes all this look just right. During the concert, he invited several special guests. In addition to Fukada Kyoko and Kim Sitake, there is also Miyuki Nakajima, the favorite cover partner of Hong Kong. The two collaborated on The Distant Her and Really Love You. In addition, Du Sheng also specially prepared a new song Thank You, for this neon trip, which is a song that expresses love and gratitude. It was covered by a mainland singer in his previous life, and it was very popular. Du Sheng's move naturally brought great surprises to the audience. Especially while singing affectionately, he pointed his finger off the stage. It means that this song is written specifically for fans, which touched them very much. After Fukada Kyoko finished singing, she sat in the audience like a fan, watching the stage enthusiastically. Even though the excitement ended, she still didn't want to leave with her agent and came to Du Sheng's RV like a stubborn person. Du Sheng saw that Kyoko Fukada was in a state that was a little wrong, and smiled and said in her ear, "It seems that I have to devote myself tonight to resolve your love poison." "Oh, don't." Fukada Kyoko was blocked before she finished her coquettish anger. The spring scenery is beautiful and the music is melodious. The two were immersed in this beautiful night, as if the whole world had turned into their stage. Although there are 2 more games in a row, Du Sheng will keep in touch with mainland companies when he has time. Use this to understand the company's operational situation and media trends. On that day, Ye called and mentioned some recent events. "A Sheng, Su Xiao sent me a consultation and said that the day before yesterday, another TV station in Helen wanted to purchase the copyright of Voice of the East and the offer was 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Du Sheng asked, "Is it still NOS TV station?" "No, this time it's RTL, the largest commercial broadcaster in Horan." Ye explained. RTL, affiliated to Luxembourg, has multiple TV channels and provides various types of programs such as news, entertainment, and sports. It is the biggest competitor of NOS TV. The 2 TV stations have been monitoring each other's movements. When he learned that NOS TV was interested in a mainland variety show, RTL also became very interested. "I hope to get the first acquisition of the copyright of Holland in Voice of the East." When Du Sheng heard that it was RTL and the offer was twice as high as NOS TV station, he smiled with satisfaction. In fact, the prototype of Voice of the East was founded by RTL, and selling it to them now is a return. However, Du Sheng would not compromise because of this emotional factor. "How much I look down on the innovation and gimmicks of Voice of the East. I told them directly that this music series can definitely bring them tens of millions of US dollars in revenue, and the copyright fees of less than tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars are free to negotiate." "A Sheng, isn't tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars too high?" Ye said with some concern. The Voice of the East has been successful mainly in the Eastern market, and Westerners may not be willing to spend so much money as a sucker. Du Sheng explained with a smile. "Now the initiative is on our side, and there is no need to rush to complete the deal. And since both NOS TV and RTL competitors have sent people, the prices have increased significantly. You will first talk at the standard of 10 million and report to me at any time." In fact, Du Sheng knew in his heart that 10 million Hong Kong dollars might be a bit high, but the current 2 million is definitely not enough. His main targets are the British and North American markets. If it really doesn't matter, it doesn't matter if there is less on Holland. As long as Voice of the East can be successful in Europe, the negotiated price of the Lighthouse market will be at least over 10 million US dollars. Moreover, since he could be sold to 64 countries and regions in his previous life, he is not unable to do so. By the way, Xiao Yizi, there is no problem with Voice of the East recently. Don't worry, Voice of the East is very popular now. Speaking of this, Ye laughed. The Supergirl that completely crushed Mango TV, I heard that even the financial backer behind him was furious. Du Sheng smiled. The singing competition in the mainland has always been the private place of Mango TV. This time it was subverted by Phoenix TV, and it would be strange if the forces behind it were not angry. Where are the targets of training? Du Sheng continued to ask. Chen Chusheng has already settled it and signed a contract with Star Media. Yes, he replied. Zhang herself is very willing, but her mother doesn't seem to support her and hopes she will finish college first. But Zhang said she could handle her mother. Du Sheng was not surprised when he heard this. Chen Chusheng's family conditions are average and his academic performance is not ideal. After graduating from middle school, he became a resident singer. For him, signing a contract with Star Media is undoubtedly the best way out. Although Zhang Ne is a single-parent family, after her father passed away, she took on the burden of her family early and had to sing part-time in hot pot restaurants, Kingba and other places. She won the championship in the Shining Star singing competition last year, which gave her confidence. In addition, her mother has great expectations for her and it is normal that she is unwilling to be bound too early. Du Sheng nodded with a smile. Then let's keep them in the top 10 first and we will talk about it again then. By the way, what about Zhang Ji? Speaking of which, Zhang Ne was the runner-up in Supergirl in his previous life, and this time he obviously deviated from the track. But this year's Supergirl prohibits contestants from participating in other competitions, so she actually doesn't have to choose. As for Deng Ziqi, at present, the fault is the first, so he is not at all worried. Although Zhang Ji's family conditions are average, after he won the annual championship of I-Type and My Show 2 years ago, he signed a contract with the record company and is currently in conflict. Yes, he said. Is he planning to terminate the contract? Du Sheng asked. Yes, the reason he came to participate in Voice of the East was because that record company didn't give him resources at all, and he didn't care about his life or death. Yes, he explained in detail. It seems that Zhang Ji must come up with a termination fee, but he cannot get it out at the moment. Du Sheng was already calculating when he heard this. If you send someone to talk to him once, you will say that there is a way to solve the contract problem here, but the premise is to sign miracle records. Of course, resources will keep up, and I will guarantee that I won't cheat him. Du Sheng said lightly. Although he heard that Zhang Ji encountered some difficulties in the early stages of his career development in his previous life, he did not expect that he was cheated by a record company. Since the other party took the initiative to deliver it to the door this time, he was indifferent. Yes, he nodded in agreement. This is indeed a routine operation. However, as long as Zhang Ji is a little rational, he should not miss such a good opportunity. Where is the other side of Neon and Bay City? Du Sheng continued to ask. Fuji TV and TVBS have negotiated subsequent copyright cooperation, and now they have started to promote it. There are also several TV stations in Nanyang that are interested, especially the Singapore TV station, which is very active. Do we have to give priority to them? Reported by Yes Hiwi. Voice of the East is very popular in the mainland, and TV stations at home and abroad are naturally jealous, and the negotiations are naturally much smoother. Du Sheng thought for a while and replied. No, you will cooperate with whoever has better conditions. Although many overseas TV stations are currently partners of Star Media, they do not want to rely too much on one to avoid a situation that must be a must in the future. After working alone with a certain family for a long time, it may lead to distant relations with other TV stations. This is the case in this circle, there is no need to play the seven-injury fist. Du Sheng hopes that Star Media will have more and more partners. If there are good projects at that time, everyone can bid publicly. But it has to be said that with the rise of Voice of the East, a wave of idol cultivation has been set off on both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions. From the white-haired old man to the 4-year-old kid, they were all infected by this craze. Lin's Hilling also transformed from a beautiful goddess to a sweet and cute host. The employees of Phoenix TV have also changed from being in a state of sluggishness in the past to being energetic and fighting spirit. Du Sheng, there is good news here to tell you. Early that morning, Du Sheng had just broken free from Yukawa Sakurako's enchantment when she received a call from Su Xiao. The British ITV TV station seemed to notice the trends of Holland TV station and also called us to consult the copyright fee for Voice of the East. Due to the Hong Kong reason, the relationship between the mainland and the United Kingdom is complicated, and many people still have special feelings for the United Kingdom. And usually, domestic programs draw on foreign creativity. If this time, the British Tomb of Haoji and the Four Questions of the Plaque of Tanjian will definitely cause widespread discussion. It even greatly enhances the pride of the people. Du Sheng just smiled slightly in response to this. Everything was expected. In fact, if he hadn't been the first to launch this program, it would be very likely that he would have proposed similar concepts and put them into practice. Now, Phoenix TV has taken the lead and the program has received a lot of responses, so ITV TV naturally does not want to stand by and watch. It's just that they are in contact with the wrong person. Only a few core management teams like Su Xiao know that Phoenix TV is not the copyright holder of Voice of the East. The real copyright belongs to Interstellar Media. And Phoenix TV is only the party of cooperative development. The audience's love and advertising revenue brought by Voice of the East belongs to Phoenix TV, but the copyright must be controlled by Interstellar Media. As a veteran, Du Sheng knew the importance of these copyrights very well and must not use them. What is the quote? $2 million. Su Xiao replied. After hearing this, Du Sheng smiled contemptuously. In the memory of previous lives, the single episode profit of Voice of the East to Lighthouse TV was close to $5 million. Although the quotation of $2 million is obviously lacking sincerity. Don't rush for a moment. The copyright of such a popular program of Voice of the East will not be sold easily. We can negotiate with many European TV stations, such as the BBC, Channel, and Sky. As the popularity of Voice of the East increases, there will only be more and more interested buyers. Du Sheng's plan was to sell the copyright to Helen or British. After the program is successful locally, it will attract the attention of the Lighthouse market and strive for higher copyright fees. At present, domestic response alone is not enough to attract the attention of the North American market. Once Europe is successful, the result will be different. When Su Xiao heard the number of $8 million, he felt a little shocked. He believes that $3 million is already the limit. But Du Sheng is the boss behind the scenes, and Su Xiao doesn't talk too much nonsense. Sister Yi, it's early. Xiao Yang has been radiant recently and is getting more and more beautiful. Sister Yi, your performance in that episode last night was so exciting. Stepping into the building of Phoenix TV, Yang Yi was immediately surrounded by enthusiasm. She also responded to everyone with her usual gentle smile. Looking back half a year ago, when she switched from TVB to Phoenix TV, there were many doubts from the outside world. I don't even think that her TVB little girl can adapt to the new working environment. But now, with the airing of the heat drama A Forensic Pioneer, it not only won her reputation, but also brought unprecedented attention to Phoenix TV. Today, her status on Phoenix TV is unshakable and she has become one of the top artists. Because Wang Zhenhua, Charmaine Shat and others are not considered to be people from Phoenix TV. Their signs with TVB have no basic salary. The pay is calculated based on the number of episodes, and there is no limit on the part of personal activities, so they are considered free. Therefore, Yang Yi's status on Phoenix TV is particularly special. Walking in the familiar corridor, she noticed that the mental outlook of her colleagues was completely different from that of half a year ago. Everyone is full of vitality and has light steps, as if the entire Phoenix TV is reborn in this transformation. Indeed, from several popular TV series to the recently popular Voice of the East. Phoenix TV has achieved all-round development in the past period of time and has completely gotten rid of the embarrassing situation where only news can be seen. When he entered the conference room, Yang Yi saw that the core team members of Forensic Pioneer had already taken their seats. Producer Lu Jiahao was having a smile and talking with Wang Zhenhua, Charmaine She, and Ma Lai. Seeing Yang Yi, Charmaine She smiled and waved her hand and joked. "Sister Yi, sit here." Yang Yi walked over and patted Charmaine She gently. "Sister Shiman, it's okay if others call me like that, come and tease me." The two have worked together several times and their relationship is pretty good in private. Not to mention, they once established a deep comrade-in-arms relationship in order to challenge Du Sheng. Charmaine She laughed and said, "How dare you? You are a big celebrity on Phoenix TV now, how dare I act rashly?" To be honest, she was a little envious of the other party. After all, on TVB, she is one of the 5 major actresses, and Yang Yi is only a little famous. Now that I switched to Phoenix TV, the other party's popularity has risen by the rockets. But she signed a TVB contract, so she couldn't be more greedy. Yang Yi chatted with Charmaine She, Wang Zhenhua, and others for a while, and suddenly remembered something and turned to Lu Jiahao. "Lu sir, what's the matter with such a big fight today?" Lu Jiahao said with a smile. "In addition to preparing the second part in advance, it may be just a celebration. After all, the achievements of Forensic Pioneer are obvious to all, and it is appropriate to continue to work hard. I guess it's likely that Xiao I will be promoted to Phoenix TV's #1 sister, congratulations." Wang Zhenhua laughed and joked. Yang Yi looked at his fat face and rolled her eyes and said, "Brother Big Fat, it seems that you are really itchy in your skin. At present, the ratings of Forensic Pioneer are getting higher and higher, and everyone is in a good mood. In fact, they all guessed that most of the executives in the Taiwan industry praised the crew today." While talking and joking, Su Xiao's secretary came in and apologized. "Since there are important foreign businessmen coming to discuss cooperation matters, please take responsibility for it first." Wang Zhenhua sighed. "It seems that Phoenix TV is becoming more and more influential, and even foreign friends come to us." Lu Jiahao himself is also a member of Phoenix TV's executive, and waved his hand with a smile. "It's okay, just take advantage of the crowd and just treat it as the second part. Let's relax with the script. Forensic Pioneer 2 has been confirmed to be filmed, and now I just happened to chat about the subsequent roles." Yang Yi didn't care, and was glad that she chose to join Phoenix TV at the beginning. "Not only did you win more opportunities for yourself, but you also made your future brighter. With the continuous growth of Phoenix TV and Star Media, the road ahead will surely be broader." At the same time, in another living room, Su Xiao is in a friendly negotiation with several international partners. "Mr. Su, $3.5 million is the greatest sincerity we have won, and the number you mentioned is impossible. Mr. Karloff, our pricing of Voice of the East is based on its unique value, and $8 million is not for no reason." Faced with the other party's dissatisfaction, Su Xiao remained calm and insisted on his position. ITV has had many contacts with Phoenix TV, and he is very convinced that the other party is determined to win the copyright of Voice of the East. What's more, European TV stations such as Channel and Sky are also very interested. This competitive situation makes Su Xiao more calm. As Du Sheng said, the real anxiety lies in the other person. "We have invested a lot of resources and hard work to do this show. For example, novel models, blind selection links, etc. are all highlights. There is also interactive cooperation between the tutor and the students, and the program planning, stage design, lighting and sound effects, shooting and editing, schedule and overall packaging of the program are more unique. Every link is carefully created to ensure the high-quality output of the program, which is unprecedented in previous music variety shows." Chapter 558 You Are So Crazy. Are you crazy or are we crazy when you spend $8 million to buy the copyright? It's not worth it to exchange it for HKD as much as 60 million. Another representative refuted angrily. Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile and continued. You are wrong. Our program is highly replaceable and adaptable. It can also be localized based on the cultural backgrounds and audience preferences of different countries and regions, and integrate local musical elements and cultural characteristics. There is no direct connection between production cost and copyright value. I hope you can consider the intrinsic value of the program more. But the copyright fee of $8 million is simply a sky-high price. Another representative of ITV spread his hands and tried to pick on the tricks. As far as we know, the profits of this show so far are far from this number. Simply discussing financial returns does not fully reflect the value of a program. Su Xiao's tone was calm. But I can say that the benefits of Voice of the East have long exceeded the production costs. Moreover, your UK and China have a vast market, and 8 million can be easily recycled through several episodes of the program. If you are unwilling to pay, I believe other TV stations will be very happy to take over. Oh my god, don't you know that buying your copyright is like a gamble? What I bet on is whether Voice of the East can adapt to British audiences. Karof seemed a little excited. Do you think other TV stations dare to take out such a large amount of money to gamble? Mr. Karof, you are wrong. This is not a gambling, but an investment. Su Xiao smiled slightly. I have said just now that Voice of the East has proved its strength and is also very replaceable. For example, in Xiangzhong, many foreigners who did not watch local TV stations are obsessed with this show. I believe you have done sufficient market research on this. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, and said leisurely. In addition, Voice of the East is a comfortable program for the whole family, and can find hobbies and fun from children to the elderly. Once broadcast, the novel settings will not only attract a large number of viewers, but will also attract advertising from large international companies. I don't need to elaborate on how much profit there is. Several ITV representatives looked puzzled. Obviously, I feel tricky about Phoenix TV's tough attitude. In the British TV industry, the BBC is the leader, while ITV follows closely behind and is always looking for breakthrough opportunities. Since they noticed the trend of Helen TV, they have also sent someone to evaluate Voice of the East. Everyone believes that this is a program with great potential and value. As Su Xiao said, it has a lot of gimmicks, novel mechanisms, and the overall packaging of the program is very high-end. Its audience is quite wide, not limited by age, race, or cultural background, and has strong senses and attraction. Of course, replicability and adaptability are also the key points. The most important thing is that ITV is worried that other TV stations will be the first to be launched. After a brief discussion, Karof's attitude became more sincere. Mr. Su, we come with great sincerity, and hope to promote this transaction as soon as possible to show the brand charm of Voice of the Orient. What if both of us can make certain compromises, such as $5 million? Su Xiao smiled slightly. Since you are so sincere, we are willing to take a step back, $6 million. At the same time, we will send the original team to provide full support. Ensure that the program can be broadcast smoothly on ITV, this is our last quotation. Karof hesitated for a moment, as if satisfied with the result. Okay, Mr. Su, you won. Su Xiao stood up and stretched out his hand. I'm very happy to reach an agreement with you. Karof, believe me, this is definitely a good deal and it will bring at least $80 million in revenue to ITV. With the successful sale of the copyright of Voice of the East, Su Xiao was both excited and moved. This is a silly statement that the price is so high. $6 million is not only a recognition of the quality of Voice of the East, but also a new milestone for Phoenix TV. At this moment, Du Sheng's image came to his mind again. If it weren't for Du Sheng's reminder, they might have already made a hasty deal at a lower price. I have to say that the other party can be regarded as the pilot who leads Phoenix TV to create miracles. At this time, the crew of Forensic Pioneer was discussing the script while eating melon seeds, and the atmosphere was quite relaxing. Seeing Su Xiao step into the hall with a spring breeze on his face, everyone put down their snacks and stood up to greet them. "Please sit down, everyone, today we will be more casual and don't be too restrictive." Su Xiao smiled and waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. The success of Forensic Pioneer not only suppressed TVB's counterattack, but also set a high rating record of 35% for Phoenix TV, but also laid a solid foundation for the development of our self-made dramas. All of this proves that Phoenix TV is in its takeoff stage. It's a pity that director Du is still at Neon to finish the tour and cannot be present in person. However, he called me to express my gratitude to all the crew members on his behalf. As soon as this statement came out, warm applause came from the scene. Lu Jiahao responded with a smile. "In fact, these need to be strongly supported by Taiwan, otherwise we will be stumped by the funds alone." Everyone smiled and understood the hint of it. In the TVB faction internal struggle, let alone whether the project can be launched so quickly, I am afraid that the casting and signature will be a mess. Maz Hizi nodded and agreed. "That's right, it is Duoday Station that has built a good platform for us that has attracted the attention of so many viewers. Now even foreign TV stations have come to discuss cooperation, and it is indeed going to take off." When Su Xiao heard this, his smile became bright. "Haha, this is the result of everyone's joint efforts. Of course, you will reward merits, and we will not forget everyone who has worked hard for Forensic Pioneer." Hearing this, a warm current surged in everyone's hearts, with some hope. "At the beginning of your joining Phoenix TV, Mr. Du promised to give the creative team a share of the profitability of the TV series. Although Forensic Pioneer has not yet been broadcast, in view of his proposal, Taiwan decided to pay 3 million yuan as a reward first. If we continue to work hard in the future, we will also allocate it to everyone according to the established agreement." As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room suddenly became boiling. 3 million yuan means that everyone can get a generous extra income for a small crew. Especially core members like Lu Jiahao may get hundreds of thousands of yuan. Even ordinary staff can get a big red envelope. Compared to the past, I could only receive a fixed meager salary on TVB, now I not only have higher salaries, but also enjoy additional benefits, which makes everyone full of confidence in the future. Lu Jiahao clenched his fists happily, and secretly felt glad that he chose Phoenix TV. This share of money is not only an economic gain, but more importantly, it symbolizes the importance Taiwan attaches to them. This will undoubtedly inspire the team to increase creative momentum and passion. Su Xiao looked at the group of fighting faces in front of him and felt very relieved. He knew that such an incentive mechanism would drive the enthusiasm of other crews and improve the overall work quality and efficiency. Only by forming a virtuous cycle can Phoenix TV maintain a high-level competitive advantage and compete with other competitors. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Everyone was overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. In addition to thanking Mr. Su, we should also thank Brother Sheng, thank Phoenix TV. Yang Yi turned her beautiful eyes and said softly. If he hadn't joined Phoenix TV for too many times and had made up his mind to rebuild the production department, there would be no stage for us to show. I believe that under the leadership of Brother Sheng and President Su, Phoenix TV will definitely be even more brilliant. Thank you Du Sheng. Thank you Phoenix TV. Everyone laughed and there was a warm cheer. At the same time, Du Sheng, who was mentioned by them, has actually returned to the mainland. However, he didn't have much time to rest and took the lead in returning to the headquarters to deal with important matters of the backlog. After leaving for so long, many things have become a little bit sparse. Fortunately, Yezi and Zhongshen helped, otherwise they would really have a headache. Didn't you say you're going to create a skincare brand for girls' generation? Zhongshen flipped through the documents and said. Not long ago, the head of a domestic manufacturer who cooperated with Estée Lauder wanted to immigrate. I asked someone to go to inspect it, but I thought it was good and I took it off. Du Sheng didn't expect that she would remember this incident and said with a smile. Of course I feel at ease when you do things. By the way, what are those girls busy with recently? What else can they do? They all got excited after attending your concert. Wang Jinhua, who had just entered the door, said casually. So in addition to academic aspects, I took the initiative to go there recently. I have had 2 platter concerts and have accumulated experience. Du Sheng was a little surprised, but he was not surprised. After all, with high-quality representative works such as Celestial Dragon, Immortal Sword, Tang Dynasty, and Water Moon, they are not very fond of film and television dramas that are slightly worse. In addition, the popularity of the group is unique in China, and there is no big competition or pressure. In terms of money, they are all little rich women. In terms of investment, skincare brands are being arranged and are not interested in others for the time being. In addition, due to the impact of his large-scale concert, this little thought could hardly be suppressed. During his concert in Bay City, he was disturbed by several girls in turn and said that he would make them a few more songs, which was obviously necessary to get enough concert songs. Since they are interested, let them do it. Du Sheng smiled without caring about it. This is better than joining a messy crew and squandering blood strips. The matters of the Cuckoo Association are also a little bit obvious at the moment. Yesi knew what Du Sheng was concerned about and said. Lu Changle has contacted the Singapore Jiapo, Malai Guo, and the Hunke Yao Film Union through his own media connections and has reached a preliminary agreement. I also contacted the Mainland Musicians Association, Music and Music Association, the 3 major conservatories, Bay City Must and other departments, and they also welcomed them. She knew very well why Du Sheng planned to build a Chinese Music Library Association. This is obviously to make good plans to promote the future development of the music scene. In a word, be prepared for any trouble. Du Sheng was very satisfied with their efficiency and asked a few questions about the topic. After talking about the main business, he inquired about the company's situation from Wang Jinhua. Sister Hua, there is no problem with the filming of several crews, right? Some twists and turns, but it's still stable. Wang Jinhua said. For example, I offered Princess Lai Shui and gave a show to her. Because of the venue setting issue, I almost started fighting with another crew. Su Yupeng was pushed to the ground, and a photographer broke his calf. Du Sheng was stunned and searched for no impression. Are you okay with Ou and Swen? It's nothing serious, but the crew will probably be shut down for a few days and wait for the relevant sect to intervene. Wang Jinhua continued. The 3 crews here are all normal, and the people in the circle are still very good. Interstellar Media currently has 3 dramas filmed. The 2 Taiwans are Bright Sword and The Great Song Dynasty Criminal Officer cooperating with Yangshi. Since the former involves themes such as events, history, and revolution, most of the interstellar teams cooperate. However, directors, screenwriters, artists, etc. account for half of them. Of course, such dramas with span themes have to be placed in the deep mountains and forests, and it is very difficult to shoot, and the current progress is less than 1/5. The latter is led by Interstellar Media, with 40% of the investment in Yangtze. Although the producer and director have their own distribution, most of the others are interstellar people. For example, the list of starring actors such as He Bing, Zhou Xiaoqing, and Tong Lia are all in one. This kind of ancient costume suspense drama is often filmed on indoor sets, and it is much faster to shoot and is not very affected by external factors. The last one is the urban inspirational drama Struggle. The producer is Ho Hongliang, with David Tong, Gao Yuan, and others as starring. According to Wang Jinhua's visit to the set, Onet heard of the shooting has been made and is expected to be completed before the summer vacation. By the way, Ning Keshan, director and screenwriter of Wulin Wei Chuan, came here a few days ago. At this time, Zhong Zhen inserted a mouth. They want to ask indirectly when will the second half be prepared. She is the producer of this drama, and the ratings are quite good, so she will pay attention to it later. As for why the other party doesn't leave Star Media alone? That's because scripts, actors, photography, and other aspects are all grasped. Otherwise, according to Ning Keshan's temperament of pursing money bags, it would be easily pried away by other companies. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, according to their words, there are about 40 episodes left, right? According to the cooperation method of the first half, they will continue if they agree. Previously, Ning Keshan and Chang Jing were unable to find investors, and they had some requests from the stars. But now that it is famous, it is hard to guarantee that there will be no other thoughts. Of course, after working together this time, there is a high probability that there will be no next time. This is a matter of character. Afterwards, everyone talked about the hidden that had previously won the adaptation copyright and the self-produced drama of Phoenix TV. Director Ye Wuxin said that the crew has been prepared almost the same. I asked when will you be able to join the group. Before leaving, Wang Jinhua remembered another incident and turned around and asked. He said he would choose a day to start the computer. She was talking about the sequel to the movie Slaying the Wolf. Before the new year, both sides determined the lineup, script, etc., just casting, viewing the scenery, etc. It will take about 3 or 2 days to deal with the matter here. Du Sheng knew that there were still many things to be busy with in the future and could not delay any further. However, he had to go to Gao Yuan's mother's return to the medical treatment, the Cuckoo Association, and the filming of the honorary tutor of Voice of the East. But to be honest, the main creative team of this movie has not changed much. The directors are still Ye Wuxin and Du Sheng, and the action guide is Hong Bao. As for the leading actors, except for Ren Dehua who has no schedule, all other actors are there. Just for it fits the role and has been adjusted in some aspects. For example, Brother Yu's unique heroic temperament is a highlight in the movie. Hong Bao's previous role as Wang Bao is also the image of a gang leader, so it's pretty good to continue to star in it. After all, his aura is strong enough, his performance is full of tension, and he can fully demonstrate his domineering and cunning. As for why not look for the actors in the previous life? On the one hand, this is a sequel. Since there is no problem with the original team, of course they will not substitute casually. Otherwise, the relationship in this circle will be messy. Secondly, Du Sheng had sent someone to contact Lu Lianggui, but unfortunately he was filming the green-faced beast Yang Ji in the mainland. In 3 aspects, Hong Bao plays Jia Ji, which can make this role more deterrent and complex, and interprets the image of the leader of the criminal group from another perspective. Similarly, the same is true for Tony. This is a villain with strong kung fu and ruthlessness. In Slaying the Wolf, Wu plays a Ji, also a villain, and he shows excellent martial arts skills and cold killer temperament in the film. If you leave this role to him, there will naturally be no problem. Of course, there is also Du Sheng's selfishness here. It is worth bringing mainland actors in the best of your ability, even if you don't ask for anything in return. Gushan Le plays Watson, Shi Xing plays Yu Ahu, and Fan Ou plays Chiu Di, none of these changes. However, Lu Tao, when he learned that his good sisters were partnering with Du Sheng in a movie, was so envious that he had to make a guest appearance. Du Sheng remembered that she had a policewoman named Sakura, so she gave it to her. Anyway, there are not a few lines. Okay, I'll make arrangements first. As the head of the artist department, Wang Jinhua must not be careless in doing things. Du Sheng is not only the founder and the company's #1 star. This Fuse is the first movie and highlight of Star Media this year, so of course she has to do it herself. Follow the crew throughout the whole process and try to ensure that the crew does not make any mistakes. Du Sheng was indeed in a hurry these 3 days. Hangzhou, Beijing, Yangcheng, and Xiangjiang were constantly moving, and they would be dizzy if they turned around alone. First of all, there is Voice of the East. Although he, the honorary mentor, does not need to be permanent, some shots still need to be given in place. Especially when we enter the finals next, we have to come back from time to time. Fortunately, Gao's mother recovered well. The body tempering pill was indeed very effective. She can do some light industry now, so she doesn't need to work hard. She only has one prescription for her to try. Unfortunately, Gao Yuan was still filming on the crew and failed to let this girl exchange her beautiful promise at that time. But Du Sheng is not in a hurry, and he will have many opportunities in the future. The opening ceremony will be held tomorrow, and he also has an important link to deal with. That is the styling and makeup design. As the saying goes, if the image is wrong, the whole game will lose. A fit image can completely change a person's overall style. After Du Sheng came to Xiangzhong, he implemented this point. In terms of styling, it should not only reflect the irritable temperament of the character Ma Jun, but also avoid mediocrity, and it should also be consistent with the character setting. After careful consideration, the stylist chose a specially customized wig and carefully designed and trimmed it. Wang Jinhua and director Ye Wuxin were watching the whole process. Du Sheng felt that his image could be referenced in his previous life, and it looked stronger and highlighted the sense of violence. But Wang Jinhua believes that as the company's top star, his image must take into account the overall situation and ultimately focus on calmness. In order to strengthen the character's personality traits, the makeup artist added rough and heavy to his eyeliner and eye ends. At the same time, by cleverly using highlights and shadows, the three-dimensional sense of the face is highlighted. Especially at the cheekbones, nose bridge, and chin, an eyebrow-raising effect is created. This is light makeup, it will not affect your image. With the careful modification of the makeup artist, Du Sheng's image in the mirror gradually became vivid. The overall temperament also undergoes subtle changes. It may not be very effective if you look at one of them alone, but when combined, you really feel calm and irritable. The choice of costumes is equally important, and the crew prepared a series of daily costumes for Du Sheng that matched the character's identity. It aims to emphasize the coldness of the character through plain and unremarkable outfits. Of course, the most core change still needs Du Sheng himself to adjust it. For example, slightly tilt your body, sink your shoulders, and look lonely and cold, which can make the overall image closer to the role of Ma Jun. Du Sheng looked at him a few times and was quite satisfied. Then I went with the team to take the final makeup photos. Chapter 559 The Rumored Girlfriend. The next day, at 9 a.m. the group arrived at the opening ceremony early. Du Sheng, Zhong Zhen, and Ye Wuxin stood in a solemn manner with dozens of members of the crew. In front of me is a long table filled with various offerings, including fresh fruits, delicious roasted suckling pigs, etc. In the center of the table are 3 carefully arranged incense altars. As the ceremony began, Du Sheng slowly walked forward holding 3 incense sticks, bowed 3 times to the incense altar, and then inserted the incense into the incense altar. Then producer Zhong Zhen, director Ye Wuxin and the crew creators stepped forward one after another and completed the incense burning ceremony. Although some people think this is a manifestation of feudal superstition, this kind of ceremony is still widely preserved within the film and television industry. Because it can not only enhance cohesion between the teams, but also bring spiritual comfort to the crew. Especially for a crew like Fuse, which is mainly composed of the Xiangzhong team, the boot device the style is almost an indispensable part. The film industry is often described as relying on the gods to make a living, so everyone hopes to be blessed so that the entire project can be completed smoothly. In fact, similar rituals are also widely present in all walks of life. For example, worship before construction projects are often more particular. Because once an accident occurs, the losses caused are very serious. After the ceremony was completed, Du Sheng came down to the camera under the guidance of the staff. Under the witness of everyone, the red satin covering the machine was unveiled. The fuse is officially launched. The camera shutter clicked immediately at the scene. Media reporters rushed to capture this important moment. Since taking photos was prohibited during the previous incense burning session to avoid offense, the reporters were patient. As the core character of the crew, Du Sheng is naturally the focus of all media attention. Whether it is promotional activities or box office calls, most of them are placed on him. After the ceremony, Zhong Zhen and Ye Wuxin personally distributed red envelopes. This is one of the traditions of the opening ceremony of the big production. Although each red envelope is not large, it means a good start. After the opening ceremony, Du Sheng, Ye Wuxin, Hong Bao, Gushan Le, Fan Ou and others were transferred to the conference hall to be interviewed by the on-site media. Mr. Du, why did he decide to start filming the sequel Fuse before Chapelang was released? Du Sheng picked up the microphone and answered a few simple words. We have strong confidence in the action style and storyline constructed by Chapelang. Moreover, in the process of preparing for Chapeau Wolf, there have been a lot of inspiration and planning for the development of subsequent stories and further character creation. In addition, I don't want to miss the best creative opportunity, and I also hope to strike while the iron is hot to bring a more coherent and exciting action series to the audience. Seeing that his answer was clear, some reporters turned to the director. Yes sir, what inheritance and innovation will Fuse have in terms of action style and Chapelang? In terms of inheritance, we will continue to maintain the practical style of punching to flesh, hard bridge and hard horse, emphasizing the authenticity and sense of power of the movements. Ye Wuxin smiled with confidence. And the innovation is that it will incorporate more diverse fighting skills, such as Bassi Jiu-Jitsu and other elements. Du Sheng has 2 gold belts on his body, and he can still use his identity and title as a gimmick to promote it, which can be said to have won multiple goals in one fell swoop. There doesn't seem to be a heroine in the previous movie. What's the point of adding a love line this time? The reporter received the red envelope and asked a question very much. He looked at Fan Ou, who was sitting beside Du Sheng. Du Sheng smiled and said, the reason why this movie is called Fuse and the dramatic conflict is entirely due to the captive character played by Ou. Do you think it is important? In addition, adding emotional lines can make the characters more flesh and blood and deepen the theme of the film. The reporters below started writing and asked Fan Ou 2 questions. This girl was the heroine of a movie for the first time. She was in a beautiful mood and almost answered questions. Of course, I have already started to think about what kind of power to repay the man tonight. What made her worry was that Zhang Baji and Zhou Huimin were not in Xiangzhong, so it was hard to support her own efforts. Mr. Du, I heard that the investment in Fuse is as high as more than 70 million. A reporter asked a question and pointed directly at the core. Your pay alone seems to be more than 10 million. Do you think you have a market influence that matches this investment? In today's Chinese film industry, there are only a handful of actors who can get more than 10 million yuan in pay. In addition to the 2 top superstars, Cheng Long and Zhou Xingqi, even Lu Yingyi's big names have taken on a large number of roles in order to repay debts in recent years, and the pay they signed with Oriental Star Entertainment has not exceeded 10 million. As for Zhang Yujian, who is popular among the media, his actual single-piece revenue is far from reaching such a high level. After all, judging from the box office of his personal movies, such high pay is obviously unrealistic. Du Sheng's ability to increase his salary to 10 million is largely due to the support of interstellar media. Otherwise, no ordinary film company would be able to offer him this high price. Faced with the reporter's sharp questions, producer Zhong Zhen quickly took over the conversation. I don't need to elaborate on how popular Du Sheng is and how many fans he has in Asia. Just based on his recent concert ticket sales and the sales of the album Yi Sheng With You can see how powerful his appeal is. As long as there is enough attractiveness, there will always be countless people willing to pay for it. More importantly, Du Sheng is not only an actor with great commercial value, but also a talented creator. Our entire crew highly praised this script and agreed that it was a very outstanding story. As for whether his salary is worth it, everyone will wait and see. Her words were full of confidence. Du Sheng responded with a confident smile from the reporter. He intends to completely consolidate his status in Asia through the pay of views. Du Sheng, this is your 4th time in a movie, and the heroines in 2 movies are played by Miss Fan Ou. Another record the person asked. Does this mean you have a special preference for her? Hearing this question, a bright smile immediately appeared on Fan Ou's face. Obviously, she is happy to see such problems, which can deepen her image in the public's mind. I really admire you very much. Du Sheng answered without hesitation. She is not only talented, but also has agile acting skills. Through these cooperations, I found that the 2 sides had a rare tacit understanding. So when choosing the heroine of Fuse, many people suggested her. The director and producer also think she is the best candidate for this role. I believe that her performance will definitely make a wonderful contribution to the audience. Du Sheng gave the role to Fan Ou, but he just followed the trend. On the one hand, this character is the second male-female friend, as the initiator of the fuse. Several girls from Girls' Generation heard that they didn't have many rivalries with Du Sheng. Without him leading the show, the movie's acting skills would be a bit difficult. In addition, they are now focused on the familiar process of the concert and are too lazy to compete. Anyway, with their thriving popularity, there are still many opportunities in the future. Zhang Beizi is still filming Heroes, and I think she can't even come. Most of the other girls are on the crew. Therefore, if the role is not released, it is undoubtedly the most suitable to fall into Fan Ou. As for whether these remarks will cause misunderstanding, Du Sheng was not worried at all. In fact, he also wanted to take this opportunity to create topics and attract more people to pay attention to Fuse. After all, the previous work Shapa Wolf will be released during the summer vacation and needs to be exposed now. However, some journalists don't seem to be satisfied with this. They try to dig further. Miss Fan, are you in a romantic relationship with Mr. Du Sheng? Fan Ou was obviously prepared for this, and she responded without hesitation. Yes. As soon as this statement came out, the scene was in an uproar. The reporters were secretly happy that today's report materials have become much richer. But their smiles have not yet bloomed, Fan Ou added. In the movie Fuse, I formed a love triangle with a Sheng and Lege. You said this, it's true. Fan Ou cleverly brought the topic back to the movie itself, and also made a wave of popularity for Du Sheng and the movie. All media reporters knew that this was a promotional stunt, but they had to say that the topic of Du Sheng's girlfriend was still very eye-catching. Fan's previous performance in The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat has been recognized by the industry, but has not yet fully emerged. This time, Du Sheng's help undoubtedly brought her more attention. At the same time, it also added highlights to the promotion of Fuse. After all, Hype CP is a conventional means in film marketing. Neon, Kimchi, and Bay City also occasionally appear in articles about Kyoko Fukada, Song Hye-kyo, and Lin's Hilling being Du Sheng's rumored girlfriends. What's more, Du Sheng has never clearly acknowledged any personal relationship, and such operations are both safe and effective. At this time, the reporters' notebooks were already filled with various eye-catching titles. Words such as Du Sheng and Fan Ou CP, Sheng Girl, sparks from filming, Du Sheng's girlfriend exposed are all in a variety of ways. Anyway, how to gain popularity? At this time, an Anyang reporter raised his hand and asked. Du Sheng, a powerful new music variety show has emerged in the Nanyang music industry recently. It seems that you want to compete with your Voice of the East. What do you think about this? Du Sheng glanced at the other party, thinking about something. This person is likely to receive the money, or it may be the child care he invited by the other party. The new music variety you mentioned is The Voice of Nanyang launched by Mala National TV. But if you keep more, you probably have some of the following. The sound of the tibia, the sound of the horns, the sound of the British, etc. Du Sheng smiled faintly. They can succeed in purchasing copyrights, and they are naturally worth congratulations. But today is the launch conference of Fuse, and I hope everyone's questions can be revolved around this event. Although he was taken advantage of for a while, he was not so stingy. After all, someone else took out real money to buy the copyright, and there was no reason to turn against him after selling it. There are 7 days to return and exchange for treasure. Of course, too many such situations will not work, otherwise the theme will be biased. In the following time, the main creators answered some topics focusing on Fuse and its related ones. For example, Hongbao, Gushan Le, and others also answered several questions. The most asked questions are why I took on this film, why I played the villain, etc. Hongbao's answer was unexpected, serious, and somewhat emotional. Rheumatism, bone pain, leg cramps, and people cannot accept old age. Although this character is a big villain, he ends up hilariously dying. It just so happened that I didn't want to do it very much recently, so a Sheng strongly invited me, so I took it without thinking too much. It is obvious that in order for Du Sheng to fit this role, it is necessary to make some changes in some places. Maybe this kind of black humor adjustment can also bring unexpected audience joy. For example, the funny scene of the Slag brother played by Hongbao is absurd and unconventional. After the press conference officially ended, it was almost noon. Zhongzhen smiled and invited everyone. Thank you all walks of life. My friend came to support our event without hesitation. It was lunchtime, so everyone had a meal before leaving. Upon hearing this, the reporters all agreed happily. Especially when I saw the small red envelopes on each seat, I showed a satisfied smile on my face. This is a common phenomenon in the industry, collectively known as the closing fee, allowing them to give positive reports on Fuse after they go back. The reporters knew very well that this was also part of their additional income. If you still say bad things after taking the money, it will be difficult to get stuck in this industry in the future. After solving the media's problems, Du Sheng turned his attention to the crew again. Although the opening ceremony was held in the morning, the shooting was not immediately started in the afternoon. In the conference room, producers, directors, photographers, lighting engineers, and the main leaders of the clothing, makeup, props and other departments gathered together. According to Du Sheng's requirements, it is necessary for the crew to read the script around it first. Among all film and television projects led by Star Media, script reading has become a fixed link. Whether it is a TV series or a movie, the purpose of reading scripts has its own focus at different stages of production. But the result is to improve the quality and speed of shooting and ensure that there are no major loopholes. Fan OU also wants to film the unruly princess, and her movie scenes can be put behind her. So that night, after Li Bao answered Du Sheng, he dragged his tired body to let the man see him off. After the press conference, the official shooting process will be entered. What I filmed today is the most exciting chase scene in the whole film. The cause was that the police station arranged for Watson to be undercover in Uexia to help the three brothers collect evidence. After the arrest of the three brothers' mother's mother failed, Tony discovered Watson's undercover identity on his way to withdraw money. The furious Tony killed all witnesses and took Watson's girlfriend away, trying to threaten Watson and the police. In order to rescue Watson and his girlfriend, Ma Jun started a pursuit with Tony and others. In an abandoned high-rise building, the stairs, corridors, rooftops, and other areas are complex, with dim light and dust and moisture in the air. In the studio, the staff were busy arranging props and lights, striving to restore the tense atmosphere in the movie. Director Ye Wuxin held the walkie-talkie and looked around. Each department has prepared lights, cameras, and props, all in place. Actors, get into the state and we start shooting. Hong Tianzhao, the son of Hong Bao, who came to play, personally ran to the camera with the board. First scene, first shot, Asian. Du Sheng's eyes were fixed on Tony, played by Wu, who was running away in front of him. His eyes were cold. He was wearing a black tights, with a strong figure, and his muscle lines were looming under his clothes. Every muscle seems to contain endless power, ready to explode at any time. What, bad luck! Tony had the ferocity and vigilance of a desperate man on his face. He ran and pulled out a bright dagger from his waist, and the cold light seemed like a poisonous snake that had been chosen to devour. Du Sheng roared angrily, shaking the corridor. Stop, you can't escape. He vowed to catch these scumbags and bring them to justice. Tony didn't say anything, his eyes were full of rebelliousness and madness, and threw the dagger in his hand back with force. The dagger roared and slashed through the air. Du Sheng's eyes sterned, and his body quickly dodged to one side. The dagger flew past his clothes and nailed it to the wall behind him with a clang. Du Sheng did not pause at all, his pace accelerated, and rushed towards Tony like a cheetah. He ran down the stairwell, his pace steady and rapid, and the stairs made a dull vibration at his feet. When he met a corner, he supported the wall with one hand, and his body turned with the flow, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. Tony used the complex terrain of the corridor to constantly change directions left and right, trying to get rid of the pursuit. His figure quickly shuttled through the narrow aisle, like a flexible leopard. The two of them soon came to the rooftop. On the rooftop, various pipes crisscrossed, and large-scale ventilation equipment buzzed. Tony ran to the edge of the rooftop, more than 10 meters above the ground, and fell to death without life. But he did not hesitate at all, jumped over the narrow gap and landed on the roof next to him. He staggered when he landed, but soon stabilized his body and continued to run wildly. Du Sheng chased to the edge of the rooftop, took a deep breath, and then jumped hard. The moment he landed, he rolled in, dissolved the impact, and then stood up and continued to chase. The clip ends here. Card. Okay, it's very exciting. Director Ye Wuxin shouted with a smile through the loudspeaker. Especially the part that was jumping on the roof just now, I was so frightened that I was afraid that you would fall down. Take a break and prepare to take a photo. Du Sheng and Wu just smiled and were not worried. Because there were air cushions below and ambulance personnel were present. Du Sheng twisted the mineral water and took a sip, and said with a smile. You threw the dagger just now and it almost hit me. Wu scratched his head embarrassedly. Haha, sorry, I'm too committed, but you're hiding so quickly. Ye Wuxin came over and said to the two. This chase scene is a part of the film's connection between the past and the future, and your performance determines the tension and attraction of the entire scene. There is also the stimulation that the audience desires, you must also reflect. Next, there are some close-up shots to be taken, and we must continue to maintain this state. After listening carefully, the two nodded to show that they understood. The staff quickly stepped forward to organize their costumes and props, and prepared for the next reshoot. Chapter 560, Speech Without Choice. Time passed without realizing it. Ye Wuxin knew that Du Sheng was busy and that the early stages were all about Ma Jun's plot, so he simply focused on filming. I have to say that Xiangzhong films very fast, and now half of the scenes related to him have been filmed. The sun shines through the roof of the studio, and the monument is projected on the busy set. The camera moves slowly on the track, focusing on a small restaurant on the street. This scene is also a classic scene in the movie. That is, Ma Jun witnessed Ah Hu, played by Shi Xingyu, killing innocent little girls indiscriminately, and then started a thrilling battle with him. From the firearms in the hospital, they chased and fought to the street restaurant. In the end, the Ma Jun killed Ah Hu and still couldn't relieve his hatred. He vented his venting punch and smashed his head. There were more than 30 punches in total, and the opponent was so bloody that he was shattered until his fists broke. The fighting style of this scene is extremely realistic, without too many gorgeous moves, but it is fist-to-heart. Through quick editing and compact camera switching, the fierce confrontation is vivid. Ye Wuxin said that from the destruction of tables, chairs, and benches to the collision and distortion of the body, every detail can make the audience feel the cruelty and reality of the battle. Just as the filming was in full swing, a slight commotion suddenly came from the entrance to the set. The reporters stationed here quickly reacted, their eyes extremely excited. They raised their cameras one after another, and the flashes kept flashing. Jo Hwimin walked into the set with a simple but elegant dress, wearing a pair of large sunglasses, and walked into the set with a gentle smile. Her arrival was like a fresh and elegant wind, instantly attracting everyone's attention. After Jo Hwimin's comeback, her popularity in Xiangjiang is no less than that of first-tier stars. The most important thing is that she had a scandal with Du Sheng. At this moment, her sudden appearance made people wonder whether it was to visit Du Sheng who was filming. "Brother Sheng, who are you here?" Wu, who was watching the filming, turned his head gently and said with a bit of teasing. Du Sheng turned around and was a little surprised when he saw the beautiful woman coming towards him. "Why are you here?" Jo Hwimin took off her sunglasses, and her bright big eyes were full of tenderness. "The brand I endorsed by Jin Lila happens to be shooting an advertisement nearby. I will come and see you by the way." She didn't care about the surrounding gazes and walked straight to Du Sheng and naturally sat down next to him. This scene made the atmosphere delicate. The staff whispered and cast curious eyes from time to time. "Today's headlines are settled," a reporter muttered to himself, and the camera in his hand kept taking pictures. "Stop making trouble. Everyone is watching." Du Sheng noticed Jo Hwimin's emotions and smiled helplessly. It turned out that in a place where the crowd was not easy to detect, Jo Hwimin was gently pinching his arm to express his inner dissatisfaction. The reason is very simple. Du Sheng has been to Xiangjiang for so long, but she has ignored her feelings because of her busy shooting. In addition, there was some minor problem during this period, so I decided to come to visit the set in person. Jo Hwimin leaned over and approached Du Sheng, with a gentle voice with a hint of anger. "If you are not available tonight, I will come to the set to see you every day." Du Sheng. The two of them were talking as if no one was around, and occasionally burst into brisk laughter. That intimate appearance attracted the attention of the people around him. Even Ye Wuxin couldn't help but smile. He was worried about how to increase the attention and popularity of Chapelang released during the summer vacation, which is released. Isn't this a gimmick? Jo Hwimin is worthy of being a goddess of frozen age. She is getting younger and younger as she lives. She is very compatible with Brother Sheng. A venue official sighed. "That's right, I've heard the rumors between them before, and it seems to be true." Another staff member agreed, his eyes full of envy. Not far away, several reporters excitedly captured every detail, and had already conceived the headlines for tomorrow. The sweetness of Fuse was shocked. Jo Hwimin visited Du Sheng, and the scandal caused another stir. The shooting continued, but the atmosphere on the scene became obviously more relaxed and pleasant. Jo Hwimin's arrival not only brought extra motivation to Du Sheng, but also brought a sense of joy to the entire crew. After the filming that day, Jo Hwimin and Du Sheng left the set side by side, leaving countless speculations and discussions. Actually, everyone misunderstood. The two of them are innocent and open-minded. It's just that Jo Hwimin is obsessed with yoga and likes to let Du Sheng guide him. "Babe, I've taught me such a difficult position." After spending more than half an hour to guide, Jo Hwimin, who was covered in sweat, fell softly into the man's arms and said angrily, "If I go out tomorrow and get a weak foot and I'm photographed when I go out like last time, I'll tell the reporter that you've tied it up." The last time Du Sheng visited the progress of The Voice of the East, the two met briefly. In order to cooperate with Du Sheng, she explained how to make love while being a tutor. Her legs were both weak when she appeared on the screen the next day. "You came to visit the set tonight, and you must have a scandal. You will be punished and warned. Let's part." Du Sheng smiled and knew that this girl was right and wrong. "Humph, are there few confidants who have had scandals with you?" Jo Hwimin suddenly remembered something and said with some resentment. "By the way, if you finish the filming early tomorrow, can you pick me up?" "What's wrong?" "There is a rich young man who is very annoying and can't get rid of it." "He's so annoying." Jo Hwimin thought it would be better to go back to the mainland after filming the advertisement, but she didn't expect that the other party would be so stubborn. I actually went to the Voice of the East program team. Du Sheng was a little surprised when he heard the person pestering Zhou Huimin. Isn't this person currently dating Li Jiaxin, known as the most beautiful Hong Kong lady? Not long ago, he was exposed by the media. Okay, I'll take some time to take a look. Speaking of which, this is really fate. Su Jun plays the third shareholder of Phoenix. Because according to the timeline, Su Jun and Chao Kong had no feelings for their commercial marriage, but they had not officially signed the divorce. But this person is famous for being romantic. The well-known actresses who were exposed before the joint marriage include Lu Jialing, Li Ziyi, Guan Zhilin, and others. During the marriage, the media also exposed her passionate kiss with Hong Kong sister Deng Keixin in the car and had a big veneer dance with Chen Ferrong. Later, he was attracted by Zhu Enai's beauty and then started a passionate pursuit. I have to say that this is the happy people in Hong Kong. It's a bit unreasonable to just target your own woman. Even if the other party comes from the 10 major families in Hong Kong, it is generalized. After a day of intense and busy shooting, Jin Lila's endorsement activity finally ended successfully. With the director's order, the staff on the scene breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground or on the chairs, exhausted but satisfied. In contrast, fans who have been waiting outside for a long time seem extremely excited. They couldn't wait to flock to the scene, hoping to see their idols up close. Especially Zhou Huimin, she immediately became the focus of everyone's attention and was surrounded by fans. At this time, Su Junyi stood up and suggested, "Everyone has worked very hard today, why don't you go have a midnight snack together to celebrate?" When he said this, his eyes accidentally swept over Zhou Huimin, as if he was looking for some kind of response. Zhou Huimin gently lowered her long eyelashes, and seemed not to notice how Su Jun could resist the situation. When the people around him saw this, they all smiled in their hearts. It is very clear that Su Jun and Su had special ideas. This is not surprising, after all, this playboy is famous. And who made Zhou Huimin not only look beautiful, has outstanding temperament, but also has a famous reputation. If he hadn't wanted to have a quarrel with his friend Ni Zhen before, he would have been unable to help but snatch his love from the knife. Now that my friend is not here, this thought is even more lively. After all, he couldn't bear to be a beautiful woman like Zhou Huimin, and he had to help take care of her in terms of emotion and reason. Su Jun looked at Zhou Huimin expectantly and said, "Huimin, I'll drive you away." His driver consciously drove away some suspected paparazzi. After all, there has not been a formal divorce yet, so such a thing is not suitable for reporting. The dinner that day was arranged by the advertiser, not my personal wish, please don't get me wrong. Unexpectedly, Zhou Huimin's reaction was plain and said lightly, "Also, please take your flowers." The Su family holds a part of the shares of Jin Lilei Group. She knows that most people have informed Su Jun of that advertising cooperation. "I'm serious this time, and I've never been more serious than I am now. Even if you are unwilling to accept it for the time being, there is no need to reject my kindness. It's just a dinner together. If we are worried about being photographed by the media, we can find a more private place." Zhou Huimin took a deep breath and saw that the people around him were consciously away, and said, "Tell you the truth, I already have someone I like. If you really like me, I hope you can respect my decision and don't disturb my life anymore." "Is that person Du Sheng?" "Su Junling, Huan City, Mulai Province. Mr. Su called me." Before he could finish his speech, a voice came from not far away. Du Sheng just got off the car and saw Zhou Huimin and Su Jun holding a bouquet of bright roses in their hands. He smiled and took a few steps forward, gently brushing Zhou Huimin's hair. "Huimin, is this the flower Mr. Su gave you? It's really beautiful. Since they are so sincere, you can accept it. It's good to click and drop the room." Seeing Zhou Huimin leaning beside Du Sheng as if he had found his backbone, Su Jun was furious and had no choice but to do anything. He threw away the flowers in his hand expressionlessly and turned around and wanted to leave. Etc. Su Junhui W's swordsman generally maintains the demeanor of a rich family, but his tone is a bit gloomy. Mr. Du has something to do. Women has already made it very clear just now. In order to avoid Mr. Su's noble person being forgotten, I would like to emphasize it again. Women has her own ideas. I hope you can respect her choices in the future and don't mislead others and yourself. Du Sheng's words were filled with a hint of playfulness and warning. Is that true? Mr. Du should take care of himself first. Su Jun, Jiang, swinging the pussy 11ai turned around and left. Du Sheng watched him leave with fun, took out his cell phone and called Ma Yaoi. Help me do something. After saying that, he saw that there was no attention along the way, so he hugged the woman into the car and said with a smile. This time I offended the eldest son of the Su family. How do you repay me, women? Let me tell you. Zhou Huimin used his pink fist to hit him, and said angrily. Don't mess around. There are paparazzi outside. Looking at the innocent bird's appearance, Du Sheng suddenly became angry again and whispered in her ear. This made Zhou Huimin even more angry, but she was slightly expectant. To be honest, she hasn't worn the Ode skirt yet. Since a man has good intentions, it is hard to refuse. 18:30 at night, Wang Kok, Bolan Street. Mr. Su, you look a little drunk. Do you need someone to send you home? Ma Yaoi asked with concern while holding Su Jun, who was drunk. Su Jun, the monkey muchin, turned red with his hands, shook his hands and said vaguely. No. No need, thank you Mr. Jia for your warm hospitality tonight. If I really want to do a bar business, I will take you to meet local tyrants tomorrow. He is a regular visitor here. Today I have encountered many ups and downs, so just have some fun. Ma Yaoi plays the newly promoted Nanyang Jia Fohao. He meets his preferences and becomes a friend of the table soon. Mr. Su, I can't sleep for a long night. Do you want me to arrange some entertainment for you? Ma Yaoi tentatively made suggestions. For example, arrange 2 ladies for you to relieve the alcohol through the stomach and intestines. Although there was a hint of impulse in his heart, Su Jun said, Gu Wuxiao shook his head and refused. No need, Mr. Jia is kind enough. I'll just go to the garage to drive myself. As a well-known wealthy man from Hong Kong Island, even if he drives drunk, few people dare to stop him. Twin beauties from the European uterus, Mr. Su, it's rare to have an opportunity. Why not let them see how powerful you are? Ma Yaoi approached Su Jun again and whispered. Su Junhui's persimmon boat. As a man who is struggling with his wife on his back, he is obviously not an upright person. After the alcohol is over, I can't bear much temptation. Especially after his father cut off his financial resources, he had no property under his name and could only rely on family trust funds to survive every month. If it weren't for the excessive identities, it wouldn't be surprising to say that he was an idle man. Moreover, tonight's cocktail seemed to be more exciting than usual. It made him feel hot and excited. Of course, the alcohol was too strong, because Ma Yaoi had secretly mixed a few drops of powerful medicine during the wine to prevent Su Jungjao from being restrained. Seeing Su Jun and Chao Ping wrestling tour, Ma Yaoi once again fanned the flames. Mr. Su, I have made arrangements in advance and cannot let these twins go for nothing, don't you think? While speaking, I handed over a room card. Are you twins? Su Jun heard it clearly, and the Adam's apple rolled. After hesitating for a moment, under the dual effects of drugs and psychological suggestion, he finally couldn't resist and took the room card. I can't let them wait for nothing, I'll inform them to go back. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the hotel next to him. Wang Dan, I don't even have this kind of treatment, it's a waste of money. After watching Su Jungjao enter the hotel, Ma Yaoi called. Brother Sheng, that guy is already on the verge of being trapped. These are of course Du Sheng gave to Su Jun, Zhang Kanyo's milk quail. Although the twins are just gimmicks, it has to be said that imported goods are expensive. Of course, no one except Ma Yaoi knew the inside story. Including those two foreign girls, they only think they are doing a simple part-time job. Su Jun opened the door and saw two blonde beauties with hot figures. He was so hot that he couldn't wait to pounce on him before he even took a shower. Soon, it was heard in the room that it was a little unbearable. In such a private occasion, his true appearance is completely different from his glamorous appearance on weekdays. Sometimes, the more glorious the characters on the surface, the more dirty they are. And Su Jun said that it was a golden jade and a shaved inside. Bang! Just as he was immersed in fitness, he was about to enter the state, the bedroom door was suddenly kicked open. What followed was the continuous shutter sound. Click! Click! The flash keeps flashing. Su Jun, Uhuang Locust Jin, blows the pure squid Nomian Lun, plays instinctively covers his face with his hands in a panic. What are you doing? Who allowed you to come in? Which newspaper are you? Stop taking pictures. I came here just to learn a foreign language. He was a little speechless. After all, in such a situation, it is difficult for anyone to remain calm. What's more, he and Phoenix's third shareholder are still in the divorce period. I am worthy of being Mr. Su. I am still learning foreign languages at night. I am really successful. Ma Yaoi, who was masked and changed his voice, took a photo and left, and he did not forget to comment. Looking at Su Jun's photo, he felt disdainful. Just this, what kind of thing is worth playing with Brother Sheng? I really don't know until I die. After Du Sheng got the photo, he handed it over to Phoenix TV in private. Although this is not a hot news, it cannot be cheaper for other newspapers. After all, Xiangjiang citizens are happy with these things and believe that they can dig out more powerful information if they are not careful. In addition, with the idea of doing good deeds, he secretly sent a copy to Phoenix's third shareholder. After all, the other party is half of his owner and he pretends to be missing since he meets him. I can't bear it. Du Sheng couldn't stand this scumbag and fooling around during his marriage, so it would be too much to let him leave the house without hesitation. Chapter 561, A Surprise Victory. After filming Hong Bao's funny way of dying, he entered a short rest and leisure time. As soon as Du Sheng returned to the hotel, he saw Yezi who was waiting. There was no too much courteousness, and Yezi handed over a stack of information as soon as she met. Xiao Yezi, what is this? The information about the potential seeds in the semifinals of The Voice of the East is all in it. Du Sheng nodded. Although he occasionally went back to participate in the comments during this period, he was not sure who he chose. However, he provided the competition system, so of course he knew how far it was. The auditions and blind selection stages have ended. When Zhou Huimin returned to Xiangjiang, she had already joined the mentor team. That is, 2 people in each group sing a song together and then perform a live PK. The instructor selects better students to enter the next round based on the students' performance in the PK, and determines the core competition within the team for subsequent competitions. Now we should transition to the semifinals in the mentor group. That is, after the 12-way showdown, the top 4 students of this team will be selected. Next, it's the championship game. Several top 4 students from the mentor team represented their respective teams to participate in the championship battle. The audience and 99 media jury voted by the jury, combined with the tutors' scoring, comprehensive consideration of the students' singing skills, emotional expression, stage charm, and other comprehensive qualities, and finally the first, second place and third place were selected. It is worth mentioning that the team under Du Sheng's name is managed by a double person. When he is away, the Dream Mentor 3 treasures will be held responsible. Is the top 4 list released? Yes, This is the first recommendation of several mentors. See if there are any problems. Du Sheng nodded, opened the information and saw a familiar face. Guos, known as the successor of Wang Xinling and the pure love leader. Last year, he starred in the MVs of Pan Weibai and Sun Yanzi, and his representative works include The Next Day and The Wall of Heart. Guos seems to have signed a contract with Wanchinj Company. Brother Zhou is so optimistic about her. When Du Sheng held a concert, Sun Yanzi came to serve as a guest and talked about some things in the music circle. Among them is Fumao Records, which belongs to Guos, formerly known as the famous Polyglin, which was later acquired by Universal Records. Sun Yanzi didn't know Guo before. The reason why the latter can star in so many big-name MVs is because of the global connections. It seems that the reason why Zhou Huajian chose Guos as one of the generals and strongly recommended him to compete in the quarterfinals is that it is also the reason why Global has made efforts behind the scenes, right? Yes, he seemed to see Du Sheng's doubts and said with a smile. There are reasons for this, but one of them may be regional protection. Because except for her, everything else in Bay City was eliminated. Du Sheng nodded in understanding. Zhou Huajian didn't want his family to be too ugly, and he also wanted to keep the audience there, so he left such a unique seedling. Of course, the highest level is probably stopped in the quarterfinals. Since there is no conflict with your original intention of selecting a person, there is no need to intervene. However, Deng Ziqi, who was selected by Zhou Huimin's team, was not sure if it was due to the popularity some time ago, or whether her own strength was strong and she had returned to her voice. At present, whether it is the audience voting or the 99 judges' preferences, they are in the top 3 levels in all aspects. Judging from the rapid progress, it is probably not surprising that it is locked in the championship. Zhou Huimin returned to Xiangjiang some time ago. In addition to shooting advertisements, she was just to solve Deng Ziqi's signing problem. Because it is less than 2 years old, the guardian needs to sign it on his behalf. Du Sheng flipped through it again and found that Chen Chusheng, who was selected by Han Ji, was also good, and is currently the core of the team. Speaking of which, in addition to Han's protection that favors the mainland, Chen Chusheng's own efforts are more of the results. A singer who has been singing in a bar for 6 years, won the National Pub Singer Competition, and was selected by Ideen Records to sign the contract. She still has a background. Did Ade agree to terminate the contract peacefully with him? Du Sheng asked in surprise when he saw one of the notes. It was indeed a peaceful termination, and we did not intervene. Yes, he knew what Du Sheng meant and explained with a smile. In the 2 years since Chen Chusheng signed a contract with Baidu, he didn't release a single song and didn't get any resources. It is estimated that after the inspection period, neither party has any intention of giving up. Baidu is one of the top large record companies in the country, and its reputation is still guaranteed. The reason why I took a fancy to Chen Chusheng before was probably because of the champion of the pub singer contest. Hundreds of generations missed their eyes. Du Sheng shook his head in his heart. After Chen Chusheng went solo in his previous life, he won the first season of Happy Boys, and the singer's strength is undoubtedly. Miracle Records will definitely make a big profit if you sign him. Of course, if he had been signed by those empty record companies before, he would have to lose his skin if he wanted to terminate the contract. It's like being selected into the team by Du Shengjiangji. If Miracle Record hadn't come forward and even raised some liquidated damages to Zhang Ji, it would be very difficult to protect himself. Zhang Ji is also a kind-hearted person and has been confirmed to sign Miracle Records. According to his current popularity, he is probably the first, second, and third place in this class. Hey, Sanbao pulled Zhang Ne to my team. Du Sheng turned to an interesting page, pointed to the photo and said with a smile. Is this what we assigned, or is Sanbao really optimistic about her? The stage name of Sanbao sounds a bit ordinary, and it is a bit popular with San Mao, but this dream mentor is indeed not simple. Graduated from the Central Conservatory of Music, served as the music director of Dottie Records Company, and worked as a music production work with Zhang Yuxibus and Zhang Lu. The qualifications are quite rich. This time he joined Voice of the East, which was recommended by Han Zi and Sun Di. You don't know about teacher Sanbao's temper. How dare we assign it casually? Yesi shook her head and smiled. Of course, Zhang himself is also good at being strong and hard-working. Among them, what touched teacher Sanbao the most was probably her unique voice. Zhang Ne is also a bar singer, but her voice range is very wide. The bass zone is gentle and charming, the mid-range zone is mellow and full, and the treble zone is extremely tension and penetrating, and can easily cross multiple scales. In addition, her voice is clear and transparent, with extremely high recognition. This pure tone makes her singing delicate and infectious, and both lyrical slow songs and dynamic fast songs can leave a deep impression on people. It's great. It seems that my team is going to win by surprise. Du Sheng was in a good mood and laughed. Who can win the championship in the end is really a matter of fact. However, what is certain is that even if the people mentioned above are not interfered by the organizer, they will most likely advance to the top 8. If the contract is signed, the organizer will not be so stupid as to push out. It is not surprising that the top 4 are guaranteed. This is not considered a control event system in the industry. It can be said that any variety show recorded in the competition has been handed down. As for the ugly appearance of eating, that's even less. The organizer spent tens of millions of dollars on the stage, which cost both manpower and material resources, and it was impossible to do good deeds, right? And compared with several sound variety shows on Mango TV, the Voice of the East is a tiny. For example, the first, second and third place in Supergirl last year, the candidate was early on before the quarterfinals were released. As for the gimmicks that the audience votes for real selection, just listen to them. It's difficult to change that data. To be honest, the 99 well-known judges in the industry that Voice of the East joins is fair. At least, even if the contestants want to spend money to buy, they cannot get it all in one go. Seeing Du Sheng close the information book, Yezi asked with a smile. How is it? Are you roughly sure of the candidate? Du Sheng gently rubbed his eyebrows, thinking a little silent. To be honest, this choice is not easy. During this period, good seedlings emerged one after another, and each of them had unique features, which made it difficult to choose. But Du Sheng had to make a decision. Although the championship battle of Voice of the East has not yet begun, the preliminary implementation must be implemented. Many outside competitions are basically determined before the finals. In order to ensure maximum benefits, the rewards and opportunities of the top few must be left to their own people. Du Sheng thought about it and asked back. Xiao Yizi, how would you choose if you were the ones? Scale, style, age distribution, strength. Yezi is not a rookie. She has long been familiar with the selection criteria and listed them clearly. Du Sheng also clearly stated that in addition to eliminating selfishness, he also needs to refer to these. In addition, he also needs to take into account regional factors to ensure the balance of the markets between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 regions, and cannot ignore any region. For example, some mainland singers are not top in singing and dancing skills, but Du Sheng cannot ignore them because of the high support from the audience. As a mainlander, he runs a mainland company. If there is no mainland singer who decides to be sold, wouldn't he be criticized to death? Similarly, if a certain region has no roots, the next market development in the region will be difficult. Even though they are all Chinese, there is still a comparative mentality among the people in various regions. Once missing, a sense of imbalance will occur. But from the perspective of training, if all of them are signed, there will inevitably be problems of uneven resource allocation or excessive consumption in the later stage. Du Sheng simply threw the ball back. Xiao Yizi, you can decide the specific ranking and strategy for yourself. As an honorary mentor, it is difficult for me to intervene. But I hope that the singers who have won the semifinals will be able to treat them fairly and kindly, and don't make trouble. Singers who debuted at Mango TV in their previous life rarely chose to renew their visas later, and even experienced a situation where they would never interact with each other after death. For example, Chen Chus-hung once sued Mango TV's entertainment company. Later, on the variety show Pai Ge, he publicly criticized it for its inhumanity and immorality. Yezi nodded slightly after hearing this. After all, interstellar media has also tried this model, and many things have to be taken one step at a time. But given her high trust in Du Sheng, she is willing to put it into practice even if she has concerns. As for how many people will sign in the end, it depends on your abilities, and miracle record resources are here. Du Sheng chuckled. Yesi responded confidently. Then you must be mentally prepared to take the top 5. After the talk, Yezi turned around and was about to leave, but was pulled by Du Sheng. Xiao Yizi, we still have a big project worth hundreds of millions of dollars that has not been discussed. The project mentioned by Du Sheng is indeed a big deal. Yesi glanced at Du Sheng and said angrily. Aren't you worried that it will affect your work tomorrow? I'll talk about tomorrow. Du Sheng laughed and directly pressed him on. I have to say that Xiangzhong made movies quickly. Especially the scenery is all near Xiangzhong, so it will be considered a delay if it exceeds 3 months. Although Fuse has a large number of complex scenes, such as fierce street chases, multi-story chases, intense indoor fighting, etc., it was filmed in less than a month. If it weren't for the real effect of punching to flesh, the actors needed to shoot repeatedly and slowly craft the details of the action, and the speed would probably be faster. Today we are going to film a scene where Sakura, the subordinate of Ma Jun, was shot dead by Ahu. The general incident was that Ahu and Tony sneaked back to Xiangzhong, preparing to attack the key witness of the case, Watson, and Ma Jun and his subordinates were guarding the hospital. Ahu pretended to be a cleaner and sneaked into the hospital. He was seen by Ma Jun in the elevator, and then started a fierce gunfight. Due to Ahu's fierce firepower, his strong kung fu and cruel, during the battle, Sakura was unfortunately shot by Ahu and died on the spot. Sakura's death made Ma Jun feel sad and angry, and further intensified the conflicts between him and the Uexi gang, and triggered a series of more intense conflicts and decisive battles. It's not bad, I'm pretty heroic in military uniform. In the corner of the set, Du Sheng looked up and down at Lu Tao and said with a smile. What's so good? You wrinkled it last night. Lu Tao gave him a blank look and said with a little coquettishness. In order to play the role of Sakura, she rushed over last night. At Du Sheng's strong request, he put on this military uniform in advance. It is said that it can enhance the effect of entering the play. What's the result? Under Du Sheng's careful guidance of half an hour, she indeed understood the true meaning. It's just a bit of energy. Just now, I was exhausted when I woke up the next day, but my military uniform was a little wrinkled. It doesn't matter if you wrinkle it. Anyway, you will have to apply tomato juice to make it dirty later. Just use it to adapt in advance. Du Sheng picked up the script and then talked to her a pair of lines. After a while, the lighting clerk took the field board and hit the board. Scene 286, 9th mirror, 1st, Exun. In the hospital hall, people were in a hurry. Some patients move slowly with the help of their relatives, while others sit on chairs and wait anxiously for the call. Du Sheng visited Wan Watson and was about to leave. The small space of the elevator is filled with the smell of amoxicillin. There was also a staff member wearing a mask and pushing a medical car in the elevator with him. At this time, Watson happened to come to see him off and talk to each other. Sakura stood beside Watson, putting her hand unconsciously around her waist, looking around. The elevator door slowly closed. Just as it closed, Du Sheng saw Sakura's expression changes and movements from the corner of her eyes. Years of experience as a police officer made him instantly notice that danger was approaching. Du Sheng did not hesitate at all, and his right leg quickly bounced back like a spring. Bang! This explosive back kick was kicked accurately on the medical car that Ahu was pushing. The medical car was kicked and slid backwards, causing Ahu's quietly lifting action to stagnate. He also staggered 2 steps, showing surprise and anger. He originally planned to take the opportunity to deal with the 3 people on the scene, but he didn't expect Du Sheng's reaction to be so fast. This shot was taken to the point of being misled. Bang! The gunshot instantly broke the tranquility of the hospital. People screamed in horror and fled around. The moment Ahu raised his gun again, Du Sheng turned around, slapped Ahu's arm with his right hand, and quickly grabbed it with both hands, trying to remove the other party's pistol. However, Ahu was practicing his muscles in a straight manner and failed to remove the gun for a moment, which turned into a stalemate. At this moment, Sakura, played by Lu Tao, rushed into the elevator to save the venue. Because there were crowds of panic outside and the boss inside was not equipped with a gun, he had to do this even if there was danger. But the 2 of them were in a stalemate and the fight swayed, and she had no idea how to start and could only cooperate. Bang! In the chaos, the sounds rose. Some people fell to the ground and the scene was chaotic for a while. Du Sheng took the opportunity to push forward with his arms in his hands, smashed Ahu into the elevator wall, and finally removed the other party's pistol. Click! That's great! At this time, Yawuxin, holding the guide cylinder, shouted loudly. Everyone cooperates very well, it's simply impeccable. Du Sheng's action scenes are very exciting and his emotional transformation is also in place. Shi Xingye fully interpreted Ahu's ferocity and madness, and Lu Tao's sacrifice drama was also very touching. Thank you everyone for your hard work, take a break and prepare to take a photo. The next one is all the action and chase scenes. Fortunately, I took some shots before, so I just need to add some shots. The actors heard the director when they performed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Du Sheng walked to Lu Tao and helped her up. Didn't you hurt that moment just now? Lu Tao smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I'm prepared. The fighting scenes you 2 just now were so exciting, I almost thought they were real. Shi Xingye also came over and raised his thumbs up and said to Du Sheng. You are moving too fast, and I can't keep up. But I have to say that this scene was really exciting. Du Sheng smiled and exchanged greetings. This Shaolin disciple was too arrogant by nature and was not very sociable. If he hadn't been with such a touch of kindness, he would probably not even like him. People who become obsessed with martial arts practice basically have this kind of arrogance. So he didn't take it to heart. When the filming of this scene is completed, the last scene of today is next. In the following week, there will be a scene of racing in the yellow sand field. That is, the vehicle is speeding in the sand and dust. The drivers are skilled in driving and constantly make thrilling actions such as drifting and tail shaking, striving to let the audience feel the speed and passion during the pursuit. Many of these scenes are completed by professional drivers. Therefore, Du Sheng has a certain amount of free time to handle the endorsement of Xiangzhong and the recording of The Voice of the East. That night, the group returned to the hotel. Lu Tao, who was accompanying him, was called by Fan Ou and called him to go shopping. Du Sheng took a break from his busy schedule and gathered with twins who came to visit the set and several friends from the crew to drink and chat. He called until after 10 o'clock in the evening, his phone rang. The caller was Zhong Zhen. Du Sheng pressed on the phone while pouring wine. Sheng, I have good news to tell you. Renren will be listed on the Xiangzhong stock market next week. You have to attend the bell-ringing ceremony together. Zhong Zhen's voice was filled with joy and a little bit of relief. Chapter 562, Amazing Secret. Zhong Xingxian, who was sitting aside, asked to hear these words and felt surprised. Is Renren's belong to interstellar media? She doesn't pay much attention to business situations in Xiangzhong, but she has also heard of Renren. Almost everyone who surfs the internet now has a Renren account. And she herself is no exception. I often use this platform to communicate with mainland friends and fans and share my life. In fact, when Du Sheng finished saying the sentence "remind me then," Zhong Xingxianya had the answer. As Zhong Zhen said more about Renren's performance, especially when she learned that it had achieved a profit of more than 60 million in the first quarter of this year, the impact in her heart was getting bigger and bigger. Market value exceeds 8 billion? Du Sheng is still a major shareholder? It turns out that there is a rich man hidden by my side. Zhong Xin, who was suspected of being hurt, was the mediator of the Maotang clan, could see the shock and surprise in the other party's heart. When Du Sheng hung up the phone, the eyes of the people around him changed. Shi Xingye was even more surprised and opened his mouth wide. He thought that even if he started late, he would be able to catch up with Du Sheng one day. But I never expected that the gap was so big. Brother Sheng, you are really too fussy. Zhong Xingxia was delighted with an unconcealed admiration. She wouldn't let this golden thigh be beaten to death. Renren was founded last year, is it going to be listed so soon? Wu was also very excited. This is simply a miracle. Brother Sheng, you are not only my idol, but now you are also the motivation for me to work hard. His words sparked a burst of laughter from everyone, and the atmosphere became lively again. Cai Nayan looked at Du Sheng with a little admiration and said, Brother Sheng, let's talk about the secret. We want to be so outstanding too. No, it's enough to be 1% of you, I don't have high requirements. Du Sheng did not answer directly, but asked replies. Do you know what it looks like outside the street at 4am? Faced with everyone's confusion, Du Sheng smiled and said, I know what the street looks like at 4 o'clock every morning. Unfortunately, Kobe is still there now and is in a rumor, so no one can understand this meme. But it is foreseeable that from this moment, Du Sheng's name will become more intense and dazzling. I don't know if the two girls were stimulated or really wanted to know what they looked like at 4 o'clock in the morning. Tonight they will be with Du Sheng and have a lot of scars. Du Sheng was a little moved by his stubbornness and appearance of striving for strength. Unfortunately, my patience and perseverance were a little worse. Before I could hold on until 4 am, I was weak and weak. It has to be said that perseverance is very important. They want to catch up with Du Sheng's footsteps, not just relying on their dreams. The next morning at 7 am, the crew began to be busy. The staff boarded a bus one after another. All kinds of props needed for shooting were also loaded into a truck to prepare to go to the shooting site. But Du Sheng did not take the bus with everyone, but drove to the airport alone in the newly purchased nanny car. I have been away for so long and I have to go back to the mainland when I am about to deal with it. Some artists from peers looked at each other, with envy and admiration in their eyes. Hey, big stars are different. That Ferrari is not cheap, no less than $1 million. Are you envious? Then work hard and strive to transform from an extra to a special one day. In fact, this car was arranged by Yezi. He said that his status today should not occupy the crew car anymore. Du Sheng had nothing to say. Sometimes he really needed a car to support the storefront. When I went back this time, the first thing I had to solve was the problem mentioned by Zhong Zhen. Since Renren.com was preparing to go public, with the strong support of relevant departments of Zhejiang Prefecture, the company has not only moved to a new office location, but also obtained a series of preferential policies. It includes a 9-story separate office building, as well as rent, tax, and water and electricity costs reductions. One-time discounts greatly reduce the company's operating costs. I have to say that this is indeed a blue ocean of entrepreneurship. No wonder so many public servants have unparalleled sense of accomplishment. 2.5 hours later, Du Sheng returned to Zhejiang Mansion and arrived at the new office building. Zhong Zhen has already led the company's management team to wait at the door. Around them are many excited Renren employees, endless. Especially the female employees, they seemed particularly excited. As soon as Du Sheng got off the car, a scream sounded around him. Even the employees of the company next door were attracted to watch. Someone recognized Du Sheng at a glance and shouted excitedly, "Oh my god, that's Du Sheng!" Then, more employees rushed out of the office, scrambling to see the celebrity entrepreneur's style. Outside the Renren company, Du Sheng smiled and shook hands with several venture capital representatives from CITIC and Goldman Sachs, and hugged them. Standing at the door and talking for a while, many reporters along the way were already taking photos with their cameras. Several young female employees prepared flowers in advance and handed them to Du Sheng, saying happily, "Welcome to Mr. Du to the company, it's been a long time since I was gone." Du Sheng took the gift with a smile, turned to ask Zhong Zhen beside him, "Sister Zhen, this shouldn't be your work." Zhong Zhen smiled and shook her head. "No, since the last annual meeting, they have been waiting for you to come, so they are waiting here spontaneously. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, why not take a photo together?" Du Sheng was not disappointed, and suggested, "Just treat it as compensation." "Good idea." Without Zhong Zhen's instructions, the employees stood in a circle and stood in a good direction. Standing at the center are Du Sheng and Zhong Zhen. "Come on, laugh. 3, 2, orange." This photo that went viral on social media later was preserved before Renren was launched. Du Sheng was also named the most powerful struggler in the entertainment industry by the media. Although he himself does not want to attract too much attention, it is obviously difficult to keep a low profile in this situation. Just as the show was about to end, dozens of fans rushed from nearby. "Brother Sheng, don't leave first. We took the car for 3 hours and gave us a photo. Xiao Sheng Sheng, wait for sister." Faced with enthusiastic fans, Du Sheng had to stop again to satisfy the public's wishes. When Du Sheng left, the colleague in charge of photography was immediately surrounded by fans. "Brother, can you send us the photos? We can pay the reward." "Whoa, handsome guy, look at what this is." The male employee who had never experienced such a scene on weekdays seemed a little at a loss at this moment, but his face was filled with unconcealed excitement. "Don't squeeze everyone. As long as you add my Renren account, I will definitely send the photos." I have to say that he is also eager to do so. "I took the opportunity to seize the opportunity and gained dozens of young girls in a short time. As long as he gets a little more up, it is not known that he finds a like-minded partner." Du Sheng has come to the company's R&D department to gain an in-depth understanding of the products. It is also proposed to do some enhancement of social functions after listing, such as adding photo albums, show pictures, music sharing, and other auxiliary points. These seemingly simple proposals have made many technicians extremely excited. "Mr. Du, your thinking is really great," an IT staff member said excitedly. "These functions can not only enhance user stickiness, but also greatly enhance product competitiveness." Zhong Zhen next to him was also deeply impressed. Sheng, your ideas are always so unique, which is really amazing. Sister Zhen has been awarded the award. In fact, even without my advice, they can come up with better solutions. Du Sheng is not modesty. Because it won't take long to get related features on QQ and Facebook. At noon that day, Zhong Zhen invited the company's middle and senior management to have dinner at a high-end restaurant to celebrate the company's new starting point. During the whole process, Du Sheng was always approachable and won unanimous praise from his colleagues. After finishing all this, he went to Voice of the East and continued his filming position as an honorary mentor. This day, April 8. It just passed 7 o'clock in the morning. Du Sheng and Zhong Zhen led more than a dozen executives of Renren.com and shareholder representatives from CITIC and Goldman Sachs to Xiangjiang by plane. 20 employees of the company were accompanied. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, the group arrived at the parking lot near the Hong Kong Stock Exchange on time. The Renren employees who had been waiting here quickly came forward to greet them. Zhong Zhen got off the bus first, followed by Du Sheng and other representatives. Everyone was wearing straight black suits, and not to mention anything else, this momentum came out. just stepped into hand at the gates of the Yishao. Media reporters flocked to the scene. Most of the microphones were handed to Du Sheng. Mr. Du, it is rumored that you are the largest shareholder of Renren. Is this true? Do you have better plans for the future development of Renren? The internet bubble has just passed a few years ago. Are you worried about happening again? After going public today, your assets will increase significantly, and you may even become one of the billionaires in the entertainment industry. What do you think about this? Mr. Du, with so many rumored girlfriends, will you worry about being divided by them after their assets soar? Faced with the reporter's continuous gun-like questions, Du Sheng could only respond selectively. Thank you very much for your attention and support. Today we focus on celebrating the successful listing of Renren.com. I hope everyone will not go off topic, thank you. As for those messy questions involving his girlfriend, he didn't answer any answer. After dealing with it, he and Zhong Zhen took the lead in entering the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. The speech just now and the photos at the scene were soon sent back to the editorial department by online and offline journalists. In less than half an hour, the relevant news has been posted on the homepage of major entertainment editions. In just a short moment, the number of views of the report quickly exceeded 1 million. And more people are still rushing to the way. It can be predicted that it will definitely be flooded today. At around 10:30, several luxury cars suddenly drove into the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Boss Yang, Xiang Tai, Cheng Long, Liu Yingbao, Zhang Beizi and other insiders appeared one after another. Boss Yang and Xiang Tai were in the front, and Liu Ying was slapped in the basket. It seemed that he had an appointment. Du Sheng was stunned for a moment and smiled and went forward. Brother Yang, Xiang Tai, Brother Long. Why are you here? Cheng Long patted his shoulder lightly and said jokingly. Hey, your company is listed in Xiangjiang, and you didn't even notify us at such an important moment. Boss Yang added with a smile. We are partners now, of course we have to do our best to be a landlord. It turned out that in order to avoid unnecessary explosion scenes, Du Sheng did not inform the public in advance. Especially Cheng Long, Zhang Baji and others. With their personality, if they learn about this in advance, they may cause the scene to be in trouble. Despite this, they received the wind and rushed over in time. Regardless of whether Cheng Long and others had any ideas on this trip, their appearance did add a lot of color to this listing. After all, they are one of the best in the domestic entertainment industry. At this moment, the collective appearance is enough to be majestic. As expected, with extensive reports from major media, Du Sheng's social status, background, and wealth status were further magnified. Shortly after the bell was ringing, various amazing secrets about Du Sheng were circulated on the internet. Extremely explosive, heir to the mysterious family. From superstars to business giants, how did Du Sheng use Renren to change the entire entertainment industry? On the first day of Renren's listing, the stock price soared by 300%. Who is the driving force behind it? Du Sheng is the first choice for Asian women. Shocked. It turns out that Du Sheng is the lost son of a billionaire. Although rumors are coming, there are not many fans who really believe in these exaggerated gimmicks. Because everyone knows that Du Sheng is from an ordinary background. The reason why he was able to reach his current position was entirely dependent on his unremitting efforts. Many fans were angry that these eye-catching attractions began to actively comment on major platforms to clarify some real situations. Many people who originally didn't know Du Sheng gradually became his loyal fans after learning about his ups and downs. After all, who can resist such a big star who is not only handsome, but also versatile, and has made achievements in many fields such as film, television, song, and boxing? At the same time, the Interstellar Media Public Opinion Department saw that the topic and popularity were deviated, and even thought to themselves that they had to stand up and wash the floor. Many people in the entertainment industry who have close ties with Du Sheng also made a voice to support it. including many well-known artists such as Cheng Long, Lu Yingyi, Zhou Huimin, Lin Zhiling, and Girls' Generation 4 girls. Even overseas celebrities such as Li Yuxin, Song Hai Kyo, Fukata Kyo, and other famous people who received the news came to join in the fun. Social platforms such as Renren and Taiba have invested a lot of resources to forward the reputation of interstellar media, which has caused this wave of signs to be destroyed. But the popularity is there, and many media and companies are still attracting traffic through excuses. For example, brands such as Jin Lilet, Zifeng Liquor, Kung Fu Pai, and Wahaha endorsed by Du Sheng have launched new models or products, quickly attracting the attention of a large number of consumers. Directors such as Lu Wei, Ye Wuxin, and Zhang's hit song are no exception, using this hot topic to promote the works starring Du Sheng. Especially in the upcoming Initial D of Initial D, Du Sheng also reposted Lu Wei's promotional photos during his busy schedule, which was a wave of exposure in advance. During the period since the Hong Kong Stock Exchange was listed, Du Sheng's name has been almost everywhere, whether in social, online, television or radio. His attention is unmatched. Even the incident of Zhao Qi beating pregnant women, drifting prostitutes, etc., is incomparable to the popularity of it. Especially on April 13, a heavyweight official media released a report about Du Sheng authoritative evaluation. For a moment, major media forwarded it, and the effect was explosive. The official media Guangming Daily published the title on the front page of the official media entitled "Let Youth Have No Regrets, Grasp the Pulse of the Times." Article. The article specifically mentions Du Sheng's growth and deeds. Through unremitting efforts, he eventually became an idol in the hearts of many young people. At this moment, the East is in the early stage of rapid economic development, especially when Master Gongji/Viang advocates abroad. He urgently needs a bowl of chicken soup belonging to the yellow race. Du Sheng's story of only showing the true nature of a hero when the sea flows through the sea obviously has a great motivational effect. Therefore, he was selected as a positive typical promotional target. When colleagues in the entertainment industry saw this, they were so envious that they drooled out. After all, who doesn't want to gain recognition from the official media? With this wave of popularity, Du Sheng's connections and status have rapidly increased in the entertainment industry and business circles. This achievement not only won the admiration of peers, but also attracted the attention of many heavyweights in the industry. Including Phoenix chairman Lu Changel, China Film and Television Han Shanping, the principals of the three major theaters, and several industry leaders in Xiangjiang all sent congratulations to Du Sheng. Not only that, many international companies have also extended olive branches and proposed cooperation invitations. I hope Du Sheng can participate in filming, commercial performances, or become a brand spokesperson. However, for Du Sheng at this time, time is the primary consideration. Therefore, he politely declined some invitations that were not very suitable, and only retained a few potential and valuable projects for further negotiation. Many people in the circle who had met Du Sheng also sent their blessings as soon as possible and tried to warmly invite them to get together. Du Sheng was so busy that he turned dizzy that he could simply ask his assistant to help him reply. He took advantage of the meal and glanced at the visual interface. I don't know if I don't look at it, and I'm shocked when I see it. In less than a few days, it soared by more than 500,000. Reputation value, 1086,398. If he remembers it wrongly, the reputation he had accumulated before was about 500,000, which took more than a month. Now it's reached in a few days. And looking at this, even if the rise weakens, it is still more than enough to increase by 1/3. Du Sheng was in a good mood and took a look at the main skill. It's only 1 million, so I'd just add it all. Dragon and Elephant Prajna, 7th levels /purple, 4658445 rightward arrow 57448443/656100. It's only a few 100,000, it's almost there. By then, as long as the fragile meridians are tempered to be tough enough, this body can completely ignore the sword and slash. Even if you are hit by a car under 80 o'clock, it is probably not harmful. Time has passed a few days without realizing it. Today is a scene where Brother Jia was acquitted and conspired to retaliate. Although the filming lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening, it was finally completed successfully, which made the entire crew feel relieved. The progress of the entire drama has reached the middle and late stages and is about to end. The most challenging thing next is the ultimate showdown between Ma Jun and Tony in the Reed Marsh. It is also the most classic part of the movie. Calculate the progress, the shooting should be completed within 10 days. Then there is still time to promote the initial D. Chapter 563. Look at this muscle, is it worth it for one night? After leaving the set, Du Sheng and Fan Ou did not go for a midnight snack with everyone, but took off their makeup and prepared to return to the hotel. Fan Ou's scenes have been completed today, and tomorrow we have to return to the mainland to promote the upcoming TV series Treasure Basin. After that, it was difficult for both parties to meet for a while, so Du Sheng had to satisfy this girl's craving. Just as he got into the car, Huang Deli, who was one of the action guides, also got on. He held a stack of newspapers in his hand and said to Du Sheng, Sheng, Director Do called me just now. Yangtze wanted to do an interview program for you." Du Sheng asked in surprise. "I'm filming, and Director Do knows it. What kind of interview is he? Are you very eager?" Huang Deli looked at the completely transformed apprentice in front of him, and his heart was filled with emotion. He did not directly answer Du Sheng's question, but said with a smile, "How much property do you have now? I heard that it has been on the Huron rich list." When Director Do mentioned this just now, I was stunned and looked for information everywhere to confirm. Think about the past few years when you were a martial arts substitute, you wandered around in a daze. In just 3 years, you have become a person on the rich list. Even if master, I have always placed high expectations for you, it is hard to imagine that you will develop so quickly. Huron rich list? When was it arranged? Du Sheng has been busy filming recently and hasn't paid attention to these things. He took the newspaper from Huang Deli and turned to the financial page. You can see the Huron rich list published on it at a glance. Among the top 3, except for retail giant Guanjiu, Chen Tianqiao, who met on the plane last year, was listed. With the successful backdoor listing of Pengrun Investment, Guanjiu's personal wealth reached 14 billion. He defeated Ding Sanxi and won the throne of the richest man for 2 consecutive years. The third-ranked Chen Tianqiao of Shenda Games, with wealth and assets of 11.7 billion. The legend game is not an exaggeration to be called his rebirth. It seems that I can suck blood for several years with this. This rich man had a problem with his brain and always liked to donate money to the lighthouse country. I don't know if the disease has been cured. Continue to read down. Before Ding Sanxi in 2019, it was listed on the lighthouse with its internet storm, and it was indeed a highlight. However, due to poor performance of stock prices this year, the assets of 10.2 billion yuan fell to 4th place. Du Sheng barely squeezed into the end of this period's rich list with 1.5 billion wealth assets. Speaking of which, the wealth calculation method of Huron rich list has always been controversial. Especially for the valuation of various emerging industries, the list has always been biased. Just like Jack Ma's Alibaba was valued at that time with more than tens of billions of dollars. He was the top 3 shareholders and was only ranked 30th. As for Ma Huiteng, who has over 100 million QQ users, he can't even touch the tail of the list. If calculated based on valuation, he should have been on the list, but it was not until next year that Teng Sun became a giant that he ranked 14th with 5.8 billion. This is a bit of a joke. Du Sheng didn't understand how Huron had an asset of 1.5 billion. If only liquidity is counted, even if the collection settlement of movies, music, and various subsidiaries is added, his account has never exceeded 1.5 billion. But if calculated based on assets, his net worth valuation of 10 billion is low. If you add the investment and stocks in Lighthouse and Kimchi Country, in theory, even the richest man can touch it. But outsiders don't know this. Du Sheng glanced at the comment. Du Sheng is the youngest self-made rich man in 10 years, at the age of 22. His excellence is like the soaring east today, full of vitality and infinite possibilities in the future. In people's minds, Du Sheng is a great man who combines actors, singers, boxing champions, screenwriters. But in fact, he is an extremely excellent entrepreneur. His subsidiaries that show strong development momentum, I believe everyone should. There is no doubt that Du Sheng is an outstanding talent among young Asians. What he broke was not only his identity, but also his prejudiced gaze from abroad. It can be said that Dongfang Future can also find a microcosm in him. Although it is only at the end of the Huron Rich list, the news that Du Sheng suddenly became a billionaire as a popular star still caused a widespread sensation in all walks of life. In addition, he also made it to the Huron charity list. This ranking is high, and the top 5 occupy a place. This list is designed to recognize China's most generous philanthropists and count the total donations over the past year. These two news is superimposed on the previous post-listing aftermath, and many people are hiding. Especially on the internet, public opinion is fermenting very quickly, and netizens have been discussing it hotly for a long time. What the hell? Is it dazzled? Du Sheng's net worth is over 1 billion. This valuation is low. If you don't mention the 2 major shareholders of Renren and Phoenix TV, you can be proud of the crowd with YY Voice and Miracle Records alone. It's damn. My car is still number 11. Can I still deserve Brother Sheng? The lady upstairs is right. Everyone often uses YY Voice, and the valuation is not an exaggeration. To celebrate Du Sheng's appearance on the 2 major lists of Huron, YY announced that it will hold a discount lottery event soon. Just forward this message to 100 people once, you can get a lottery opportunity. It's true. I've forwarded it and I've also drawn a big beauty. Du Sheng had to sigh that some of the comments were a bit brain-breaking. Especially those discussions about forwarding lottery draws made him laugh and cry. From now on, whenever I encounter major events in my life, I am afraid that this joke will be often made to tease me. After logging into the homepage of Renren, he saw rows of messages. There are many funny words among them. At 22 years old, I am still looking for opportunities to be a cow and a horse for others. And some people have already reached Rome, and it is really annoying to compare people. I would like to ask you, how can you be as outstanding as Du Sheng? I am not greedy, I just want to learn his skills in picking up girls. Is everyone's focus biased? Du Sheng has so much wealth and can't spend all this money in his lifetime. Can he still maintain his creative enthusiasm for the entertainment industry? Du Sheng will most likely announce his retirement. After all, the money earned by being an artist is far less than the income of the companies under his name. How tiring to film. If I were him, I would be drunk every day and dream of death. No, this is his main business, and it is impossible to lose his dream. As a great man on the rich list, he is willing to put down his posture and perform and sing for us. What else do you want to do? Similar voices are endless. Du Sheng casually flipped through Tianya, Taiba, blog, and other social networking, and found that the homepage was full of reports about him. The discussions on various websites were extremely lively, as if they were a festival. No wonder Yang Shi wanted to invite him to interview. This popularity is something that every social media dreams of. If Yang Shi really launches a special program about Du Sheng's growth resume, I believe the ratings will be very high. After browsing the information, Du Sheng said to Huang Deli, I haven't calculated the amount of assets myself, in short, I don't have to work hard for my livelihood in the future. Anyway, master, you don't have to worry about these things. Why not think about the issue of adding more students? Your Huang family has only 2 daughters, so how can you face the ancestors? Huang Deli was stunned when he heard this, and after reacting, he laughed and scolded. "You've taught me a lesson, right? Lao Du is the only one who is left, so don't you seize the time? The old man is old, it's up to you in the future. You are a talented and capable person, and you must have the best quality genes for inheriting the family lineage and should have more branches and leaves. For example, when learning from others, set a rule. As long as someone gives birth to a baby for you, the reward starts with 5 million yuan. The more you get, the better, and create a Du empire." Du Sheng. Speechlessly, he simply posted this passage to YY exclusive group. Lu Yifei was playing with her mobile phone and replied immediately, saying, "Uncle Huang, don't worry, I'm a few months away from adulthood, so I can consider this issue at that time. My mother said that I was in good health and it was easy to get a baby." Yang Mi also joined the conversation and joked about herself. "My classmates said that I have good figure and good genes and have enough water, so it's easy to support 2 people." Lu Shishi and Tang Yan were not willing to be the last one. "Brother Sheng, what's the situation? Is this actually going to offer a reward?" But I whispered, "We have practiced crane fist for so long and are very good." Lu Tao had just returned to the mainland and said, "You guys are still young, you can wait first. Originally, I didn't plan to have a child so early, but if Du Sheng had an idea, it wouldn't be impossible to consider it. And there is no need for any reward, and there is no need to register so much." Gao Yuan, Jia Saiwen, Zhang Beizi and other girls also joined the battlefield. "Same as above, we not only don't need to reward, but we don't have to worry about exposure and trouble after giving birth. As Sheng just comes to see it occasionally when he has time." Du Sheng didn't expect this to happen, so he had to vaguely extinguish the fire. "Since everyone has this intention, I will seriously consider it. But some things cannot be forced, let's talk about them when fate comes." With his current state of internal strength, refining essence into qi may not be able to do it, but controlling the valve is still possible. What's more, it's too early for him to have a child at this age, and he has to consider it after he is 25 years old. As for the ideal candidate for birth, considering the allocation issue, the first choice is most likely Yesi and Zhongzhen. However, from an emotional perspective, the above girls are not bad either. There are also Zhou women, Zheng Xian, Li Yuxin, and others who are also very generous. Even if you have a mixed race, you can reconcile it. Of course, these are still too long-term. Huang Deli turned his head and glanced, with a smile on his face. It turns out that this kid is not only cheating in life, but also the emperor's daughter is at its peak. My worries are completely unnecessary. He took back that thought and asked, "Do you want to go there for the interview sent by Yangshi?" Du Sheng shook his head slightly and said, "There is an old saying that hidden like emptiness, sometimes it is not a good thing to be too much. There is no need for an interview. I will do it on social media, which can be regarded as an explanation for fans. Then let things cool down naturally." Huang Deli also understood the principle of a child holds gold to pass through the downtown market and nodded. "It's really wise to choose to cool down, I'll decline you." After saying that, he called. After removing the makeup and getting out of the car, Du Sheng said goodbye to everyone. As soon as he returned to the hotel room, Fan Ou couldn't wait to run to the bathroom. "Obviously, I am full of expectations for the topic just now." Du Sheng walked to the computer, logged into his social account, and posted a news. "Work and business are just part of my life, and acting and singing are my hobbies. Please don't make fun of me, I will continue to create and perform music. For example, at this point, I just left the crew of Fuse. Not to mention the lottery requires filming, but the reputation value also requires these exposures, so this is the truth." A behind this update is also accompanied by a behind the scenes photo taken at noon. In the photo, he, Fan Ou, Yewuxin, Wu and others all came into the photo, while the background was on the broken coast. This photo quickly attracted the attention of a large number of fans. They were originally worried that Du Sheng would withdraw from the circle because of his development, but they all breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this news. That's great. Du Sheng will continue to be active in the entertainment industry. I want to make a short film called My Billionaire Idol. Come on, we're all waiting to see. It seems that Du Sheng's real hobby is to pick up girls in the crew. Why didn't I think of this trick? Brother Sheng, I am also very beautiful. I don't want anything, I just want to be your source of inspiration. BreakingPhotos.jpg. Wow, it's really a big tooth shot. This is not the same as the bucktooth gen in Kung Fu, I really envy Du Sheng. Little cuties, let me go first. Du Sheng is the idol of our male fans. Brother Sheng looks at this muscle. Is it worth it for one night? MachoManPhotos.jpg. You are so enough. Do we pseudo women never have a chance to stand out? I've passed it, be careful to be missed. Others are the richest people in the country. I'm so drunk, didn't anyone notice this photo? Ma Jun played by Du Sheng is so handsome, even Gushin Li has to stand by. The heroine played by OU is also so beautiful, she deserves to be Sister Fox Mei. To be honest, although I can't say it's very beautiful, it's not satisfactory. If you have a beauty, at least your nostrils look very much like Lu Yifei. Du Sheng's update was considered a response to the entire incident, and he also cleverly gained popularity for the fuse. Due to his current high attention, the effect of this promotion is far beyond that of the variety show that goes up. Many netizens not only paid attention to Chapelang plus fuse, but also had a heated discussion on the upcoming Initial D. After posting the update, Du Sheng made a joke and smiled and shook his head to close the page. Because we talked about having children in the evening, several beauties in Xiangjiang expressed their desire to have children. Now, Zhang Baji came to the door directly. He also brought several sets of the Promise heroine costumes. I have to say that she still understands men's hobbies very well. Du Sheng did feel the unprecedented special service that night. It also proves that it is quite challenging for these girls to easily earn hundreds of millions of them. The next day when Fan Ou got up, his legs were still trembling. I want to cry but no tears. When he came to the crew, Du Sheng found that except for a few friends, the attitudes of others seemed to have changed a lot. Even Shi Xingyu, who has a very arrogant temper and has never given up, now greets him with a smile. This is obviously an invisible momentum brought by identity, status, and wealth. No wonder so many people showed off their wealth on the internet in their previous lives. This feeling of being the only one can easily make people feel elated. In the past, although Du Sheng had a high status in the crew, since everyone was in the same circle, others might not take you seriously, but would only envy and jealous. Nowadays, this kind of envy and jealousy has long disappeared, but instead I have been pragmatically praising it. Of course, Du Sheng's actions have not changed much. He still takes every work seriously. At noon that day, Li Yuxin flew directly from Kimchi country to the crew of Fuse. She came with Song Hai Kyo. Although the latter was busy with work, she still took the time to visit the set. After all, I haven't seen a man since the tour. Although Song Hai Kyo is far away from abroad, she also knows a lot about Du Sheng's situation. After all, who is such a big rich man on the list, isn't anyone in the circle jealous? Therefore, her attitude towards Du Sheng was consistent and she maintained respect and friendship. Their arrival made the entire crew more lively. Especially the arrival of the noble little princess like Samsung also makes everyone feel that Du Sheng's influence is not overwhelming. As an Asian star, Song Hai Kyo also friendlily distributed food and drinks. Such a down-to-earth scene was spreading, but many viewers were afraid that they would break their eyes. Especially the Korean J, who were kimchi countries, would probably be broken. Of course, there are also many people speculating on their relationship with Du Sheng. After all, I came here so far just to visit the set? What outsiders don't know is that the facts are indeed that simple. At most, add one martial arts exchange. For example, in this evening's competition, Song Hai Kyo is responsible for assisting and Lee Yuxin is responsible for the main attack. Both sides cooperated smoothly and tacitly. Although he still can't defeat Du Sheng, practicing more kung fu is beneficial to his physical and mental health. What's more, things like skills are like sailing against the current and not advancing, and retreating. After saying goodbye to the two girls, Du Sheng entered a busy state again. On the 23rd, he needed to leave the crew for 3 days to promote Initial D, so he has to shoot a lot of scenes these days. Originally, the role of Ma Jun had many scenes, and with the tight time, the intensity of his work on the crew can be imagined. Fortunately, his current physical condition is excellent and he has various talents to help him devote himself to work with high intensity. Initial D has been set for release date, and it is April 30th in the mainland, which is just the first day of the May Day holiday. There are also holidays in Hong Kong, Macau, and Bay Area, but it is 1 to 2 days late for release. In addition, Ying Huang Entertainment, a capitalist, has great ability and was released in Neon, Malaysia, and Singapore in May. In other words, Du Sheng not only had to go to the mainland to promote, but also had to take the time to go outside for a walk. However, with previous tour experience, this time it should be much faster and more convenient. Speaking of which, this movie was originally scheduled to be released during the summer vacation. But Boss Yang and Ye Wuxin looked around the date and finally remained speechless. First of all, in June, in addition to the adapted film starring Fan Wei and Cheng Hao in China, there are also Hollywood blockbusters Phoenix Tribulation, Batman, Mystery of the Shadow, War World War, etc. With such a fierce combination lineup, who dares to rashly collide? Then it was July, which became even more brutal. The pre-release in China includes Seven Swords, Myth, Shapalang, etc. The former is a work of Su Laoqian's Sword in 3 Years, starring Li Tianwang, Zhen Zidan, Yang Kani, Sun Zilei, Lu Yi, etc. I won't talk about Myth, one of Cheng Long's major productions after returning to China, with overwhelming publicity. As for Shapo Wolf, it was starring Du Sheng. Should we be lined up together to fight each other? Not to mention abroad, there are also several masterpieces such as Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and Escape from the Clones Island, or famous directors or well-known international actors. In August, Foreign Flying Express 2 and Four Brothers will not be mentioned for now. There are also anti-Japanese blockbusters in China on the Taihang Mountains, starring Yang Qinhua and Wu Yanzhi No Drunk and so on. Moreover, this month is too hot, and people are no longer interested in moving. So after counting in a round of summer vacation, I can't find the right date. Chapter 564 Taking Advantage of the Issue? Finally, Boss Yang waved his hand and made a decision and simply went to May Day ahead of schedule. Because in May there is almost nothing to play except for the movie Star Wars 3 at the end of the month. Du Sheng had no objection to this. In this period, it is likely that Fuse has been filmed, and I can still find some time. But other times, it may not be possible. After all, next, Girls' Generation will hold a concert in the mainland and will be scheduled for the first time in 6 major cities. Zhou Huimin and Zhang Baji also want to join forces to hold the header concert. They chose the Hong Kong and Macau Bay plus Dia Bay plus Neon tour mode. Not to mention that Du Sheng was on the tour before, they all came to be guests. Even if he didn't have this relationship, he had to support the stage. In addition, the baby plan mentioned by Cheng Long is also about to start filming. At this time, you have to make careful calculations. That afternoon, after returning from the domestic publicity itinerary, Du Sheng did not return to the crew first, but was invited to Cheng Long's villa. In the villa, not only Cheng Long, but also the representatives of Ying Huang Entertainment are there. In addition, the imperial director Chen Mushan is here. It seems that I obviously want to start the project. Du Sheng, a popular fantasy, and Cheng Long, an international superstar, Yinghua Entertainment knew that the movie would not be compensated with his toes. But we have to see what Cheng Long, Du Sheng, and Chen Mushin mean. The former is indeed very interested and has read the script. But because he has been in the industry for more than 20 years, he has never won the Best Actor award once. Especially when he got older, he was obsessed with it. This is somewhat considered. As for Du Sheng, he is very interested in principle. After all, the partner is Cheng Long. At present, in the international community, especially in Europe, America, Philippines, Asia, and other regions, Cheng Long is a representative of no one's Asian artists, no one. Cooperating with this person is the fastest way to increase international popularity. But Du Sheng also had some small suggestions on the script. Chen Mushin has long worked with Cheng Long for Who Am I and New Police Story, and is an old friend. However, when facing the ideas of the two leading actors, he also has to make a central adjustment. After all, these two are both actors and investors, and their backgrounds are strong. In this way, under the command of Yinghua Entertainment, several groups simply sat down and talked. Cheng Long flipped through the refurbished script and thought about it. Sheng, you know my thoughts, it would be best if you have the chance to win the prize. The details you revised this time are mainly focused on details. Although the plot design is quite novel, I am still uncertain whether it can attract judges. This new script still features him and Du Sheng as the main characters, and he has obviously more scenes. Cheng Long was quite satisfied with this. Because this demonstrates Du Sheng's respect for him and does not try to use him as the background. However, when discussing cooperation before, he expressed his hope to make a competitive film. He is reserved about whether this main line of starting with the thief as his visual appearance can stand out in the Academy Awards. Faced with Cheng Long's concerns, Du Sheng just smiled. Who said that action movies cannot win awards? Don't forget how many honors The True Color of Heroes won back then. The True Color of Heroes not only succeeded in box office, but also shined in major film festivals. Wu Yusen won the Golden Horse Award for Best Director, and Dylan won the Best Actor Award. The Academy Awards are similar. In addition to winning the Best Picture Award, Fa Ji also became the Best Actor. The True Heroes has created a brand new genre, and it is not surprising that many awards have been won. Cheng Long said a little enviously. Du Sheng shook his head slightly and said, the key is not the subject matter, but the character creation and character design. Hearing this, Chen Mushin also interrupted. Sheng, you also know that Along's style is kung fu comedy that combines kung fu and comedy elements. The script you revised this time is indeed more exciting, but will it weaken the comedy part? After saying that, he glanced at Cheng Long. After all, action comedy is Cheng Long's signature, and his opinions are crucial. Du Sheng knew what they meant and said with a smile. Then I'll just answer this question at once. Brother Long, if you want to win the Golden Horse Awards, do you know what role the judges are most looking forward to seeing? Without waiting for Cheng Long to answer, he continued. That's right, it's those subversive, reflective, and profound and connotative interpretations. Everyone knows that Brother Long, you are known for your difficult action design and stunt performance. Your role is usually a hero who maintains justice and fights evil. No matter how powerful the enemy you face, you can persevere to the end and finally win. After all, your previous role was too routine. This script makes you a thief, addicted to sex and have a bad family. Is this subversive enough? Only by seeking innovation and change can we gain recognition from the judges. Cheng Long nodded after hearing this, thinking that what Du Sheng said made sense. This reminded him of the down-and-out gangster character played by Dylan in The True Heroes. Then tell me, why do you need to make a little change like this? Seeing that Cheng Long was impressed, Du Sheng continued to explain his point of view. First of all, the overall framework and plot pattern of the script are relatively common, similar to some classic dad-themed films, lacking freshness. For example, the storyline of the two thieves taking care of the baby and eventually being influenced by the baby's innocence, the audience can easily guess the direction of the plot. Secondly, the protagonists are when getting along with your baby, the change in personality and emotions is too sudden. In the early stage, they were addicted to the romance and romantic thieves, and they were completely changed because of their babies in a short period of time. This transformation lacks sufficient preparation and delicate portrayal, which makes the character image not full enough and has a strong preaching flavor, making it difficult for the audience to fully believe in the character's motivation for transformation. Then, except for the two starring actors and baby, the other supporting roles have relatively thin roles and characters, so they are out of the show. There is also the age issue. Brother Long, you should be changing this, so I won't say much. Finally, as a comedy action movie, comedy is certainly essential, but some funny plots are too exaggerated and deliberate. For example, the two leading actors are busy taking care of their babies. Although they can create funny points, they seem unnatural enough and are suspected of forcibly making funny. Cheng Long and Chen Mushin looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. They thought about this script for a long time, but they didn't see anything wrong with it before. When I heard this, I actually found so many small mistakes. I have to say that Du Sheng does have two tricks. The other party neither takes advantage of the problem nor wants to deliberately change the show or something. Just to make the shot better, it will make the chance of winning the prize higher. Yinghuang Entertainment representative Hua Wengzi took everyone's reaction in his eyes and asked. With the premise of not changing the tone, it is better to change it. Cheng Long is not convenient for asking about this, and Chen Mushin couldn't say that this was his own omission, so it was quite appropriate for her to ask. Du Sheng smiled and said. On the basis of retaining the core theme and style, some novel and unique plots and settings can be added to make the plot more attractive and fresh. For example, you can set some unexpected reversals and suspense in the baby's identity background or encounter with the three thieves, so that the audience can always remain curious. You can also deeply show the inner struggles, reflections and gradual deepening of the relationship between the two protagonists through memories, inner monologues, and so that the audience can better understand. Since Du Sheng took over and invested in this drama, of course he doesn't want to waste it. Moreover, in order to expand international popularity and reputation, it is necessary to ensure quality and quantity. The things he mentioned just now are the things that were criticized the most in his previous life. Now that he has the opportunity to correct it, how could he keep it? Yinghuang Entertainment, Company VIP Room. Boss Yang and Hua Wengzi were enjoying the tranquility of the afternoon, drinking fragrant tea in their hands. On the table in front of them was a new script of Baby Plan that had just been faxed. Mr. Yang, what do you think of the cooperation plan proposed by Star Media? Hua Wengzi said, his eyes falling on the document. Boss Yang took a sip of tea slowly, and then gently put down the teacup. They mentioned wanting the box office in the North American market? Then do they have corresponding distribution channels? Hua Wengzi shook her head. She didn't know anything about this and had never heard of any rumors. Boss Yang continued to ask. What about the profits of the disc? It's better to be half. Hua Wengzi answered. 2/2. Boss Yang raised his eyebrows. Obviously surprised by this proposal. He knew very well that if an effective distribution channel could not be ensured, even if the box office of the movie was successful, he would have very little profit in the end. Therefore, Yinghuang Entertainment usually does not participate in the overseas box office share. Instead, choose to sell movie copyrights by region. For Cheng Long's movies, disc revenue accounts for at least half of the copyright fees packaged here. This is also why Yinghuang Entertainment attaches so much importance to the revenue share of discs. However, there are many factors involved, and the biggest problem is to solve Cheng Long. But recently Cheng Long has always wanted to transform, hoping to shoot more artistic movies to hit awards. This made Yinghuang Entertainment quite a headache. Because such a video is not only thankless, it may not necessarily be recognized by domestic and foreign audiences. In order to deal with this situation, during the last talks between the several parties, Emperor Ying appropriately relaxed some conditions. Cheng Long was obviously moved, too. Especially when Boss Yang and Hua Wengzi read the new script of Baby Plan, the big rock hanging in his heart could finally be put down. Although there are many details about this change, it is still a familiar comedy action routine. Thinking about it, it's actually right. Du Sheng is one of the rich people nowadays. How could he take such a big risk to invest in a pure award-winning film? Obviously, his purpose is to use Cheng Long to increase the box office of the movie and his international influence. As long as the Baby Plan is well filmed, sales will naturally not be a problem. Especially the disc income in Europe and the United States is enough to allow Yinghua Entertainment to recover more than 100 million yuan in investment. And by borrowing Cheng Long's gimmicks, you can make a lot of money. Considering the company and its share of money formed by Cheng Long, it would be a loss if the global disc revenue was equally shared with Star Media. You tell them that the markets in Neon and Kimchi country can be sold. Boss Yang pondered for a moment and said, "But if you want box office revenue in the North American market, then the revenue of the global disc part can only be given to them at most 30%. The remaining 50% are our Yinghua Entertainment and publishers, and the other 20% are Aaron." As this film the core of the matter, Cheng Long's value is unquestionable. In addition to investment plus starring, he must want to gain a larger share of the movie's income. This is a reasonable thing, otherwise no matter how many favors there are, it will not be enough to spend it. Hua Wengzi nodded in agreement, understanding that this arrangement is reasonable and necessary. The reason why I have to bring Star Media to the car this time is that I am interested in Du Sheng's influence in the mainland and other regions of Asia, and the support of Miracle Cinema behind him. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would rather take out a loan than complete the project alone. After all, Cheng Long's recent works have been reduced, and it is particularly precious to propose cooperation this time. After Hua Wengzi left the house, he began to negotiate by phone. When it comes to interests, Du Sheng certainly would not give in casually and pretended to be dissatisfied. "Mr. Hua, I also have great risks. How can I just give 30%? Mr. Du, doing business is practical." Hua Wengzi was doing business and said with a smile, "You should also have a general understanding of Cheng Long's current film market situation. We paid a lot of money behind our backs to pull him into the car. In addition, putting aside your pay, Star Media has only invested 39 million. According to the current 30% of the global disc income you have given you should be able to recover investment or even make profits." "Mr. Hua, my salary is 13 million. Doesn't this money count?" Du Sheng knew that the other party wanted to bargain. But now he has just finished filming the morning drama and he has time to argue. "Okay, then you will have your 13 million yuan pay. I know that if you want to win the box office in the overseas market, how much box office share you can get from these regions depends on your ability of Star Media. But I believe that even in the worst case, you can recover this money steadily." Hua Wengzi added that she prefers to sell box office revenue rights directly to local publishers. This will also allow you to earn an additional millions of dollars without taking risks. "I don't object to the disc division in other places, but I want 50% of the disc income in the 3 regions of North America, Neon, and Kimchi country." Du Sheng insisted. "Otherwise, if I take such a big risk, wouldn't I work for Yinghua Entertainment for nothing? I'll give you at most 350%. North America and Neon are one of the best markets in the world." Hua Wengzi responded. 450%. There are also many markets such as Europe, Philippines, and South Asia. Moreover, I can't get a penny for the stable box office in Nanyang district." "Mr. Hua, you can't argue." Du Sheng beat the snake and followed the stick, and he was also one of the leading parties. "If the negotiation is not settled, then let's put it aside. Brother Long and I will not have to worry about filming the movie. After some consideration, Hua Wengzi decided to finalize the cooperation as soon as possible to avoid long nights and dreams. 40%, no more. Aaron's 2% remains unchanged, giving you 40% of the stars is already the limit. Okay, 40% of the 40% will be sold for you as a bargain. Du Sheng was helpless, but smiled slightly in his heart. This time, Emperor Ying is likely to misunderstand. Mr. Du, I wish us a happy cooperation and a greater friendship. Hua Wengzi said with a smile. Otherwise, if you really have to continue to worry, a lot of companies are rushing to invest in Aaron's movies. Du Shengfu, he said in 2 sentences, and seemed to be inadvertently. Mr. Huo, have Brother Long's previous film copyright considered for sale? Cheng Long and Ying Huang have worked with several movies, such as the new Police series. If the other party sells it, you can put it on Phoenix TV to increase popularity. Don't make any decisions about this. Cheng Long's film copyright is now non-sale products. Hua Wengzi laughed and refused. Du Sheng didn't care. I also knew that the opportunity was not great, so I just mentioned it casually. In fact, this time he wanted to use Cheng Long to increase his international popularity, especially in Europe, America, and Africa. As for the issue of distribution channels, the other party obviously did not investigate him thoroughly. Sony promised to help before, but it has not been fulfilled yet. He didn't do anything to do in vain. Even if you take a step back, even if Baby Project cannot be released in North America, it can still penetrate through the disc market. The name Cheng Long is quite good at this. Anyway, what he wants is to increase North American popularity and pave the way for the next big production wanted order. With Du Sheng and Hua Wengzi reaching a consensus, the cooperation on Baby Plan was officially established. The tone has been decided. After Du Sheng agreed on the main matter, he handed over the follow-up instructions to Star Media to connect with Ying Huang Entertainment. As long as these are handled well, directors, photography and other follow-ups can also prepare for preliminary work. Of course, the real shooting is expected to take as soon as 1 or 2 months. After putting down the phone, Du Sheng was too lazy to think about it and devoted himself to the filming of Fuse. The progress of this drama is quite fast, and many characters are coming to an end. In fact, as long as the character enters the state, the shooting progress is very fast, and now the scene is over. In this drama, Du Sheng also invited many familiar faces to come. For example, the mother of the male protagonist Ma Jun in the play is Long Po Luo Lan. There is also Hong Bao's son, who also played the role of Ma Jun as a guest in the play. Although these actors don't have many roles, they can also increase the audience's experience of watching movies because of their high popularity. And they have good acting skills and they do a very smooth filming. Chang can often be completed in half a day. This is the most appropriate for Du Sheng, who has to take time to go out for publicity from time to time. As the progress speeds up, it is estimated that the end will be completed in 3 or 2 days. If the final showdown had not been made to show the real flesh and blood, the kind of fist-to-heart scene would have to be taken several times, otherwise the work would be over tomorrow. Chapter 565 The Vajra of Changes. The shooting site, in the abandoned factory. The dim light swayed in the dust, and Du Sheng and Wu confronted each other coldly. The air was filled with a suffocating tension. With the director's order, Wu took the lead in attacking. The right fist was wrapped in the whistling wind and rushed towards Du Sheng's face with great force. If this punch hits, it may break the human skull. Du Sheng just turned sideways slightly, avoiding this sharp attack by a slight difference. At the same time, his left arm was quickly raised, like a hard iron rod, hitting Wu's ribs hard. Wu also reacted very quickly. He closed his ventral sideways and blocked the strike with the tip of his elbow. When the elbow and his arms collided, a muffled bang sound was made, as if the muffled thunder exploded in this narrow space. Immediately afterwards, Wu relied on the power of blocking and turned his body, and his left leg was like a battle axe, swung high, sweeping towards Du Sheng's neck with powerful centrifugal force. Du Sheng squatted down and suddenly squatted down. The sweeping leg wind wiped his scalp and flew past. He used his fists to hit Wu's abdomen like two shells. Wu snorted by the sudden counterattack, and his body stumbled back a few steps, but he quickly stabilized his body and rushed up again with a roar. The two of them wrestled together in an instant, and their fists, elbows, knees, and every part of their body became weapons. As the fierce battle intensified, the waste machines around were knocked to pieces. Wu rushed forward with a quick step, hugged Du Sheng's waist, and wanted to use his wrestling skills to throw him down. Du Sheng thrust his waist and stabbed Wu's back with his elbows. Each hit was accompanied by Wu's painful gasp. This is a real fight. Although he restrained 90% of the force, it is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Wu, this pain is true. Just as he collapsed to the ground and was about to be unable to hold on, the director's slightly joyful voice finally came. Click. Very good, this one has passed. As Ye Wuxian's voice rang out on the set, Du Sheng quickly returned to the camera and focused on playing back the footage he had just shot. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on him. After all, he is not only the investor and starring of this film, but also the director on the name. Every decision he makes is crucial. After a moment, Du Sheng put up an OK gesture with his right hand, then stood up with a satisfied smile on his face and announced loudly. I announce that the crew of Fuse will be officially completed. The word finished was released, and the entire crew suddenly burst into cheers. Everyone has been waiting for this moment for a long time and are excited to celebrate. Du Sheng clapped his hands again, raised his volume and said, "We have a finale banquet tonight, so everyone can enjoy it and never return without getting drunk." The atmosphere at the scene reached a climax, and then I started packing my bags. Du Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief, his heart full of accomplishment. Fuse has finally completed the shooting stage, although there are subsequent post-production work such as soundtrack and editing that needs to be completed. But for him who has a long-term reference, these are just small things that are familiar with. More importantly, most of the later work will be under the responsibility of Ye Wuxian, and Du Sheng only needs to provide some guidance and adjustments when necessary. This made him feel more relaxed because Ye Wuxian's professional ability made him completely relieved. Next, he can relax a little, wait for the movie to finally take shape, and also begin to look forward to the results of his previous work Chapeau Wolf. After a lively finishing banquet, Du Sheng generously sent a red envelope to the crew members, and the film came to an end. When the last hustle and bustle gradually subsided, as soon as he got into the car, a familiar reminder came from his ear. The filming of Fuse has been detected, will the settlement lottery be held? Du Sheng, who was originally a little tired after drinking a few glasses of wine, was instantly refreshed. This police and gangster action movie contains many unique skills and elements, and the protagonist Ma Jun is proficient in ground skills, Bassi Jiu-Jitsu, boxing, kicking, grappling and other fighting skills. At the same time, as a poor man, he also has excellent gun skills. Among them, heavy snipers, heavy police cars and other equipment were also used. So many rich items undoubtedly increase the expectations for the lottery results. Based on past experience, the rating of this lottery should be not low, and even if it doesn't appear purple, there will be special products. As expected, as the thought fell, the rating was surprisingly good. In the statistics, the host character fit is 90.8%, the roles account for 25.2%, and the completion is 90.3%. The prize pool is re-updated. After settlement, the performance rating of Fuse is Excellent Plus. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host is D, and the annual lottery draws can be 1/11. Will the lottery be held? Du Sheng's mind flashed through Ma Jun's more useful items and skills, and he silently recited the lottery in his mind. As the thought fell, the 19 cards on the roulette rotated quickly counterclockwise. Brush. As the 7 cards exploded, the light turned and the blue and green intertwined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of handcuffs. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the movie script of Angry Serious Case. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavy off-road police car, Unimog. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Barrett M95 sniper rifle. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3 boxes of magazine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Bashi Jiu-Jitsu, blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for receiving HK $1 million. A pair of military handcuffs? Not bad. Du Sheng remembers that he also obtained a copy of Infernal Affairs last time, and it was also used in a special place. In my mind, I couldn't help but recall the intimate scene between Luo's Hixiang and director Huang Jianzhong at that time, and my face was a little strange. Of course, even if there is no use in the future, it can be used to play the script game of the bad guy catching the female thieves with the girls. The Furious Case is also considered the sister series of Fuse, and it is indeed expected that it can be drawn. Du Sheng was not surprised. And he remembered that this film was the last glorious Hong Kong film, with good reputation and box office. Even if you can't shoot it now, you can always use it after a wave of stocking up. A heavy-duty off-road police car, Unimog. Du Sheng was immediately excited. Special items are here. Its name is also called Vajra of Changes. According to the movie settings, this thing is usually used by the Flying Tigers, and is known for its powerful power and solid body structure. Not only can it prevent bullet strafing, it is also suitable for rugged terrain and counter-terrorism missions. Even the horsepower is super terrifying. A large flatbed car that can pull goods 10 times heavier than yourself, a perfect multifunctional toy. What is a man's comic? That's it. From now on, I can take the woman up the mountain to fight in the field every minute. As for more functions, it is estimated that it cannot be implemented in the mainland, so if you have the opportunity, you still have to try it abroad. Barrett M95 sniper rifle? It seems to be a lighthouse product in the movie collection, it's very good and powerful. Du Sheng looked at the guitar box thing that appeared in front of him, and a strange smile flashed in his eyes. In the movie, the Horse Army used a sniper rifle when rescuing Watson alone. His handsome sniper swing is still vivid. This gun can rank among the top 10 snipers, and it is naturally very well known and can get its data at any time. The rotating rear pole bolt is adopted, with good locking stability, the gun body is closely matched with the bolt, and it is also equipped with a low-bolt Stevens M3 Super Telescope, with a magnification of 10 times, so the accuracy is very good. It is equipped with 12.7 mm large diameter bullets, with a total length of 1,150 mm, weighing 11 kg, with an effective range of about 2,000 yards, and a long reaction tube to reduce recoil. Mainly used to destroy light protective targets over long distances of 12 km. Such as animals, aircraft on the apron, hovering helicopters, light armored vehicles, communication vehicles, airport facilities, etc. If the sniper occupies a high position, he can also effectively block traffic roads, bridges, and ferries. This kind of thing will always be used in the future. If there is someone who is blind to jump, he will send him a shot without knowing it to ensure accurate entry into the soul. The main feature is clothing and health. Bashi Jiu-Jitsu LV1/Blue, 10/1000. A martial art that focuses on ground fighting and uses leverage principles, joint skills, and twisting skills to subdue opponents, emphasizing the use of skills and position control to overcome huge advantages in close combat. Seeing this, Du Sheng's eyes lit up slightly. This is the killer weapon of the Majun, and it actually exploded. To be honest, his own mixed martial arts fight is just like that, and it looks like it when he acts, and it is not as good as Bajikwan when he really fights. Now that you can feedback and get a direct enlightenment, the more you get. He glanced at it and accumulated a reputation value of 80,000. After thinking about it, I simply spent 1,000 to improve it to LV2 and strengthen the effect. It will be used sooner or later in the future, and be prepared for any trouble. By the way, there is also the divine egg I obtained from the divine condor heroes. Now the temperature is right, so I took the time to melt its eggs after I went back. Brother Sheng, should we deal with the backlog of affairs in Xiangjiang first, or rush back to the company headquarters? Wang Yeyang flipped through the itinerary and asked with his head turned around. There is no rush for these. Su Xiao said that Phoenix TV's semi-annual report has been released, so let's go first. After filming the film, Du Sheng couldn't rest. I came to Phoenix TV early the next morning. Shuya Cave Heaven currently has revenue of 122 million, sales cost of 70 million, gross profit of 52 million. Su Xiao placed a report in front of Du Sheng and made a detailed explanation. The source of income of the TV industry is roughly divided into three main parts. First of all, advertising revenue, which accounts for almost 60% of the total revenue. The second is the distribution of program copyright. Finally, there is the subscription fee for paid users. In terms of cost, it includes the cost of producing and promoting homemade content and the cost of purchasing external content copyrights. Taking TVB as an example, the total revenue of the TV station reached 3.26 billion yuan last year. Among them, the net advertising revenue was 2.427 billion yuan, and the average daily advertising revenue was about 6.82 million yuan. Advertising during prime time is particularly popular, accounting for about one-third of the average daily advertising revenue. Of course, different viewers, the advertising revenue brought by TV series also varies. For example, the 40-episode drama Surviving in the Sky brought TVB 210 million yuan in revenue. The average income per episode was 4.2 million yuan. Among them, the advertising revenue per episode is at least 3.7 million yuan. In addition, the drama also promotes cooperation in tourism products and aviation experience projects, and its copyright has been introduced by multiple international and regional areas to earn significant overseas copyright fees for TVB. The performance of Shuya Cave is as eye-catching as it is. Its super high ratings have led to corresponding increase in advertising costs, breaking the historical record of Phoenix TV. Not only is the advertising revenue rich, but the sales performance of peripheral products is also very impressive. Since its premiere a few months ago, Shuya Cave has been replayed 3 times on Phoenix TV's different time periods, with a cumulative advertising revenue of 122 million yuan. Of course, behind the high sales costs is an agreement reached between Phoenix TV and Star Media. That is, 45% of the advertising revenue will be distributed to Interstellar Media, which has the right to broadcast Shuya Cave Heaven. Such high scoring ratios are not common for ordinary TV stations. But Phoenix TV did not pay the copyright fee, but chose to sign the advertising revenue sharing agreement. It is likely that it will not be able to discuss it on other TV stations. For example, Star Media and Bay City TVBS TV, if you talk about 24% at most, you can't bargain. It is only because Du Sheng is both the chairman and the major shareholder that this decision was implemented smoothly. So of the 70 million yuan sales cost, except for 16 million yuan for promotion and distribution, the rest are all shared funds paid to Star Media. This is just a previous transaction, and there are still some in the future. There was no objection at the beginning, but Yezi asked lightly. In terms of TV series, in addition to relying on the support of Interstellar Media, is there any possibility of resurrecting the dead? This sentence directly blocked all objections. When Du Sheng joined Phoenix TV, he joined forces with other shareholders to inject large amounts of startup capital into him. This money is mainly used for the procurement of management expenses, homemade content and other important projects. Although the amount seems to be huge, the possibility of producing a hit product in the TV industry is slim. Nowadays, with the achievements and prestige brought by Du Sheng, his decisions have rarely been questioned. It is worth noting that Star Media also holds the copyright of Water Moon Cave in other overseas regions. Rwandan's 13 million yuan and Singapore's 9 million yuan. In addition to the copyright income of Neon, Kimchi Country, and Nanyang, it is still worth tens of millions of yuan. If we consider the long-term benefits of future multi-round broadcasts and overseas disc sales, Shuya Cave is expected to bring more than 200 million yuan in total revenue to Star Media. This is the result of Du Sheng owning a TV station. The Grave Robbers Chronicles in the previous life relied on publishing, artist advertising, IP authorization, etc. to generate a combined revenue of more than 1 billion yuan. But the novel has not yet appeared, and he does not have the ability to write a long story, so he can only wait for the future. In addition, popular dramas like Woolen Wei Zao and Prank Kiss also adopt a similar share model with Phoenix TV. Together they generated 146 million yuan in total revenue. The sales cost is 90 million yuan, and the gross profit reaches 55 million yuan. Although these two dramas are also very popular, their income is still not as good as Shuya Cave. It is slightly inferior in terms of ratings, subject matter, and copyright sales. Forensic Pioneer currently has revenue of 89 million, sales cost of 24 million, and gross profit of 72 million. This TV series with a total of 25 episodes has just completed its first round of playback. Its ratings have risen rapidly, almost catching up with the highest record in Shuya Cave. As a Hong Kong drama with a modern theme, Forensic Pioneer is naturally more popular among advertisers than a costume sitcom like Woolen Wei Zao. Therefore, the advertising revenue of a single episode is significantly higher than that of the latter. However, Forensic Pioneer is a self-produced program by Phoenix TV, and there is no need to share the benefits with Star Media. This further increases its profit margin. According to the current production cost of about 500,000 yuan per episode of Xiangzhong fashion drama, the production cost of Forensic Pioneer is about 10 million yuan. With the promotional distribution fee of 10 million yuan and the share of 3 million yuan paid to the crew in advance, the total sales cost is 24 million. Forensic Pioneer has only been aired for one round, and with the subsequent replays, advertising revenue will definitely increase significantly. In addition, the copyright of this drama is also owned by Phoenix TV, which means that in the future, you can also obtain additional benefits through copyright licensing and disc sales. If we count the next 5 seasons, the gross profit of 500 million will be small. This is definitely the golden rooster of Phoenix TV. Therefore, Phoenix TV will also focus on supporting self-made projects in the future. After all, there is no need to pay a large amount of copyright fees. Voice of the East currently has advertising revenue of 124 million, additional revenue of 18.8 million, sales cost of 70 million, gross profit of 61.9 million. Seeing that Du Sheng seemed to be thinking, Su Xiao pointed out one more point. Du Sheng nodded and understood the meaning. In contrast, although Voice of the East has the highest advertising revenue, it is limited to weekends because of its low broadcast frequency, so its overall revenue has not yet surpassed the replays of Shuya Cave Heaven. However, all the achievements of Voice of the East, all of them are under the responsibility of Star Media, and Phoenix TV is under little pressure. Of course, the same is true for Star Media. Because its copyright has been sold to Holland, Singapore and England. Currently, it has received a total of $8.3 million, about RMB 70 million, in overseas copyright income. As the copyright holder of Voice of the East, Star Media enjoys most of the profits in principle. But most of the production staff of this variety show come from Phoenix TV, and it also participates in the negotiation of copyright sale. Even the team was sent to Holland and England to assist local TV stations in preparing programs, so Interstellar Media was not good at taking up all of them. Du Sheng distributed 1/4 of the copyright income to Phoenix TV as a reward to avoid internal dissatisfaction. That is, the additional income of 18.8 million yuan. When Lighthouse TV comes to buy the copyright of Voice of the East, the big sum will not be divided, and all the proceeds will belong to Star Media. Even so, this show has brought more revenue to Phoenix TV than Mango TV's previous life's Supergirl 2. After all, Xiangjiang is an international metropolis, and high ratings mean that more advertisers are willing to invest money. In terms of advertising revenue alone, Mango TV has never been able to catch up with it in recent years. If we count the benefits of Neon and Kimchi Country, the two will be even more incomparable. Of course, the biggest one has to buy copyrights from North America. It depends on whether they are better than the Tao. In summary, in the past few months, through Du Sheng's strategic layout, Phoenix TV has achieved revenue of more than 160 million yuan. If the copyright of these programs belongs entirely to Phoenix TV, the gross profit is likely to exceed 300 million yuan. After all, how long does it take? It's very exaggerated, okay. Chapter 566 Now, this is called a counterattack. From the perspective of interest distribution, interstellar media is Du Sheng's top priority. After all, he only holds 35% of the shares in Phoenix TV. As the saying goes, brothers have to settle the score clearly, so the score is clear. He can control the profits of interstellar media, Zhongzhen and Yesizi will not object. The profits of Phoenix TV need to be shared with other shareholders. Of course, Du Sheng doesn't mind leading shareholders to make profits with forward-looking vision, but he has to ensure that he can obtain a larger share. Who would be so stupid that after putting a lot of effort into giving up the greatest benefits, right? In addition, in order to leave room for development for Phoenix TV, Du Sheng did not assign the copyright of the self-made drama to Star Media. Instead, it is divided separately to inspire the development of Phoenix TV. In the future, as long as the variety shows or dramas purchased by Phoenix TV will basically be inseparable from Star Media, and the self-made content will be left to Phoenix TV to make profits on its own. In this way, Du Sheng can not only make major profits, but will not hinder the growth and development of Phoenix TV. Now it has set a clear development direction for Phoenix TV. If there is no mistake in the subsequent development, it will definitely flourish. And his status and prestige on Phoenix TV have long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Unless there are extremely serious decision-making mistakes in the future, it is difficult for anyone to overthrow his leadership. Because if you change someone, you may not be able to achieve this result with 3 years. Just look at the ratings of the recent broadcasts. Even the more ordinary Woolen Wei Zhao has 28%, which is already a popular drama in the Xiangjiang area. Forensic Pioneer reached 33%, which beat TVB sitcom. Water Moon Cave and Voice of the East have exceeded 37% of the high ratings. This kind of ensuring the quality of content while also avoiding waste of resources. Industry insiders seem to have to say fake it out. Because even Mango TV, which has the fastest rise, had revenue of 2.64 billion yuan last year, but its sales cost was as high as 1.289 billion yuan. Moreover, at least half of the self-produced dramas cannot be broadcast smoothly every year, which further pushes up the overall cost. In the market, few people can guarantee that every TV series can become a hit. Not to mention the failure at all. Therefore, Du Sheng is also nicknamed by the industry as a heavenly defiant. Even TVB executives have to admit that they dare not confront each other head-on when they encounter the dramas he launched. Thanks to this driving effect, Phoenix TV's programs in other periods have also benefited a lot. Not only has the viewership increased, but advertising revenue has also increased. Since Du Sheng took over, Phoenix TV's gross profit has exceeded 300 million in just a few months. Lu Changel also joked to himself after seeing it. It seems that I am going to abdicate and give way to the wise. Seeing that Du Sheng was seriously studying the latest financial statements, Su Xiao felt uneasy for a moment and couldn't help but say, "Mr. Du, I wonder if you are considering dividends this year. This time I made a lot of money, and shareholder dividends are a topic that cannot be avoided. Su Xiao also had a scheming case about this, but he didn't really hope to withdraw too much money for the time being. After all, Phoenix TV is taking off and still needs a lot of investment. Du Sheng put down the report and waved his hand understandingly. Mr. Su, you can feel at ease with this. I am not so short-sighted. I will mention it to the shareholders later and reserve this part of the income. Hearing this, Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Thank you, Mr. Du, for your foresight and reason untie. He knew that next year's financial report will be the best opportunity to showcase Phoenix TV's profitability, which will in turn drive the stock price to rise significantly. After all, cutting international leaks in the stock market is much faster than working hard on TV series for 10 years. Mr. Su, I let the Taiwan industry be responsible for the production of self-made dramas and variety shows, not because I don't pay attention to it. Du Sheng added. But I believe in your professionalism and creativity, and you will be able to be self-sufficient in the future. Don't worry, Mr. Du, now the morale in Taiwan is high and with sufficient financial support, we will definitely not let your expectations down. Su Xiao responded confidently. For Du Sheng, greed for Phoenix TV's dividend is indeed not very meaningful. On the one hand, the profits made by Star Media through these popular works and programs have exceeded that of Phoenix TV. Even if he takes out all the profits and pays dividends, he can only get tens of millions at most, which is very small for his overall assets. On the other hand, although Phoenix TV's performance in recent months has overwhelmed TVB, there is still a gap in strength and scale. For example, in Bay City, TVB has its own satellite TV station TVBS, and does not need to rely on local survival. And Phoenix TV still needs to face a fierce competitive environment. There are 182 TV stations in a mansion, and the ratings of 6% are popular. Even if Du Sheng doesn't want to make that little money, considering the future public opinion atmosphere, this promotional channel must be mastered. He plans to get Phoenix TV to obtain a Bay City TV license and set up a local branch within the next 2 years. As long as you can do it, no matter what blue and green it is in the future, you will be the king of the mountain. After spending a long time to understand the various situations in Taiwan, he did not stay for dinner. There are still many advertisements, endorsements, and other matters to be handled in Xiangjiang, and we cannot stay for a long time. After such a long time of competition, Voice of the East finally ended successfully. On this day, several young girls were strolling in the lobby of the Star Media headquarters. One of them looked at the exquisite decorations around him curiously from time to time. Deng Ziqi gently pulled the corner of her clothes and said with a smile, "Sister, stop watching. There are many opportunities in the future, and there are still people waiting for us." "Oh, Ziqi, I still feel like I'm dreaming." Zhang Ne sighed. Who could have thought that he could really join such a big company? Since participating in the Voice of the East, her dressing style has become more fashionable, but her simple and immature personality has not changed. Although Deng Ziqi is a few years younger than Zhang, she has much more experience in this circle. Moreover, she has lived in the mainland for a while and is already familiar with everything around her as usual. Seeing this, Zhang Ji couldn't help asking, "Ziqi, have you been here before?" Deng Ziqi tilted her head and thought about it. She felt that the game was over and she would have to receive relevant training at Star Media next, and there was no need to hide some things. So he nodded calmly. "Yes, I've been here 2 months ago." Zhang Ji exchanged a look with Huang Liling from Bay City and instantly understood. It turns out that Deng Ziqi was already a member of Star Media before participating in the competition. Recalling the scene when the company negotiated with them about joining conditions during the competition, they suddenly realized that the ranking of Voice of the East this time did not seem as simple as it was announced. Huang Liling secretly thanked that she had agreed to sign the contract proposal, otherwise she might have been eliminated long ago. She knew her strength. Although she had good talent and even won the reputation of Zhang Huimei's successor, there were many people who had outstanding singing skills in the competition. If it weren't for the signing factor, she would probably not be able to even enter the top 8. Deng Ziqi, as one of the earliest members to join the company, is very likely to be the scheduled candidate for the championship. At this moment, several people have a deeper understanding of the entertainment industry. Those good opportunities that seem to be within reach have actually been allocated. Without the support of the backend and company, there is no qualification to compete. Brother Ji, based on the time you entered the company, shouldn't you call me a senior sister? Deng Ziqi quipped. After hearing this, Zhang Ji was amused and crying. He chased after him and wanted to catch this naughty little girl, and said in annoyance. Let me call you senior sister, right? You wait. Since the game ended, they have been in contact with each other and their relationship has become more and more harmonious. While laughing, everyone came to the reception room. I found that there were 2 people inside. The 4th place is Chen Chusheng and Liang Jingqi, the 6th place is Liang Jingqi. Everyone greeted each other. Chen Chusheng has actually been a contracted artist and has visited the headquarters several times. Liang Jingqi, once a member of the girls' dormitory group, also signed Miracle Records after she broke up and went solo. Her mother is Xiao Xiaoming, Ku of Phoenix TV, and her father is Liang Jiashu, director of TVB production department. This connection alone shows that the starting point is different. When Du Sheng took the secretary into the conference room, he saw a lot of laughter and joy, without any sense of strangeness. The girls who were still talking just now saw Du Sheng, and their faces were so excited that they could not be suppressed. Even Huang Liling, who is usually a little cold, is no exception. Ah! Brother Sheng, I am your super fan. Liang Jingqi stepped forward excitedly and sent out sweet scream. Most of them are Du Sheng's loyal fans. Du Sheng is not only their idol, but also their guiding light. Who said that grassroots cannot counterattack? Looking at the reactions of the people around him, a hint of pride appeared in Deng Ziqi's heart. Because she had seen Du Sheng a long time ago, she was introduced by her mentor Zhou Huimin. Zhang Enyi, who was standing next to her, was even more proud. After all, she was a member of Du Sheng's team. Du Sheng smiled and waved his hand, saying, Haha, I also appreciate your performance in the game. Now you still regard me as an idol, and I hope you won't complain quietly in the future. He patted his hands gently, signaled everyone to calm down, and then said gently. First of all, thank you for choosing to sign Miracle Records. Today I can tell you frankly that each of you has been carefully selected by me. I believe you all have extraordinary potential and unique talents. After some encouragement from idols, can everyone not be excited? For new artists like them, Du Sheng's recognition is far more precious than the praise of the judges. Through the voice of the East, I believe you all have gained a lot. I want to ask, what made you decide to join Star Media? Du Sheng randomly appointed a member. Enyi, please share it first. Zhang didn't expect that he would be the first to be named, and a hint of nervousness flashed across his face. Take it easy. Du Sheng whispered. This is your home, you can say anything, you have to be honest. Feeling Du Sheng's affection, Zhang relaxed a little and said with a bit of youth. Actually, when I first signed up, I was just for the bonus and finding a good job. I didn't expect to be among the top in the country, and I didn't expect to give such a large contract fee as soon as I signed the contract and allocated various resources. Now I feel like I'm dreaming. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard Zhang Enyi's sincere words. For artists from the mainland, the signing fee is indeed a considerable amount. But for people in Hong Kong and Taiwan, it is not unattainable. Du Sheng nodded and expressed his approval. It's very true. Zhang Enyi felt a little embarrassed and smiled. Then, Du Sheng turned to Deng Ziqi. Ziqi, where are you? Deng Ziqi's answer was concise and firm. I have loved music and stage since I was a child. I hope to make a difference in this field in the future, so I chose to sign up for interstellar media. Du Sheng nodded. Very good, keep cheering. Then he looked at Liang Jingqi again. Jingqi, do you have anything to say? Liang Jingqi has been shopping in various TVB venues since she was a child, and she is obviously not unfamiliar with such occasions. She sorted out her thoughts and spoke confidently. I like music. After listening to my mother's recommendation, I chose Voice of the East without hesitation. Because I think the mainland will only get better and better in the future, Star Media is a platform that can help me grow and develop. At the same time, I am very grateful to the company for the opportunities and help given me. Although she is able to enter the top 6, she has good singing skills, but she is also inseparable from her network connections. So this gratitude cannot be faked. Du Sheng nodded with satisfaction and then looked around. Do you have similar ideas? Zhang Ji and Huang Liling thought about it and felt that the answer just now was quite standard, so they nodded to express their agreement. Finally, Du Sheng turned his attention to Chen Chus-hung. Chu Sheng, tell me. Chen Chus-hung, who had been lying in the bar for several years, did not hesitate at all. He stepped forward, his voice firm and clear. Brother Sheng, I want to be famous. I came to Star Media to become a big star. The room suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Chen Chus-hung in surprise. In the cultural context of the East, modesty and indifference in fame and fortune have always been traditional virtues. But Chen Chus-hung directly expressed the deepest thoughts in most people. After a moment, applause rang out. Only Du Sheng was applauding. He put away his smile and his expression became serious. Do you know what kind of stage you are about to step into? Maybe some people understand, maybe some people are still confused. I want to tell you that you have entered the entertainment industry, a big stage full of temptation and fierce competition. Here, everyone is working hard for fame and interests, competing for roles, rankings, advertising endorsements, etc., and the competition for resources is everywhere. It is even more inevitable to fight openly and secretly, and to cheat us. But no one who enters the entertainment industry doesn't want to be famous. Du Sheng's eyes swept across everyone's face, and his tone was heavy and sincere. Ask yourself, what do you really desire when you make a signing decision? What are the goals you want to achieve? At this moment, a solemn atmosphere filled the room. Everyone fell into deep thought. Du Sheng's words are not only a warning to their future, but also a real call to their hearts. Zhang Ne was stunned, what she just said was indeed the truth. For her, she initially participated in the competition just to find a stable job. Unexpectedly, everyone else came with the dream of becoming a big star. The few people who were pointed at by Du Sheng seemed to feel their thoughts being exposed, and their cheeks were slightly red. Some even lowered their heads. Yes, they really came here to pursue their dreams of stardom. What's so embarrassed to pretend? Girls like Deng Ziqi and Huang Liling came from their hometown to the mainland from thousands of miles away. Isn't the shining star dream in their hearts? On the stage of Voice of the East, they experienced the feeling of attention. Who would be willing to give up this glory easily? Du Sheng felt a little relieved as these young hearts gradually awakened. He didn't care what everyone's initial thought was. Because people's goals will change with experience. Maybe at the beginning I just wanted to find a decent job, but when I really stood at this starting point, I would naturally have greater pursuits in my heart. This kind of desire for more is actually human nature. Du Sheng took a step forward and said firmly. Dreams are the driving force that drives us forward, and opportunities are always favored by brave and strategic people. Here, it is never a luxury to become a big star. Boldly show your dreams. It is not a secret calculation or superficial competition, but a determination to prove yourself and surpass yourself. As long as you are willing to work hard, I have enough resources to make you gain a foothold in this industry. His words were like a sharp sword, hitting everyone's heart. Let them realize the true face of the entertainment industry. No one has ever told them directly before, nor has the elders warned their children like this. Du Sheng tore off the mystery of the entertainment industry and put its luxury and desires in front of everyone. At this moment, they clearly realized that the entertainment industry may be two completely different worlds from what they thought in the past. Next, let's talk about the resources you will get after signing the contract. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Du Sheng nodded with satisfaction. In addition to the EP albums and singles that have promised to be the first, second, and third place, film and television resources, brand endorsements, and commercial performances will also be in place one after another. Of course, the premise of all this is that your professional skills must also be improved simultaneously. Chu Sheng, Liling, Jinky, you are no exception. I will select 10 songs from my library for you to choose from. At the same time, you will also be given priority to endorsement opportunities for your own products including Kung Fu, Skyworth TV, Times Skincare, Danbangtang, Gold Miner. Speaking of this, he particularly emphasized. As for how far you can go in the future, it depends on how hard you work. No superstar can succeed without struggle. After seeing off these passionate young people, Du Sheng returned to the office. Yesi smiled and said to him, "You are really a competent and good boss now, and you are becoming more and more deceptive." Chapter 567 Egg Transformation of God Eagle. Haha, Xiao Yizi, this is not a demagogue. Du Sheng smiled and said, "I just told them the most unrestrained side of the entertainment industry. Moreover, where can I find a boss as kind as me? But the next training and basic teaching depends on you. Deng Ziki and the others may have good singing skills, but if they want to become a big star, all aspects are involved. For example, stage ability, personal charm, social skills, business acumen, performance ability, image management, stress resistance, etc. Especially those who want to get involved in the film and television industry or shoot MVs, you must understand some basic knowledge. Otherwise, they will be eliminated sooner or later." Yesi knew very well how Du Sheng valued these people, and nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, everything has been planned. Although you can make a big profit by taking advantage of the popularity to launch them into the market, it is a fishing trip. She is an agent, so she naturally knows that hasteness will not understand the truth. Miracle Records will tailor a complete guidance plan for them. Each stage has clear learning content and small goals, at least it must be like an artist. Not only that, the company also invites top mentors from all fields at home and abroad to ensure that they can get the best guidance. Obviously, this is to cultivate them in the long run. If the traffic is the dominant person in 10 years, only a fool would do this. I have to say that Star Media is indeed kind in this regard." After returning to his residence, considering that tomorrow will be the premiere of Initial D, Du Sheng pondered it for a while and placed his attention on the lottery interface. As my thoughts moved, a giant carved egg of 160 mm and 250 grams appeared in front of me. Diodan is still a freak from the godly condor. How outrageous is this data? You can compare the eggs roughly, usually around 40 mm/50 grams. The eggs produced by ordinary carvings are about 80 mm/120 grams. Even the eggs of the giant golden eagle are less than 90 mm. You can imagine how big this half-pound thing is. However, Du Sheng did not touch it easily. Because this eggshell usually has a layer of gelatinous substance. In addition to protecting the embryo and maintaining ambient temperature, some eggs are also toxic. Considering that the divine eagle has always had the habit of eating snakes, the one in front of her is mostly filled with poison and cannot be eaten. Even if it is not poisonous, Du Sheng will not be too luxurious to eat it. After thinking about it, he took out a wooden box that was originally filled with debris, put some clean sand in it, then covered it with cloth, and covered it with sand. A divine condor, a presence that is comparable to a great master, can be sold at a huge price even if its eggs are not transformed into eggs. This protective layer must be properly placed, otherwise the carved eggs will turn into moldy eggs and they will not even cry. Once the egg melts, how can this kind of young eagle start with matching the strength of the golden eagle? As long as you pass your childhood, it is probably not a problem to tear the tiger and leopard. At that time, you will find an opportunity to learn skills such as beast control technique, which will definitely be a special help. On April 30th, night had not yet completely arrived. The Wanbo Square in Shenzhen is already very lively. The premiere of Initial D will be held grandly here, attracting attention from all directions. Not only did the media reporters occupy a favorable position early, but there were also many movie fans and fans from Southeast Asian countries. They gathered outside the square early with excitement, looking forward to meeting their idols. Although the premiere is scheduled to start at 7:30 p.m., there are already crowds of people outside the square at 4 or 5 p.m. Fans shouted affectionate names such as Brother Sheng, Li Xiaoao, and Asian Little King to express their love for Du Sheng. This enthusiasm almost ignited the entire square. It also brought a hint of noise to the surrounding residents. As expected, the absolute protagonist of this movie premiere is Du Sheng. Some people say why the reporter media revolve around him alone? As a top-notch mainland, Du Sheng's popularity is unquestionable, and his commercial value is also at the top level. Therefore, when he walked onto the red carpet with Kyoko Fukada at around 7 o'clock in the evening, the scene suddenly became boiling. Both of them attended tonight in full dress, and Du Sheng was wearing a rare white suit. As for Kyoko Fukada, she arrived yesterday and could not wait to discuss with the man. She chose Hermes' custom-made white dress, which was elegant and charming. Facing the flashing in front of the camera, Du Sheng always kept a warm smile. He did not deliberately maintain a certain personality, but was born with this kind of affinity. In addition to the director and starring team, the premiere was also invited by boss Ying Huangyang and Zhong Zhen, the representative of Star Media. The cooperation between the two companies made the event even more star-studded. After the investors finished their speech, the main creative staff came on stage to accept media interviews. As expected, most media's focus is still on Du Sheng. Wu Yanzu, Ren Dehua, Yu Wenel, Fukada Kyoko, and others have long been accustomed to this and have not shown any abnormality. A reporter asked, "Brother Sheng, what do you think of these fans who have come from afar?" Du Sheng responded with a smile. "I feel very honored to see so many fans coming from different countries." Another reporter then asked, "What do you want to say about the movie Initial D?" "I'm full of confidence in this movie and can even achieve good box office results in Asia." "Mr. Du, how much do you expect to reach the box office in the mainland?" "Mr. Du, Huang Xiaoming's Dragon Heart and Sun was released yesterday. The momentum is wrong. Do you feel the pressure?" Other reporters are also rushing to ask questions. Du Sheng replied frankly, "In terms of box office in mainland China, I think it should be 40 to 50 million. Of course, this is a personal guess, and it actually has to be seen the premiere results. As for Dragon Wild Father and Son, Xiaoming and I are good friends, and this time it can be regarded as an internal competition. I am also looking forward to his works, and efforts will be rewarded. As for the results, let's wait and see." The reporter's meaning is actually self-evident. Two students from 4 Big and Small are competing on the same stage for the first time, who can be better? This gimmick is still very good. At least, the exposure and noise are sufficient. In addition to Huang Xiaoming, Dragon Wild Father and Son also has Hong Bao's escort, which is a little benefit that Xiang Tai gave to his son. But now the pressure is coming to Huang Xiaoming's side. After the interview, the film was officially screened. For Du Sheng, although the plot is not unfamiliar to him, he still watches it carefully and enjoys every exciting moment. Especially when he appeared on the screen as a racer, the screams of female fans immediately sounded in the venue, as if he was in a concert. Du Sheng's image transformation, from daily image to professional racers, really made the audience crazy. There is no other reason. Too amazing. Du Sheng's acting skills in the film are nothing to say, it is more than enough to act in such an idol movie. After all, Zhou Zhelun, who didn't have much acting skills in his previous life, could easily handle it. The main thing about this game is to pretend to be a skill. In addition, his height and perfect body ratio are unique in the entertainment industry today. Yu Wenel, who was standing beside him, was obviously short. In contrast, it is particularly prominent. In fact, the height of artists in the entertainment industry is often falsely reported, but Du Sheng's real height undoubtedly adds a lot of charm to him. After the movie screening ended, the young secretary Kui Yi gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother Sheng, the acting is amazing, I'm fascinated by it." Du Sheng smiled faintly, and gave everyone a thumbs up. After the premiere, the guests gradually left the scene. Although the audience was a little reluctant, they still left their seats while discussing lively. As one of the protagonists, Du Sheng naturally became one of the last few people to leave. The front of the theater door was once again surrounded by the hustle and bustle of the media. The reporters seemed impatient to capture every detail and strive to pull the gimmick. "Mr. Du, I heard that your rumored girlfriend Fan Ou is about to." Mr. Du Sheng, the last time the paparazzi photographed the North American daughters Hearst sisters visiting the crew of Fuse. Faced with these clichés, Du Sheng selectively ignored the rumor. Because celebrities like Lydia and Amanda are eager to make some popularity or gimmicks to attract the flow, they want him to admit it. Now he doesn't need to hype like this, at most he can use alternative methods to increase North American exposure. Of course, when someone else came with kindness, he didn't let him go back empty-handed. At least a big business worth hundreds of millions of yuan will be negotiated. "Brother Sheng, we came from Xinjiapo, can you sign us?" When leaving the venue, although there were security guards around to maintain order, it was still difficult to stop the crowded crowds and crazy fans. Du Sheng was not able to sign his autograph and tried to keep a smile and waved to everyone. Occasionally, I even reach out and gently hold the hands of some Southeast Asian fans who have come from a distance. Or ask Wang Yeyang and others to give you some signed photos and small gifts from the surrounding area. He knew that it was not easy for these fans to see themselves. After returning to the hotel, Du Sheng temporarily stayed in a hotel in Shenzhen. Although he had purchased a villa in the local area, he had no time to decorate it, so he had to settle for the time being. In the next few days, he has to go to Aokeng, Xiangjiang and other places for road shows. Later, we will go to Neon for premiere and deal with advertising endorsements and other activities postponed due to the filming of Fuse. The busy schedule brought by becoming famous has left him with almost no time. If you include the endorsement invitation from Kimchi and... Unfortunately, I can't get away for the time being. After all, the popularity of idols will eventually fade, and it is just a matter of time. Normally, the international influence of artists will weaken before domestic, but the top mainland traffic stars in their previous lives showed different trajectories. They often slowly fade out of people's sight in other regions after the domestic market gradually loses its edge. Because of this particularity, Du Sheng needs to be more cautious and thoughtful when planning his career. Moreover, the competition in the mainland market is fierce and changing rapidly. Once you lose attention here, it may affect the popularity of other regions around the world. Therefore, the most important task at present is to stabilize popularity first. As expected, the box office of Initial D exceeded 25 million yuan in 3 days in mainland China. With Du Sheng's strong appeal, the movie is expected to reach the top 3 in the annual box office. The top 3 mainland box offices in 2005 in their previous life were Wuji, Myth, and Seven Swords. Initial D ranks 4th. Now, with Du Sheng's joining, it is almost a foreseeable fact to surpass this achievement. According to the predictions of some online experts, the box office in the mainland is expected to reach 80 million and the box office in Asia exceeds 150 million. If you include discs and peripheral sales. The two investors, Yinghua Entertainment and Star Media, make sure they make a profit. In contrast, Huang Xiaoming's Dragon Hard Father and Son had a box office of less than 10 million in the first week, and the gap is obvious. Those media who want to watch a peak showdown were obviously disappointed. As for The Stupid, which is also scheduled for May Day, due to the popularity of starring Liu Ye, Su Ziwan and others, it is not at the same level as Du Sheng and Huang Xiaoming. Therefore, it is not regarded as a direct competitor. During the break of shooting advertisements in a studio, Du Sheng was interviewed by Movie Biweekly magazine. After some politeness and praise, the reporter went straight to the topic. Mr. Du Sheng, what do you think about the box office sales of Initial D in 3 days, targeting the top 3 annual box offices in mainland China, and the box office in Xiangjiang also topped the list? Is such a score satisfying you? In addition, Huang Xiaoming's Dragon Hard Father and Son is about to exceed 10 million, and is also one of the strong competitors of the annual box office this year. What do you think about this competition? Du Sheng smiled softly and said slowly. The box office is of course a good achievement that every commercial director and actor hopes to achieve, but what I care more about is whether my acting skills are recognized by the public. As an artist, I think improvement in ability is more important than box office. I'm even considering trying some art films in the future. The reporter was obviously a little surprised. After all, it is not a common choice for idol artists to turn to art films when they are most popular. The most likely situation is to win the prize. But Du Sheng has 2 actors, so he still needs these false names. The reporter couldn't figure out the other party's thoughts and asked tentatively. Are you doing your acting skills or to get a national first-class actor certificate? It's just a small goal. Du Sheng said seriously. I hope to improve my abilities by constantly challenging myself. If I have the chance, I want to try more different types of characters, not just commercial films. I believe that only in this way can I become a real actor. An actor who is willing to challenge himself and pursue art is indeed rare. But Du Sheng is obviously not in this category. This is what I say to fans for my popularity. Brother Sheng, if you have the opportunity to star in an art film, what kind of role will you choose? Du Sheng also said casually and did not consider any artistic films. Since the other party is obsessed with this question, it will be easy to answer. Because this is better than always clinging to his scandal. Not long after, the interview with Movie Biweekly successfully ended. Du Sheng came to Neon again, and after running around, he was about to shoot an advertisement for esports. This time I will only renew my visa for 1 year. Because Sony S-Lite will likely disintegrate next, it will be not good if it affects its public image. Du Sheng sat aside, took the water bottle handed over by Kui Yi, and took a sip. You can contact Sister Hua later, and that script can be started. Is it so urgent? Didn't you say it before in September? Kui Yi has read the script of My Girl and believes that it is a very warm and funny story, and has great potential to become a hit. The problem is that Star Media has started filming 4 dramas at the same time, and the production capacity is too high. Even if the funding and broadcasting issues are not mentioned, how can the director and the creative team be found? It's not urgent, it can be included in the second half of the year. Of course Du Sheng would not say that if this drama was not filmed in advance, it would be registered by the country of Kimchi if it was later. Kui Yi asked Du Sheng curiously. Do you already have the candidate for the heroine you like? It's still under consideration. In fact, Du Sheng already has 2 candidates in his mind about the heroine Zhou Yalan. One is Yang Mi. Because of the college entrance examination problem, I said I would compensate her for a drama, so I naturally would not go back on my word. Of course, the biggest reason is that her facial features are delicate and her eyes are smart and lively, which is consistent with Zhou Yalan's appearance characteristics. In addition, her performance style is lively and natural, which can well interpret Zhou Yalin's quirky, lively, and cute personality traits. The second is Cheng Hao. She previously played a heartthrob role in Pink Girl, and she interpreted the character's cleverness and charm deeply. But this heartthrob is still in the signing period and is not willing to come to Star Media at all. According to the principle of priority, there is no reason to let your artist not choose. If this is true, there will be more or less problems with these internal complaints. What about your rumored girlfriend Tong Lia? Hearing this title, Du Sheng said as if nothing had happened. That's gossip, and you can't help but take pictures. Do you believe it? Kui Yi rolled her eyes and saw that she had been with you twice. Do you think I believe it or not? Because the boss is the biggest and brother Sheng is the best, she chose not to believe it. The heroine has a quirky, lively, and cute personality, which is not very consistent with Lia. Du Sheng shrugged and explained. Especially, she is still filming the final part of the Great Song Dynasty Criminal Officer, so she is not included in the scope of consideration for the time being. Indeed, she is still very motivated, and I am convinced of her enthusiasm for learning. As Du Sheng's assistant, Kui Yi naturally knew that Tong Lia had been ridiculed for her skin color and oral issues. In terms of acting, he is also a bit immature. In order to change these, Tong Lia did not forget to study in the makeup class while filming and endorsing. During this period, she had to take into account her studies and couldn't stop for a day. It's really difficult to play this role well. Kui Yi knew that this drama was considered a character selection, so she thought about it and said, Zhao Qi is quite suitable. Didn't she keep saying that she wants to cooperate with you? Is it because of her previous negative news? Anyone who has watched The Legend of the Confucian Princess knows that Zhao Qi fully interprets Xiao Yan's liveliness, playfulness, wit, and courage. From all aspects, she is indeed quite suitable for the heroine. It has enough status, popularity, and influence. But the problem is... Chapter 568, Trouble Sisters. Cooperation must also be divided into targets. Du Sheng said indifferently. Since you know she was thrown into trouble, you should be very clear about the reason. I will not cooperate with such a person who cannot be clever, and it will not be possible in the future. Kui Yi was just a little curious. Seeing Du Sheng suddenly became so serious, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Who is the heroine in your mind, brother Sheng? Du Sheng put the water bottle aside and said. Yang Mi, this girl doesn't know how to study hard even if she gets old, and her personality is quite suitable for the role of Zhou Yalin. It's really appropriate to say that. What about the second female lead? Kui Yi has been in the industry for a long time and has recently become keen on studying role matching. I think Sister Yuan is a good choice. She can make the character gentle kindness and innocent yearning for love are interpreted. Although Yuan is indeed suitable, she is filming struggle. She is likely to be included in the baby plan next, and time is a matter of time. Du Sheng responded casually. Gao Yuan was a member of the film in his previous life, and his performance was very good, so he had no reason to change it. In addition, even though my girl is still as popular as in previous lives, the bonus given to her is not large, so it is obvious how to choose. On the contrary, for a second and third tier female artist who is in the rising period, the amount of status improvement is unlimited. For example, Zhang Xin, Tong Lia, Chen Ziyulai, etc. During the chat, Du Sheng received an incoming call. Hey? Who? After taking a look at the phone note, it was said that CAO would arrive. But he pretended not to know and even made a joke. Ah! Tong Lia heard Du Sheng's voice, and her tone was filled with a hint of annoyance. Brother Sheng, you won't have my number saved, right? Fortunately, I thought about this guy every day and thought the other party would come to visit the set, but I would not see anyone when the filming was finished. It's so annoying. So it's Lia, there is no caller information displayed on it. Du Sheng seemed to be foolish. I remembered the note before, why is this happening? Tong Lia had a toothache and a little aggrieved. Brother Sheng, you are so unfaithful. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Is there anything wrong with me? When will you come to Beijing to promote it? Then I feel that I have reached a bottleneck again. Have you finished filming? Brother Sheng, have you followed me? Tong Lia's tone showed some grievances. I have been back to school recently, and my agent even took on a commercial performance. So the filming has been completed. Sorry, I'm too busy recently. Du Sheng then realized. When I come back from Neon, if I go to the capital, I will go find you. In fact, if you calculate the time, as long as the progress is okay, you can basically finish the shooting. After all, this is a TV series that takes up so much indoors. Moreover, compared with the male lead, Tong Lia doesn't have many scenes. Then let's agree first. Tong Lia dissipated with a little joy. She also knew that Du Sheng was very busy and could not pay attention to other things at all times. By the way, since you have time, you can try a drama if you have it. Before hanging up the phone, Du Sheng remembered the topic just now and reminded. The company will prepare a new drama My Girl in the second half of the year. Your beautiful appearance and noble temperament are quite suitable for playing Jin Shixuan. If this drama is popular, it will be no big problem for you to improve your status to the second tier or above. When Tong Lia heard this, she was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Sheng, I will go back to the company tomorrow for holiday. After putting down the phone, she was already thinking about how to repay the man. Unfortunately, the costumes of the Great Song Dynasty criminal officer are too dignified, and they probably won't improve much acting skills when worn. It seems that it still needs to be matched with something different. It can only be said that there is also great internal competition. It's so sad. During this period, the joint tour of Zhou Huimin and Zhang Beizi began. I have to say that their connections and appeal are indeed strong. In other words, the foundation of Oriental Star Entertainment and Interstellar Media gives them this confidence. Not only were there two of Xiangjiang's four kings, but even Kim Sun-gu, Xie Tingfeng, Lu Ruying, Han Ziai, Zhou Huajian, and others took the time to serve as the guests. In the circle of Hong Kong, Macau, Nanyang, and Neon, the lively and bustling are no less than Du Sheng's Yi Sheng with you. After all, Voice of the East has begun to ferment in Asia recently, and Zhou Huimin, as a beautiful mentor, has received unprecedented attention. Han Ziai and Zhou Huajian took the initiative to be guests. And the popularity that Zhang Baji has accumulated over the years is not something she can do. Especially after the decrease in negative news, she has become more and more popular among teenagers and is definitely ranked in the top 5 among Asian actresses. It's crowded, and it's a promising future. As the most important supporter, Du Sheng must be inseparable from supporting the game. It happened that he was running publicity in Singapore and was just right to make do with it. The noisy scene made him sigh a few times. And I don't know if it's because of his huge popularity and influence in the local area, which has caused all 3 consecutive games to be filled, and fans lamented that it's hard to get a ticket. Because there were many tickets in it, they were snatched by Du Sheng's Sheng fans. This situation also made the 2 girls laugh and cry. In the end, he could only ask him to sing one more show and went on stage again as the final farewell guest. Unfortunately, this man was really too busy. After the celebration banquet that night, he only kept warm for half a night and went to the airport to return to the mainland at 4 a.m. And their tour route is not over yet, and it is obviously impossible to go. However, next, they also have concert plans in several major cities in the mainland, and some time to spend together. Half a month passed without realizing it. On this day, Star Media headquarters. Lu Yifei, who had not seen her for a while, was present today. It seems that I am waiting for someone to come back. When Du Sheng stepped into the door and his eyes fell on him, Lu Yifei had some naughty thoughts in her heart. She deliberately joked. "Cousin, why are you staring at me with this kind of eyes? Don't you tell me that you like me? Although I am easygoing and naturally beautiful, we are like sparrows and phoenixes, and we are not at the same level at all. If you dare to have improper thoughts, be careful that I will let you taste the power of crane fist." After saying that, Lu Yifei gently waved her pink hand and made a crane fist position. Du Sheng laughed and looked at her with a funny look. "Little girl, who would like you? Do you think you are Lu Tianxian? Who is Lu Tianxian? Why have I never heard of it?" Lu Yifei pretended to be confused and almost couldn't help but smile. This is the new nickname given to her by her fans based on the stills exposed by the Return of the Condor Heroes. Lu Tianxian, that is an Asian goddess who combines beauty and wisdom. She is not only outstanding in appearance, but also talented, and she is simply a perfect incarnation. Du Sheng was serious, as if describing a rare character. Lu Yifei was a little fluttering, her cheeks were slightly red. "But..." Du Sheng paused for a moment and raised the interest in Lu Yifei. "But what? Do you know what I admire most about her?" Du Sheng said mysteriously. "What is it?" At this moment, Lu Yifei's curiosity was completely lifted. "I want to know what is the most praiseworthy thing in Du Sheng's eyes." "It's a little sweet," Du Sheng replied. "A little sweet?" Lu Yifei looked at him curiously. "I thought to myself that I was saying that I smiled a little sweetly, or was it a little sweet to spend time together?" Just as she was thinking, Du Sheng suddenly imitated her out-of-tune look when she sang, "I don't want to grow up. When you grow up, the world can't talk." Hearing this, Lu Yifei's face suddenly turned red. This is when she was singing out of tune at a platter concert some time ago because she had a cold. It was useless that she was thinking seriously just now, but she didn't expect that this bastard was looking for her happiness. With a bang, she angrily patted Du Sheng's arm and interrupted the funny singing style. "His." Du Sheng pretended to be painful and took a breath of air conditioning. However, it can be seen that Lu Yifei is obviously a little resentful about the last incident. Actually, even celestial immortals make mistakes. From another perspective, this makes you look more real and cute. Du Sheng quickly explained. Lu Yifei was still angry, as if she was considering whether to forgive him. "Don't you think that the immortals are more down-to-earth when they descend to earth?" Du Sheng saw the employee carrying things in the corridor, and pulled the girl away and said in a relaxed tone. He helped him resolve this by not caring about it, so as not to worry about gains and losses affect his mentality. Lu Yifei naturally knew that her cousin was kind-hearted and was about to get used to holding his arm, but suddenly realized that there were other people around her. In fact, they caught the attention of the employees as soon as they came in, but no one would come forward to disturb them. "Haven't you seen someone get together and chatting happily? After all, one is the boss of the company, and the other is also a big star. Who would be so ignorant and meddling in other people's business? And the relationship between these two is there, even netizens call me by my cousin, so everyone naturally knows how to behave. Therefore, everyone still did their own things, as if they didn't notice the interaction between the two." Lu Yifei looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so she pulled Du Sheng to the office. After a moment, she changed the subject and was slightly annoyed. "Cousin, you actually said that my singing skills were dragged down by Sister Mi? Be careful that she will settle the score with you if she knows." Du Sheng remembered Yang Mi's song The Offer of Love for no reason in her previous life and smiled. This is what the people who are eating melons said. If you look for a video, she will probably go out of tune when she sings and dances. Besides, I believe that Lu Tianxian will not sue the emperor casually. Lu Yifei snorted proudly, but a smile flashed in her eyes. At that moment, her every frown and smile actually had an indescribable charm. It makes people difficult to look away. I have to say that as I grow older and grow older, this girl is becoming more and more beautiful. The biggest reason why Lu Yifei is in a minor mood is naturally that Du Sheng is too busy and has less interaction with her. Now, I took advantage of the recent announcement nearby and just come back. However, after this brief exchange just now, everything seemed to have returned to the past, and the little emotion in her heart was erased. How could Du Sheng not notice this, so he just teased her. Such interactions can best eliminate barriers. Seeing that Lu Yifei was regaining her naiveness and happily shared her recent experiences, Du Sheng kept smiling and listening, occasionally saying a few words. Zixi, if you really like singing. You still said it. Lu Yifei immediately interrupted him, thinking that he wanted to make a joke again. Du Sheng waved his hand gently, with a warm smile on his face. Don't get me wrong, I'm serious. If you really want to hold a concert, you can indeed consider it in the second half of the year. And don't you think the number of songs is not enough, so you should release the third EP album first when it is not possible, and then take advantage of the situation. Lu Yifei's heart moved slightly when she heard this. Du Sheng's musical talent has long been recognized by the music industry, and his creative ability is unquestionable. Moreover, when he held a concert, he adopted this model of publishing, singing and promotion. Professional singers in the industry basically have this routine, because they have enough popularity and can also reduce the pressure on publicity and distribution. She wanted to agree immediately, but when she thought that Du Sheng was so busy recently, could she still have a rest if she took time to create? What's more, they may not be able to get all of them in their girls' generation at all times. At that time, there will be filming, endorsement, academics, promotion of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and the scheduled Platter concerts will not be completed. It is better to wait until both parties have a little time before considering this. As soon as he thought about this, Lu Yifei suppressed her little thoughts and said annoyedly, "Cousin, although I really want to agree, time may be a little problem." Du Sheng knew Lu Yifei's kindness and smiled and nodded. "But I made up my mind and got it around the summer vacation. Let girls' generation be specialized every year and maintain this tradition." At this time, Yang Mi walked in from outside the door. When she saw Du Sheng talking with Lu Yifei, she sat happily between the two and hugged Du Sheng's arm intimately. "Brother Sheng, you are finally back. What were you talking about just now?" Lu Yifei and Du Sheng looked at each other and smiled, with a tacit understanding hidden in their eyes. "Didn't you always want to hold a concert, but you think the songs are not enough?" Du Sheng answered with the opportunity. "I'm thinking about whether you should post a third special." "Ah? Really?" Yang Mi was overjoyed and asked with her big eyes. "Did you write a good song?" Du Sheng touched his chin, pondered for a moment, and then curled the corner of his mouth. "There is currently a song called A Little Sweet." After hearing this, Lu Yifei immediately cast a slightly angry look. But Du Sheng felt that she was particularly cute at this moment, and smiled in front of her eyes. "That's right, it's called A Little Sweet." Yang Mi asked curiously. "Is this the title song of our third special?" Du Sheng smiled slightly and said, "Your girl's generation is in a sweet and cute style. I think this song is not only the third feature, but also may become one of your future representative works. Cousin, can you sing a few words?" Lu Yifei and Yang Mi looked at each other and could see that each other was surprised. One of them held Du Sheng's arms and acted coquettishly. The representative work of the entire group of girls, everyone who understands the value of this is. It can be seen how high Du Sheng has expectations for this song. By the way, they were also curious enough about this song. What kind of song is worthy of this title? Du Sheng let them act coquettishly and smiled without saying a word. In fact, this song was indeed classic enough in its previous life. As a sweet love song, the sweetness and ambiguous feelings in the song are vivid. That unique style makes it stand out among many Chinese songs. Moreover, since its release, it has maintained a high popularity and attention, and has been loved and sung by listeners of different ages, and can withstand the test of time. In addition, Small Sweet has exceeded 200 million views on YouTube, making it one of the rare popular singles in the Chinese music scene to exceed 100 million. Moreover, on short video platforms such as Chopsticks and Douyin, Small Sweet is often used as background music. It is often covered by many singers, further expanding its scope of communication and influence. Finally, it was selected as the theme songs by idol dramas such as Cute Three Kingdoms, Borrow Your Love, and A Smile Smile is Very Beautiful. With so many high-quality characteristics, Du Sheng is sure that this song can become one of the representative works of girls' generation. Speaking of which, during this period, several girls were devoted to the Platter concert, and he began to think about their third specialty. In addition to the title song A Little Sweet, he has actually selected several other songs in his mind. These are Crescent Bay, The Sun Will Not Set, Cherry Blossoms, 123 Wooden Man, etc. That's right, they are all sweet-style songs. The main feature is to carry out cuteness to the end. The next morning, the sun shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Tang Yan opened his eyes tiredly and saw Du Sheng sitting aside. She walked to him and said, regardless of the thin quilt on her body, revealing her snow-white legs. "Brother Sheng, I know I'm wrong." Du Sheng did not respond immediately, but just sat quietly. Seeing this, Tang Yan quickly followed, sat gently on his legs, gently wrapped his arms around his neck, and said in a coquettish tone, "Brother Sheng, I promise I will never dare again next time." Looking at her appearance, Du Sheng's expression calmed down a little. He gently put his waist with one hand, and gently stroked her white calves with the other hand. His tone was gentle but a little serious. "Ziki, Xiaomi and Shi are underage. You should consider them more and not lead them badly." This girl didn't know what was crazy about it, but she actually planned to ask her good sisters to help her last night. This is no longer a cheating father, but a cheating sister. Although his bottom line is very flexible, he still has a bottom line. Tang Yan muttered in his heart. Who can withstand you so scared and you cannot share the firepower? Anyway, it's a matter of time sooner or later. What's more, Du Sheng has too many opposite sexes around him and the pressure of competition is too great, so she can't control it. As for giving up? Since I have eaten the marrow and learned the taste, I have never had this idea at all. And who can judge others by yourself, like Du Sheng, who has a figure and billions of dollars, let go easily. Tang Yan felt that if you just want a woman, you probably know how to choose. However, she did not express her thoughts, but continued to act coquettishly. "Brother Sheng, you are so charming, how can I not worry? Which woman doesn't like you? People just care about you too much." Although he knew that Tang Yan was deliberately trying to please him, sweet words were always irresistible. Especially from a young beauty. Du Sheng chuckled. "My little mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. Did you learn from Yang Mi?" As he said that, he pecked Tang Yan's lips gently to show encouragement. Chapter 569 Missed the Opportunity. "Brother Sheng, stop any more. I just woke up and haven't brushed my teeth yet," Tang Yan said angrily. Du Sheng did not continue, but gently lifted her waist and rubbed it. "That shot just now didn't hurt you, right?" Tang Yan's breathing became slightly heavier, approaching Du Sheng's ear, with a hint of hoarseness and playfulness. "I just like you to punish me like this. Haha, this little girl is getting more and more aware of how to tease people." Du Sheng smiled in his heart, holding the beauty in his arms, walking towards the bathroom, moving his muscles and bones, and joking. "Little girl, wait until you can satisfy me, and then I want to punish you." Tang Yan felt a numbness, then kissed Du Sheng on the face, got up and walked towards the bathroom with a smile, and turned around and threw a charming eye on Du Sheng. Just as I was about to follow, my phone rang at this moment. During this period, Du Sheng devoted almost all his energy to filming and publicity work. Most other things are left to the team to handle unless they are particularly important matters. Seeing that the caller ID was Yesi, Du Sheng suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and answered the phone. Xiao Yizi, is there anything important to call so early? On the other end of the phone, Yesi's voice was a little complaining. Sheng, are you really a handoff manager? I've been busy all these days. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yizi, those who are capable are working hard. With you here, I will be relieved to be the boss. Du Sheng responded with a smile. Although Yesi was a little dissatisfied, she only complained a few times and quickly got to the point. Sheng, guess what the box office of Initial D is now? This was jointly invested by Yinghuang and Star Media, and it was also placed on the issuance of Miracle Cinema, which is a top priority. 45 million. Du Sheng didn't pay much attention recently, so he thought about it and reported a number. When this drama was painted in my previous life, it seemed that it could not exceed 70 million. There are major changes here, and there is no problem in making breakthroughs. Haha, how confident are you in yourself? Yesi shook her head and smiled. The number you mentioned exceeded last week and has reached 60 million today. Next, as long as you are not hit by the Hollywood blockbuster Star Wars Prequel 3, you are expected to touch 80 million. With the rapid development of the country's economy, people's consumption capacity is gradually keeping up. The number of 80 million was put 2 years ago, and many people probably said she was crazy. But in fact, the hit movies this year are not less than 60 million. Du Sheng made up the bill and smiled. Xiao Yizi, let me tell Emperor Ying to hold a celebration banquet so that everyone can enjoy it. Don't worry, these two sides have been ready long ago. Haha, I feel much more at ease if you are here. You bastard, do you want to destroy us? Yesi was a little resentful, and then changed her mind. By the way, the company is now preparing for a new round of middle and senior executive applications. Don't you, the big boss, consider participating? Du Sheng thought for a moment, shook his head and said. Just make your ideas in the early screening. As for key positions, I'll take the time to meet you. He doesn't want to distract too much energy at the moment. I plan to let the company handle recruitment matters internally first, and it will not be too late to intervene after the work at hand comes to an end. Anyway, the core of the company is the three of them plus Wang Jinhua, and the others are all deputy tanks. As long as there is no mistake in the general direction, there will be no big problems in development. Yesi nodded to express her understanding, and then her tone became serious. Sheng, do you really don't plan to come forward in person for the project Voice of the East? At least let the representatives of the TV stations of Lighthouse Country meet the head of the people to show etiquette. The current consultation team is under the responsibility of Yeji, and has been negotiated in the region including Helen, Britain, and the copyright fee has long exceeded $9 million, and it is more than RMB 70 million, which is not a small amount. The next round of negotiations with the Lighthouse Country involves a higher amount. If Du Sheng comes forward in person, he will definitely be more confident than them. After all, a sentence may involve the interests of more than $1 million, and it should be taken no matter how you pay attention to it. Du Sheng smiled slightly. Xiao Yizi, people from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions know that I am the boss of Star Media and the decision-making person, but those foreign colleagues do not know. Even if I go, what difference can I bring more than you? In their eyes, we are all the same Lower Asian species. Don't be attributed to the other person intimidated, I believe in your professional abilities. Hearing this, Yeji smiled and stopped insisting and reported the latest progress. At present, we have had preliminary exchanges with some well-known TV stations in Lighthouse Country, including broadcasting and television company ABC, NBC, Fox Broadcasting Company Fox, Stars TV station, etc. However, their offer was not very sincere. After Fox initially gave a quotation of $3 million, the following text was gone. NBC gave $3.5 million, while Stars gave $4 million. Du Sheng smiled after hearing this. Haha, it's really a face. Obviously, the TV stations in these lighthouse countries seem to have discussed secretly, and there is still a consensus. No one is willing to offer more than $5 million. Du Sheng understood that if Star Media was a European and American company, these quotations would definitely be very different. This phenomenon of racial discrimination is a prejudice that cannot be ignored at the moment. The same product is often more expensive when it comes to white Europeans and Americans. If the other party has Asian yellow skin, it is difficult to get the same treatment. Although Du Sheng was unhappy about this situation, he could not change the general trend for the time being. Of course, there is another hidden reason. That is, they also have similar programs and have little intention. For example, ABC TV's dance competition reality show Dancing with the Stars has an average viewership of about 17 million people. It is the highest-rated summer program in Lighthouse Country in recent years, and there is little demand for similar types. There is also Fox TV's Lighthouse Idol, which is currently the most rated reality show in Lighthouse, no doubt about it. Mango TV's Supergirl is just created by imitating it. At present, the two are still in a lawsuit due to copyright issues. Du Sheng pondered for a moment and asked, "Where are other TV stations?" There are 10 well-known TV stations in Lighthouse Country. Public television agency PBS has contacted us and will visit the day after tomorrow. Where is CBS? As one of the 3 major TV networks, is there any movement? Du Sheng does not particularly favor CBS, he only cares about who can give the highest price. Considering the other party's current difficulties, this TV station is undoubtedly a good buyer. In addition, introducing CBS as a disruptor should be able to break the tacit understanding between those TV stations. This makes the competition more intense, thus gaining better conditions for Voice of the East. Yes, Xi obviously also considered this. Today I personally contacted CBS, and they are also optimistic about Voice of the East. However, whether to introduce it will have to go through the board of directors, and I hope we can give them some more time. Du Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it possible that CBS is still swaying left and right after so long? Then wait, we are not the ones that are most urgent anyway. After CBS sends someone, we will make further decisions. Yes, he nodded in agreement and talked about other things. At this time, Tang Yan in the bathroom was already waiting for him. She wiped the watermarks and wrapped it in a bath towel. Seeing that Du Sheng had not come in yet, she walked out quietly. Seeing that Du Sheng was discussing important matters, Tang Yan did not disturb him, but just sat down behavedly beside him. Du Sheng's eyes fell on this girl inadvertently, and he felt happy. Because in his previous life, Tang Yan filmed the scene of a beauty taking a bath in dramas such as Living Color and Fragrance and Brother Weung. Especially the scene of the lotus in the water, he had some thoughts. He did what he thought of and waved to her. Tang Yan understood and lay obediently in his arms. Du Sheng gently stroked her wet skin, feeling the smoothness from her cheeks to her shoulders. Then, he stroked her hair and signaled. Tang Yan felt Du Sheng's tenderness, and gave him a meaningful look, and then slowly lowered his body. The carpet in the hotel is soft and thick, and even if you sit on your knees, you won't feel uncomfortable. This environment makes her completely relaxed. Meanwhile, CBS Ax, the director of the variety show department, walked into the president's office again, looking a little anxious. Mr. President, if we don't implement it, we're afraid we'll miss the opportunity. The president was a little helpless and said, Ax, the decision of this project lies with Chairman Leslie, and I don't think so. Ax clenched his fists and whispered. Farkey, the new president of the entertainment department is just a frame. The president waved his hand and reminded. Ax, some things can only be said privately. I don't want to see you lose your job because you are unrestrained. Although Ax was dissatisfied, he knew the current situation of the company and did not say more. Because CBS is currently in a trough and crisis, it is not advisable to cause too many troubles. Not long ago, CBS News reported a news report about the commander receiving special treatment during his service in the National Guard, which was eventually confirmed to be fake news. This incident caused widespread controversy and criticism, seriously damaging the reputation of CBS News. The incident resulted in the firing of 4 employees of CBS News, including the anchor who reported the news, who was also fired. This incident caused great shock within CBS, employees were depressed, and the company faced huge public pressure crisis of strength and trust. CBS audiences' trust in their news reports is also declining, and audience losses are inevitable. In addition, advertisers also questioned the credibility of CBS News, which affected subsequent advertising delivery. During the same period, ABC's Crazy Housewife, Lost and other dramas, and Dancing with the Stars variety shows attracted a large number of viewers. CBS is relatively lagging behind in program innovation and diversification, and has failed to launch new programs with wide influence in a timely manner to attract audiences, resulting in the largest loss of audiences. All these are internal and external troubles. CBS has reached a point where it must change, otherwise it will only be eliminated. Faced with such a dilemma, CBS urgently needs a new highlight to revive its momentum. Voice of the East was a variety show that was very successful in Asia and Europe, which naturally attracted their attention. After evaluation, CBS believes that this is a good opportunity to increase viewership. Moreover, it is extremely adaptable under different cultural backgrounds and can achieve success without making major adjustments. I even had the opportunity to compete with ABC's Dancing with the Stars and Fox's Lighthouse Idol. In order to seize this opportunity, the CBS Variety Show department quickly formed a consultation team and prepared to go to the East to conduct formal negotiations. Unexpectedly, things suddenly changed as soon as we set off. The one who suddenly intervened was Leslie, the chairman of CBS. To be precise, someone wants to take credit. Move the chairman out. So, can Axe not be in a hurry? The woman who had just been cursed by him was now wearing a decent suit and high heels, walking towards the chairman's office with great strides. The crisp sound of footsteps can be heard along the way. When the staff saw her, they smiled and said hello. Yes, she is Nina Tassler, the new president of the entertainment department. Although she has been promoted quickly, the time is still short and she has not achieved significant results. She knew that if she wanted to make a difference, she had to give it a try. This is not only to respond to those rumors, but also to prove to Leslie that he is qualified to be his right-hand man. CBS is now facing a trough, and it is extremely necessary for new things to save the lost audience. Voice of the East was a variety show from the East that quickly became popular in Europe and the United States and entered her site. This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. Let her prove her worth. Walking to Leslie's office door, she knocked on the door lightly. After the assistant opened the door, he saw that it was Nina Tassler and greeted her with a smile. Mr. Leslie pushed the morning meeting and seemed to want to discuss some important matters with you. Nina knew the other party's kindness and thanked her with a smile. Nina entered the office and saw Leslie, who was reading the newspaper. She did not report respectfully like ordinary people. Instead, he sat next to him very naturally and gave him a fragrant kiss. Nina is here, it seems you've adapted well. Leslie stroked her hand, patted her a few times, and said with a smile. I have no outstanding performance, I can only walk. Nina responded with a smile, walked behind Leslie, and began to gently mop him. Leslie enjoyed the rare comfort and said for a moment, how confident are you in this consultation? Nina did not give a positive answer directly, but instead extended the topic. Actually, I think what the company needs most now is to restore reputation and audiences, rather than simply pursuing profitability. As long as this show can really help us regain our strength, it is acceptable to pay more. She knew very well that other TV stations in Lighthouse were also interested in this music variety show, so she was getting a vaccination in advance. Leslie pondered for a moment and spoke. Your point of view is worth considering, but can you guarantee that this show will definitely be recognized in the North American market? If this attempt is not successful, even I will find it difficult to deal with the criticism within the group. Earlier, at Nina's request, he suspended the negotiation team between the variety show department and Star Media. Nina is indeed eager to facilitate this negotiation and take this opportunity to demonstrate her leadership skills. Leslie is also happy to provide her with this platform, but is worried about the risks that Nina may encounter when she first independently trades. Nina said confidently, "I have conducted a detailed investigation of Voice of the East and only need to make appropriate localized adjustments to the program. Especially the choice of tutors, I believe it has a great chance of success. Moreover, our CBS really urgently needs such variety shows that can attract audiences. Even if there are risks, I will take it all my responsibility." Seeing that Nina made up her mind, Leslie smiled and picked up the phone and contacted the president of the variety show department. The consultation on the copyright of Voice of the East may be continued. This project is indeed important to us. Nina will be the consulting representative at that time. You can follow her up. Nina finally felt relieved and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Du Sheng took Tang Yan, who was as weak as a snake, back to the bed and prepared to wash up and go out. It's really amazing to be able to make money in overseas markets. Tang Yan was convinced at this moment and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Sheng, I really admire you for this. It would be fine if your music could conquer Western listeners. Even this kind of variety show version truth also made overseas people willingly take out their pockets, which really brought us glory. At this moment, Supergirl is in a turmoil with Fox due to plagiarism and copyright issues. But she was silently asking overseas TV stations to pay for it. How could she not admire it? Du Sheng smiled slightly. Where did he go? When Lighthouse National TV announced the copyright price, it would probably be a sensation. In fact, the copyright of Voice of the East sold to Europe alone was as high as $8 million, over 70 million RMB, which caused an uproar. People applaud Phoenix TV and Du Sheng's abilities. After all, it is difficult to make money from ghosts so easily these days. Just as Du Sheng was about to leave, Eric, who came to the mainland, angrily punched the table and scolded loudly. Fake, these damn yellow-skinned monkeys. It costs $20 million as soon as you open your mouth? Are there brains in water? I really think we are pigs to slaughter. Lucas, a colleague sitting on his left, looked a little embarrassed and didn't say anything. At this time, a white woman in a professional suit poured a cup for everyone and said calmly, "Negotiations always require your own wishes. This is just a quotation, there is no need to be angry." Lucas took the wine glass and took a sip. Although I hate Eric's extreme racial remarks, their asking price this time is indeed a bit outrageous. The white woman's face was still calm and said, "This is normal. Didn't we quoted a minimum price of $3 million at the beginning? You should understand that in less than 2 weeks, the British broadcast of Voice of Britain received a £20 million advertising contract. Their production cost is less than $6 million. This is just a performance of the British and Chinese market. If it is placed in the huge North American market, advertising revenue will only be higher. Therefore, it is reasonable for them to propose high prices, and no one will be unable to get over money." After hearing what the team leader Zofia said, the other 2 members gradually calmed down. They are the negotiators from NBC TV, Lighthouse Country. Specially responsible for the negotiation of copyright of Voice of the East. Chapter 570, It's a Pity. NBC is one of the 4 major TV stations in Lighthouse. A few years ago, it was acquired by the wealthy General Electric for $6.2 billion. Currently, it has set up direct channels in 7 major cities including New York and Los Angeles, and has 208 affiliated stations nationwide. The biggest feature of its attracting audience is naturally American dramas. For example, the classic sitcom Friends is one of NBC's representative works. In addition, it has also achieved remarkable achievements in the production of news documentaries. But what is more embarrassing is that it has made no achievements in variety shows and has been beaten by several other major TV stations in turn. Recently, the hot performance of Voice of the East in Britain has attracted their attention. Especially its ratings of up to 32%, heralding huge business potential. 20 million copyright fee, a sky-high price that has never been seen before. Eric was still a little angry, and said, "And the other party is just a group of unsavvy yellow monkeys. I don't think there is any need for copyright at all, just copy it. Even if we have to pay, $5 million is more than that. Maybe they will thank us for giving." Sophia looked at Eric coldly. "Eric, this is the East, put away your face. If the negotiations fail because of your ugly face, then you are waiting to be fired." Seeing Sophia speaking seriously, Eric was still angry, but finally sat down silently. Lucas was a peacemaker, patted his shoulder and said to Sophia, "Boss, what do we plan to do next?" Sophia smiled and didn't answer, her eyes turned to the dazzling night view outside the window, and she said for a moment, "Since it's rare to come to the Far East, why not enjoy the local customs first? Watch the change? It's indeed the best way." Lucas smiled and agreed. "It depends on how long the other party's patience can last." Speaking of this, he added vaguely, "But Starz and CBS are also eyeing such a popular program as Voice of the East. Sophia, you have to grasp the right measure." Sophia smiled slightly and did not respond immediately. She naturally knew in her heart that even if she offered $20 million, the deal could still bring generous returns. But when strategies are needed in business negotiations, how can we give up huge interests? Moreover, there is also a measure among competitors, and there will be no storm. Interstellar Media proposed a price of $20 million, but it only took advantage of the competitive psychology between buyers. This is just the first time both sides have tried. Obviously, the consultation will not end soon. Since that's the case, it doesn't make much sense to rush forward the negotiations now, so it's better to take a break. It is wiser to observe the actions of several other companies and then decide how to act next. As far as I know, ABC and Fox have decided to withdraw from several major TV stations in Lighthouse Country. Their representatives should set off to return to China today. Starz is still waiting and watching and has not made any statement yet. CBS raised its offer to $8 million. When Yazzie mentioned this on the phone, she smiled happily on her face. Although this additional $2 million seems not much, it is CBS recognition of the value of Voice of the East. And a clear signal of willingness to participate in the bidding. Du Sheng laughed when he heard the news. Although the three potential buyers have been lost, as long as the top three NBC, CBS, and Starz compete, the copyright price of Voice of the East still has room for an increase. He thought about it and said to Yazzie, "It seems you have to have a good chat with the new president." Yazzie smiled and nodded, her eyes flashing with a light of expectation. At the same time, Modu. In a high-end bar. Sophia, the NBC TV representative, was sitting opposite Nina Tassler, who represented CBS TV. "Miss Tassler, the cocktails here are good, have a drink." "Thank you, the weather here is hot, it's better to be cold." Nina Tassler politely declined and kept smiling. She arrived this morning, but was caught by the other party as soon as she left the airport. It can be seen that your itinerary is not a secret in the other party's eyes. Sophia saw Nina's vigilant attitude and spread her hands helplessly and said, "Miss Tassler, I really didn't mean to inquire about your itinerary, it was a clue provided by XX. And although we are competitors, I think everyone should have a common topic." Nina Tassler smiled and said, "Miss Sophia, we all have our own principles, and some things may not be agreed upon." Sophia shook her head slightly and said casually, "Well, since Miss Tassler is unwilling to talk nonsense, let's get to the point. Our NBC has decided to compete for the copyright of Voice of the East. When Nina Tassler heard this, she raised her eyebrows gently. She decisively raised her offer to $8 million earlier, not only to scare away other competitors, but also to demonstrate CBS's sincerity and determination. According to her understanding, ABC and Fox have withdrawn from the bidding. Starz also seemed to have no intention of continuing to follow up. Her strategy obviously had the expected effect. However, what she unexpectedly expected was that NBC's representative Zofia actually came to her and officially announced their intention to participate in the competition. Nina's expression instantly became serious, her eyes slightly cold. "Miss Zofia, are you demonstrating or challenging me?" Zofia shook her head, looked at Nina with sincere eyes and said, "Miss Tassler, I don't mean that. Although we are competitors, we belong to the media industry of Lighthouse Country. A Eastern entertainment company should not be allowed to play around." This sentence relaxed Nina's heartstrings a little. But she knew very well that she could not be easily influenced by emotions. "Miss Zofia, do you have any plans? Even if we set a price and the president forced Interstellar Media to give in, we lack sufficient trust." Nina understands that complete trust is impossible to establish at this time. If they abide by the agreement and Zofia secretly offers a higher price, she will be passive. Zofia said with a smile. "Miss Tassler, you're right. We can't have absolute trust, but this does not prevent us from cooperating." She picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and continued. "We NBC have already offered a price tag. I believe Star Media will contact you and hint you to raise the price. What we need to do now is to terminate such endless control." Nina nodded. For her, winning Voice of the East as soon as possible and achieving results is the top priority. Long-term negotiations will only increase uncertainty. "I agree with you very much, so that's it." She raised her glass and gently touched Zofia's glass to express her agreement. The next day, Yazzie was surprised to find that representatives of NBC, CBS, and Starz appeared in her office together. "If you don't bother the second master, how about solving it publicly?" Starz representative smiled slightly and asked tentatively. "That's right, Miss Yat, it's too slow to talk to each family and it's inefficient." Zofia added with a smile. "We and NBC both hope to speed up the process and solve the problem clearly through public quotations." Yazzie thought for a moment and said, "Is it a public offer?" "In principle, you can try it." Zofia shook her head slightly and said, "Miss Yat, there's nothing to try. This method is very common in our Lighthouse Country, and now is the time." Yazzie looked at Nina Tassler, and the other party smiled and nodded, obviously agreeing with Zofia's point of view. She suddenly felt thoughtful. The arrival of the three parties obviously has reached a certain consensus in secret. As the highest quotation party at present, their requirements cannot be ignored. It's generally okay, but since it's a public offer, some things need to be prepared. Yazzie nodded in approval. "Miss Yat, as far as I know, there are only 3 of us who are competing now." Nina suggested. "Why don't you set it today, how about it?" This is obviously a desire to cut the mess quickly and not give Interstellar Media time to respond. Yazzie didn't say anything, and waved her hand with a smile. "I'm afraid it won't work today. Our decision makers have not come back yet. And there are far more than 3 North American TV stations that want Voice of the East. Even if your offer is the highest now, it should be fair to all bidders." Zofia knew that the other party was a smart person, so she took back the test. "That's right, trading is something you want, but I hope you decision makers will come back as soon as possible, after all, time is money." Yazzie nodded and had a brief conversation with several representatives. After making sure no details are missed, send them out politely. After listening to Yazzie's report, Du Sheng smiled. It seems that these international peers are not fuel efficient. Obviously, the other party does not want to let interstellar media lead the nose. After thinking for a moment, Du Sheng said decisively. Since the North American TV stations you are interested in are almost the same, then let's solve it at one time. Time is set tomorrow. However, if you have a public offer, you will be exempted. It will be replaced with a starting price for the base price, with a base price of $10 million, and each company only has one bid opportunity. Du Sheng set a psychological bottom line for Voice of the East at the beginning was $8 million, and now this goal has been achieved. No one knows how the result of the starting price of this time is. But Du Sheng understood that although the starting form of the base price is full of uncertainty, it can stimulate the competitive psychology of bidders and form an invisible psychological war. Yezi nodded when she heard this and said, I will notify the relevant departments immediately to ensure that everything is ready. She knew that the next 3 days would be a critical period and she had to do her best to ensure that everything was foolproof. Of course, she is most optimistic about Nina Tassler, hoping that the other party can bring surprises. On this day, when the outside world's attention was still focused on the concerts of Zhou Huimin and Zhang Baji and the gossip news caused by Du Sheng's multiple support, the copyright start of Voice of the East quietly kicked off. Nina Tassler looked around at the representatives of TV stations such as ABC, Fox, and PBS present, raising his eyebrows slightly. When those people saw her, they smiled. Nina nodded politely to respond, but couldn't help cursing in her heart. Hell! Haven't they gone back? Why are they all here now? Are you playing secretly in Chenkang? I originally thought that the pressure of competition was greatly reduced, but I didn't expect that 3 more companies would emerge. This made Nina Tassler feel a little bad. At this moment, the decision-makers of Star Media entered the market. Yezi, who had been in contact with them before, is not at the beginning now. On the contrary, walking in front was a handsome man with a tall figure. It was Du Sheng. After sitting down, he smiled at everyone present and said, I am Du Sheng, the director of Star Media, and welcome you. Thank you very much for your attention and support for our Voice of the East. Recently, Voice of the East has achieved excellent results in countries such as Helen, England, and Singapore, with ratings hitting new highs. I guess everyone here also valued its generous rewards. But in order to prevent conflict, the copyright of Lighthouse Country can only be sold for one, so please consider it carefully. If the starting price is less than expected, you may miss this rare opportunity. After Du Sheng finished speaking, his eyes swept across everyone present one by one. Finally, he stayed on Nina Tassler and smiled at her. Okay, since you are ready, please write the quotation within 15 minutes and the results will be announced at that time. After saying that, he signaled several representatives to go to the compartment to discuss and get together again in 15 minutes. This arrangement is actually to increase their competitive psychology. Although Du Sheng could not guess what their intentions were, since he sent a representative to him, he would be a pallet. In fact, the reason why these people came was indeed with different ideas. And the representatives were deliberately stayed to see what the bidding result was. Although they cannot buy at the bottom at a low price, they can also respond at the right time. For example, if anyone wins it, will it compete with its own variety shows, whether there is any opportunity to cooperate, etc. Du Sheng sat there leisurely, flipping through the newspaper to read entertainment news. Yezi next to him shook her head and smiled. These are representatives of mainstream media in the Lighthouse Country. Are you not worried about messing up at all? Haha, what's there to worry about these? You also said that it is just some representatives of North American media. Can you still interfere in the East? Du Sheng smiled without caring about it. He finished most of the publicity yesterday, and considering that he had to join the group next time, he simply came back along the way. Of course, this does not mean that he attaches great importance to this copyright auction. In his opinion, making money is no longer a problem with himself with a forward-looking vision. Nowadays, tens of millions of dollars are just an increase in liquidity for him. As for the international energy behind these representatives, in the future, it is difficult to provide assistance and strengthen cooperation. If you buy and sell things in one go, why bother with a warm face and a cold butt? Du Sheng's open-minded mentality made Yazi very much appreciate. It is impossible for ordinary people to be indifferent to these giants. 15 minutes passed quickly. Representatives from several parties have made quotations and summarized the hand orders. See them back in seat. Du Sheng stopped delaying and picked up the top quotation. This is from Fox, $8 million. Du Sheng chuckled and put it aside. He has previously stated that the starting price is $10 million. Seeing this, Fox representative shrugged and ignored it. They didn't plan to buy a lot of money, and they just wanted to participate. After all, they already have their own ace variety show Lighthouse Idol, and there is no strong demand for Voice of the East. Of course, it would be great if you can really buy it at a low price. At least it will not be displayed to other TV stations, and it will be used in the future if it is not good. Du Sheng had never expected this TV station to be a hiring station, which was an unexpected gain. Du Sheng picked up the next one, which was from Stars, with $10.1 million. Although he is betting at the bottom price, he is still qualified to be included. The representatives of ABC are similar. It seems that this is just their tentative offer. The meaning is also very clear. They recognize the value of Voice of the East, but are unwilling to pay more. It would be great if you could get it at this price, and they wouldn't care too much if they couldn't get it. Then, Du Sheng picked up the fourth quotation. He first glanced at the representative of NBC. The beard on the right was observing his reaction, while the white women seemed relatively calm, but they also looked over. Judging from their expressions, this time the offer should not be as perfunctory as the previous ones. Du Sheng opened the quotation and asked for $13 million. Du Sheng smiled in his heart, there was indeed a chance. This price has shown that NBC really wants to win Voice of the East. Although Du Sheng announced to the public through Yazi that the starting price was $10 million, he also knew that there was room for bargaining in business. And it's $13 million, which is more than 90 million. As soon as he thought of this, Du Sheng gave the two of them a friendly smile. Seeing this, the white woman Zofia also showed a smile on her face. Obviously, they are quite confident in their offer. But the world is still uncertain, and there is still a dark horse. Du Sheng picked up the last CBS quotation and turned his eyes to Nina. She was a little scared at this time. Especially after seeing Du Sheng smile after watching NBC TV's offer, his heart was even more ups and downs. This time she spent a lot of effort to convince Leslie to get a breakthrough offer. Could it be that NBC will also make up its mind to strive to the end this time? Du Sheng naturally didn't have such worries. On the contrary, scandals about CBS TV appeared in his mind. How much is the price the other party is willing to pay to win back the audience and reputation this time? It's worth looking forward to. He revealed the quote in his hand, and the numbers suddenly appeared in front of him. $16.1 million. Du Sheng smiled at the corner of his mouth. It is worthy of being the most urgently needed buyer, doubled from the previous 8 million to 16.1 million. Du Sheng put down the quotation and glanced at everyone present. At this time, even those representatives who were just here to join in the fun couldn't help but fall on him. Not to mention the representatives of TV stations who want to compete. Under the gaze of everyone, Du Sheng walked down with a smile and came to Nina Tassler. Miss Tassler, congratulations to you on your offer to stand out. We are also very happy to reach a cooperation with CBS, and we believe there will be a good start next. Nina Tassler excitedly gave Du Sheng a warm hug, and his fear turned into joy. Du Sheng didn't mind either, so he just treated it as a congratulation. However, the representatives of several other TV stations had different reactions. The representative of Fox's face was calm and it seemed not surprising. The representatives of Stars and NBC TV seemed a little disappointed. The man put the water cup heavily on the table and couldn't help but curse. Damn it! I couldn't even win the $13 million. Is this thing bordered with diamonds? The thick-bearded man on NBC was also quite depressed. It's so crazy. How much did that woman cost? $13 million is already a very high offer. In the past history of copyright purchases, only the British Crazy Car Show exceeded this number. It is obvious that this time the competition exceeded expectations. And it also happens in backward countries like Asia and the East. It simply subverts their perception. Although Zofia, as a plenipotentiary representative, was disappointed, but remained calm and did not show too much emotion. From the moment Nina proposed $8 million from the beginning, she guessed a big variable. What's more, their TV stations are not as urgent as CBS, which is in a trough. Chapter 571 Mysterious Guest. Zofia stood up, walked to Nina and Du Sheng, and said with a smile, "Miss Tassler, congratulations on winning this fruit of victory. Can you tell me the final quotation and let me explain it to you?" Nina pressed the joy in her heart, let go of her hand, and glanced at Du Sheng as if inquiring. Speaking of which, she is indeed optimistic about this show, and this price is not over budget. If only it's worth it to achieve results. Du Sheng saw that other representatives looked at him and thought about it, and felt that this was a good opportunity to show off his strength and improve his fame. He nodded in agreement. "Miss Tassler, please make your decision if you don't make it public." For a moment, many eyes fell on Nina. Everyone wants to hear how much the price this woman has paid. Nina Tassler raised his right hand gracefully, raised his 2 index fingers, and clearly announced, $20 million. A burst of awesome and accusation sounded in the room in an instant. My God, nearly 150 million RMB. It's simply incredible. Is anyone really willing to spend $20 million to buy the copyright of a TV show? This is probably going to break the record of copyright fees for the variety show in Lighthouse Country. CBS is crazy, do you really think you can make a profit? Nina felt everyone's astonished eyes, and her heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Zofia was also stunned for a moment before sighing. I have to say that CBS is really rich and powerful. Miss Tassler, I wish you all the best. After saying that, she asked her colleague to leave. Faced with such a high offer, she really had nothing to say. Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and glanced at him, and Nina immediately understood what the other person meant. CBS travels thousands of miles to buy the copyright of Voice of the East, which will inevitably be overwhelmingly promoted. And this unprecedented number is an excellent publicity point in itself. After the others left, Nina smiled and confessed to Du Sheng. Next, please continue to provide convenience and promotion doors. Du Sheng and Yezi looked at each other, and their hearts became more and more aware. The other party not only needs support in program production, but also cooperation in publicity and distribution. For example, the $20 million just claimed to the public. Thinking of the 150 million words, Du Sheng smiled and nodded. Although this auction has been completed, further discussions are needed in subsequent cooperation, recording, payment and other aspects. For example, in terms of funds, the other party will not be so stupid that they will pay the full amount directly. Interstellar Media needs to strive for the best price and try to get it in place as soon as possible. But overall, the copyright dispute has come to an end. Du Sheng didn't need to bother anymore, and he could shift his focus to other aspects. Time comes June unknowingly. As expected, 1 month after the release of Initial D, the box office in the mainland exceeded 80 million. At present, because The Promise and Myth have not been released yet, it has actually ranked first in the year. In addition, the box office in Asia is expected to reach 200 million. Among them, Neon contributed a large amount, up to 1.4 billion Neon coins. Interstellar Media, the three major capitalists of China and Ying Huang, held a lively celebration for this. After Du Sheng participated, Lu Yifei took her to attend the new product launch conference of the Times Skincare the next day. Afterwards, I went to the Music Library Association and finally completed the procedures of several parties. He thought he could take a break, but he was caught by Lu Tao, who was taking a break from his busy schedule. At this moment, she is meeting Fan Ou, who is endorsing her role in Hangzhou, preparing to tinker with her career. After learning that the man was here, he made an appointment. Du Sheng had known what they were doing for a long time, and Xiao Xiao didn't refuse. That night, the three of them came to a mass-produced KTV called Trendy Fan next to Westlake as a party spot. This mass-produced KTV covers an area of about 2,000 square meters and is equipped with top-notch audio, lighting and visual equipment, which can provide customers with the ultimate entertainment experience. When Du Sheng stepped into this KTV, the first thing that caught his eye was an oval stage opposite the dance floor. A huge liftable screen is equipped at the back of the stage, and the DJ is playing rock music in the corner. The young people on the dance floor swayed to the rhythm, and they were very happy. The bar and private room areas are also crowded with guests enjoying nightlife. Although it was still early, the atmosphere here was already very warm. And you can also notice that there are many foreign faces integrated into it. We will go to the VIP area on the second floor to rest first, and then come down when we want to sing K and dance. Fan Ou suggested. Du Sheng nodded indifferently and followed him upstairs. It seems that you have put a lot of effort into it, he said while looking at the surrounding decorations. Recently, Fan Ou has reduced his acting endorsement work and changed his mind a little. In addition to listening to Du Sheng's advice to purchase several properties, he also cooperated with Lu Tao and Yang Saiwei to jointly invest in this mass-produced KTV. For celebrities, investing in entertainment venues is a common choice. In today's era, mass-trading KTVs have begun to replace the old dial bars and karaoke bars and become popular. Many artists have also tried similar entertainment industries, such as Wang Fei's VIP Room, Wang Swibin's Night Bar, Ren Pomuo's Chain, etc., are all successful examples. These venues can not only become an extension of the artist brand, but also bring more business opportunities to the entertainment industry. The reason for investing in this industry is not only because celebrities themselves often visit, but also where young people gather and star chasers are active, so they have a strong attraction and popularity effect. Lu Dozheng flirting with fruit dots on the booth, responding casually with a smile. I and I each invested 2 million yuan, and with the image endorsement expenses of both parties, we accounted for 80% of the shares. Yang Saiwei invested 1 million yuan and was responsible for team operations, accounting for the remaining 20% of the shares. If you hadn't told us about the appreciation of real estate, we might not have made this investment so boldly. However, since I have bought several houses, it is enough to ensure the quality of life. I have used mass sales of KTV as a test. Fan Ou smiled and joked. Sister Tao regards this investment as her future retirement capital. She said you have too many women, and it is unknown whether you can get together in the future. Now, while you can still get along with your thighs, why not maximize your value? Lu Tao gave Fan Ou a blank look and said angrily. I'm just a joke, I can't take it seriously. You're slandering. You said drunk that night, I have a full video. Fan Ou blinked and smiled. Lu Tao. Seeing Du Sheng looking calm, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the topic. You haven't eaten yet, let's eat some fruit first. The three of them came to the half-ringed booth, where they could see the lively scene below. And facing the stage, you can clearly watch any performance. The waiter stepped forward with a tactful look, and Du Sheng ordered a cup of tea. Lu Tao and Fan Ou chose wines with lower concentrations and also ordered some snacks. Before the wine could come, Yang Saiwei, who was in charge of the management, came over and looked at Du Sheng happily. Brother Sheng, I didn't expect Sister Ou to invite you to support me. Our mass dealer is going to be popular. Haha, I just took some time to join in the fun. Du Sheng waved his hand and said with a smile. Whether your business can become popular depends on your management. Celebrities can only bring temporary traffic. Yang Saiwei's main business is the head of the Interstellar Media Public Opinion Department, but she also does some additional side jobs in her daily life. For example, being a navy, hype, drainage, internet cafe, etc. It's the kind who is very good at doing things. After leaving FANFIC in her previous life, in addition to establishing an agency, she also worked in live broadcasts, women's clothing brands and other industries, and her abilities are indeed quite good. Brother Sheng, your appeal is extraordinary, let alone Sister Ou and Sister Tao join. As long as you manage it sincerely, I believe you can have a place. After chatting for a while, Yang Saiwei left with tactfulness. Du Sheng had no interest in having fun, but just drank wine and ate snacks leisurely, chatting with the two girls about their recent situation, which was also considered enjoying life. Time passed quietly. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the DJ on the scene suddenly raised the volume and began to shout. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we invited special guests to perform tonight. Please welcome her with your enthusiasm. The guests responded very positively, applauded and cheered, pushing the atmosphere to a new climax. The first one to appear was Zhang Liangying, a powerful singer who stood out in Voice of the East, entered the top 3, and was signed by Miracle Records. When Du Sheng saw Jane Zhang walking onto the stage with a smile, she was a little surprised. I didn't expect that I could meet all this again. According to the stage relationship, this person is still his disciple. FANFIC noticed that Du Sheng's eyes fell on Jane Zhang and explained with a smile. Didn't the company train them and strive for endorsement resources to the outside world? This time we invested and invited us, it was not for free. It was a good publicity for both parties. Since returning from filming Fuse, FANFIC has been learning and familiar with the business of mass-selling KTVs during this period. The reason why she invited company artists to support the show was because she exchanged views with Yang Saiwei. Du Sheng smiled and nodded. Your ideas are pretty good, and they have achieved each other. The trendy style mass-traded KTV has a good grade. If it is managed properly, it is not impossible to open a branch nationwide in the future. As a newcomer, Jane really needs resource support. Instead of choosing those messy ones, it is better to choose those who know the bottom line. There are not so many restrictions. This time it hit it off. Zhang Enyi's EP album is being prepared, and he chose If This Is Love provided by Du Sheng as the title song, and he has not yet become a famous work. So the first song she sang on stage was Zhou Huimin's Fairy Tale Town. Then he sang Invisible Wings by Girls' Generation. Du Sheng smiled and said, This is the program list arranged by Yang Saiwei. It is all songs from our company. Remember to pay the authorization fee. Lu Tao and FANFIC Yingying looked at each other and said with a smile. Do you want money? Look at the rest. Du Sheng smiled, and naturally there was a way for them to repay. There is a saying that if you can run away, you can't run away from the temple. How could FANFIC not see Du Sheng's reaction? He also deliberately leaned over charmingly and said softly in his ear. I'll be a mysterious guest for us tonight, and I might have a surprise tonight. Du Sheng waved his hand and became serious indifferently. In fact, it doesn't matter whether there is any surprise or not. This is your first investment and cooperation, so I have to support you. In fact, Du Sheng was ready before he came. After all, this mass seller KTV was invested by Lu Tao and FANFIC, so he always wants to express it. Being a mysterious guest is also a matter of maximizing the benefits. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, I'll just sing the rest of your life. Speaking of which, this song was inspired by you in the past, but now it is appropriate to sing it on such occasions. His words were gentle and sincere, which made FANFIC feel extremely moved. He hugged him so excitedly and kissed Du Sheng. This scene made Lu Tao next to him both laugh and cry and feel helpless. But she also knew that she was not as good as Fan Ou in all aspects, and that only by cooperating well with each other can she last long. In order not to make the scene too outrageous, Lu Tao interrupted at the right time. Okay, this is a public place, so you have to pay attention to some influence. Let's talk about the surprises you gave a Sheng until you get home in the evening. Now it's time to let a Sheng appear. Fan Ou then let go of Du Sheng, with a charming smile on his face. When Du Sheng stood up, he kissed Lu Tao on his forehead, then looked at Fan Ou and said, "There is a guitar here, get me one." In addition, let Yang Saiwei's public opinion department launch a move and find 2 people to cooperate. It is best to use the paparazzi shooting angle, including some blurry pictures and clear close-ups, so that the audience can make up for their imagination. Fan Ou understood and immediately started to act happily. After hearing this, Yang Saiwei was very excited and immediately began to arrange everything. This is to take advantage of the general trend. It seems that the trendy style is not as good as it is. About 10 minutes later, Jane's performance came to an end. Amid the applause at the scene, DJ also seemed extremely excited. "Ladies and gentlemen, you guys got lucky tonight and actually met a mysterious guest. Let us hold our breath and concentrate and take a closer look. Next, please invite Fan Ou and Miss Lu Tao." Many customers thought that Fan Ou and Lu Tao would appear in person next, and they all exclaimed anticipated exclamations and cheers. However, the DJ changed the subject and followed by the ending word "friend." Some impatient customers immediately booed, disappointed when they heard this. But their voices had not yet fallen and their eyes widened soon. All eyes were concentrated at the entrance of the stage. DJ took a deep breath and shouted out the name that shocked everyone with all his might. "Let us warmly welcome, Mr. Du Sheng." As soon as this statement came out, the scene was so boiling. The customers stood up in shock, their voices filled with surprise and expectation. "Oh my god, no, what the DJ just mentioned is Du Sheng." "Yes, we heard it right. Considering the rumors between Du Sheng, Lu Tao and Fan Ou, this is entirely possible. Looking at the other side of the stage, it seems that it is him. Wow, we really have a great fortune today. When we come to KTV to have fun, we can even meet Du Sheng's live performance." The entire place suddenly became extremely noisy. Mainly because Du Sheng is so popular now that he rarely participates in such occasions. At that time, when a concert was held, many people couldn't get tickets at high prices. There was a chance to have sex on site, so the customers were very excited. Even Zhang Enyi, who had just returned to the background, had his eyes lit up and he joined in the fun and returned to the front desk. When the stage lights were on and Du Sheng appeared in front of the stage with a guitar on his back, thunderous applause and screams burst out. Especially the girls' excitement almost overturned the ceiling. The entire mass trading KTV seemed to be ignited, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Yang Saiwei, who was standing beside Fan Ou and Lu Tao, looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Sheng's popularity is simply unique now. Compared with him, you two seem to be able to make a fuss. Lu Tao and Fan Ou shrugged, and then looked at the man on the stage with deep satisfaction. Is this their men worth comparing? Tonight, Du Sheng was wearing a simple light-colored t-shirt and casual trousers, but against the backdrop of the light, she was still handsome and attracted countless attentions. He did not rush to start singing, but waited for the scene to calm down a little and said, "Thank you for your love. Today I am here to support you as a friend and sing a song for you. I once sang this song at Moto's concert, but there wasn't here, and many people felt sorry for it. Since that's the case, it's better to choose a day than to meet the day. The rest of your life is for everyone, I hope you will like it." After saying that, Du Sheng gently plucked the guitar strings, and a melody full of warmth and romance slowly flowed. At this moment, everyone became quiet and slowly immersed in it. This is Du Sheng's appeal, able to control the entire rhythm of the scene. The rest of your life. The wind and snow are you. It's you who are ordinary. It's also you who are poor. Ronghua is you. The gentleness in my heart is you. This song The Rest of Life touches everyone's heartstrings with its soothing and beautiful melody and warm lyrics. The consumption level here is not low, and many of the customers are elites in Hangzhou, and they can deeply understand the emotions behind this song. Du Sheng's warm and slightly hoarse voice echoed in the hall. Some people silently raised their glasses and sipped, while others shook their bodies gently according to the rhythm of the chorus, and even sang in a low voice. Whether it is sentimental or healing, love or nostalgia, everyone can find their own shadow in this song. This song has dominated the list of the top 100 Douyin songs in previous lives, which is not unreasonable. Du Sheng himself also has the blessing of singing LV3/Blue, and the on-site feedback effect is very good. Many people are immersed in the atmosphere of the song. So much so that when he quietly left the stage, the audience had not yet fully reacted. In order to avoid being surrounded by fans, Du Sheng took Lu Tao and Fan Ou to quietly leave through the other side after the singing. The task of acting as a mysterious guest tonight has been completed, and the two girls are obviously satisfied. Even though Lu Tao got in the car, he was still so excited that he kept talking. According to the popularity of tonight, my first investment is stable. Although Fan Ou was also very happy, she knew a man's ability very well, so she was quite calm. For Du Sheng, the two girls' high-spirited state is undoubtedly the most perfect moment. I have to cheer up and enjoy it tonight. Chapter 572 Hidden Collision. When Du Sheng enjoys imperial clothes at home, the video about him being a mysterious guest in trendy style has quickly fermented online. Some viewers spontaneously uploaded the videos they recorded, and their words were full of excitement and praise. At the same time, Yang Saiwei's public opinion department also took action quickly. They spread the high-definition and fuzzy versions of the video they captured inadvertently. At the same time, the invisible pusher also began to be activated. Of course, the trendy style also cost money, after all, it is to promote its own business. In addition, the two major crews of Initial D and Chapeau Wolf also seized this opportunity. The former gives a beautiful ending for the final painting, while the latter is scheduled to be released on July 12, using this video to preheating the movie. After all, Du Sheng's appeal is getting bigger and bigger, and no matter which crew is, they will not miss the opportunity to create momentum. Therefore, with the help of several forces, the rapid rise of Yi Sheng with You Memories Kill plus The Rest of Your Life has quickly attracted widespread attention and discussion on the internet. Brother Sheng is so handsome to play and sing. Just watching him sit there is a pleasure. Du Sheng is really a fan-loving expert, do what he says. Support Brother Sheng to enter Hollywood, his talent should be seen by everyone. This song is so nice, The Rest of Your Life, this name alone makes me moved. After listening to this song, the mood of breaking up just now surges into my heart again, you damn. As videos are widely spread on major social platforms, media such as group and weekly entertainment have also quickly followed. This wave of popularity was unexpectedly amazing. The next day, traditional media were not willing to fall behind and included this news in the entertainment page. With this exaggerated traffic, Fan Ou and Lu Tao's hard work last night was also comforted. They plan to open another company in Beijing next, and then officially start mass sales in Modu, Hangzhou, Yangcheng and other places. After hearing the report, Du Sheng just smiled slightly. He felt that it was indeed a gratifying thing for female artists to focus on their careers and not take on roles at will to maintain a good public image. After updating the status of renren.com, Du Sheng stopped asking about these things and devoted his attention to his work again. In addition to being busy with publicity and announcement activities, most of his spare time is spent writing songs. After all, Girls' Generation's new album and several contracted singers under Voice of the East all need a batch of high-quality songs as a guarantee. This is not enough to just talk about it, nor is it an easy thing. Lu Yifei and his girls are very excited about this new major and send information and news every day. Du Sheng responded occasionally without being distracted, and still proceeded steadily at his own pace. But that night, he turned down the original arrangement. Even the messages sent were not responded in time. All of this is naturally because Zhong Zhen is here. This time she came to challenge the situation offside, and he had to be tough. That night, Zhong Zhen and Du Sheng had a discussion on the balcony. Unfortunately, I couldn't perform it, so I went back to the hall to review yoga, and then lay lazily in Du Sheng's arms. How is the release of Shapalang progressing? Du Sheng asked. Zhong Zhen paused for a moment and replied. Everything went well in Xiangzhong and Wancheng, but I encountered some minor troubles in the mainland. Didn't it mean that China Film has approved the quota? Zhong Zhen nodded. Yes, Zhongying has indeed passed. But regarding the distribution, the Shanghai Film Group, which we originally contacted, seemed a little hesitant. As a co-production film, if Shapalang wants to be successfully released in the mainland, it must first pass the approval of China Film to obtain a quota for imported films. This link has been completed by Interstellar Media. The next key is to choose the right issuing partner. Although Star Media has Miracle Cinema, everything is given priority in the country. The most undesirable one is to eat alone. And this issuance right is also a problem. Therefore, this is indispensable for winning and joining each other. Since Beijing Film Academy merged with 7 other state-owned film institutions and established Sins Film, the distribution rights of imported films have been distributed to several publishers including Shanghai Film, Huaxia Film, and Changjiang. At present, China Film Corporation manages 15 wholly owned subsidiaries and processes a large number of films every year. The summer season is particularly competitive, which is not the best window for new films. According to the initial plan, Star Media hopes to cooperate with Shanghai Film Group to release Shapalang. Because Shanghai Film has nearly 700 theaters nationwide, covering 30 provinces, and ranks among the top in the national theater chain, its distribution strength cannot be underestimated. However, Zhong Zhen revealed an unexpected situation. I learned that Shanghai Film Academy has confirmed to release the Hollywood blockbuster Mr. and Mrs. Smith in July. Therefore, we are not very positive about our movies and we are advised to adjust the schedule. Hearing this, Du Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly. It turned out that it was a Hollywood blockbuster that was introduced. In recent years, the success of Hollywood blockbusters such as the Lord of the Rings series in China has made major publishers more popular with it. But letting Shapa Wolf make way for Mr. Smith is obviously not within his consideration. Then let's change. Du Sheng said decisively. Then we have the only 2 choices left for China Film and China Film. I suggest choosing Chinese movies, their attitude is very positive. Zhong Zhen made suggestions. China Film was formed the year before yesterday by 19 powerful state-owned film units in China. These include studios such as Zhejiang Film, Southern Film, Yimei Film, and Xiaoxiang Film, which integrate various businesses of creation, production, publicity, sales, distribution, and screening. In the past life, classic films such as Operation Mekong, Neza, The Devil Child Comes into the World, Operation Red Sea, My Motherland and Me were all released. If China Film is released nationwide, the influence of Shanghai Film is more concentrated in the Yangtze River Delta region, then China Film has a wider layout in the southern market. Of course, if the market response is good after the release, other theaters will also come to copy it. In the past few years, Chinese films were very ambitious, but unfortunately, the right to approve imported films has always been in the hands of China Film, and many matters are passive everywhere. Now that I have finally obtained the issuance right, I naturally have to do something well. Considering that Shapa Wolf is a police-themed action film and maintains good cooperative relationships with southern studios such as Zhejiang Film, Du Sheng believes that it is indeed appropriate to release this movie by Chinese movies. In addition, at this time, Hollywood blockbusters were in a period of attack, and they were killed in China, and many domestic films were defeated. But Du Sheng is not worthy of it at all. Everyone is an action movie, so it's really hard to say which one is better or worse. Although Mr. and Mrs. Smith has a good box office in North America, it is because it was released abroad early, and gun films/stealing films are now rampant. Moreover, the Hollywood blockbuster movies have a strong flavor, and many jokes are from abroad, and many Chinese people actually cannot understand the funny points. The most outrageous thing is that many imported films do not have Mandarin dubbing and only have Chinese subtitles. If it weren't for the popular foreign flavors nowadays, Chinese people wouldn't have recognized who the starring actors were. But Chapelang is different, it definitely conforms to the mainstream of taste and aesthetics. This time Du Sheng plans to compete and let those people see who should give in. Zhong Zhen nodded happily and said, "The mid-year conference is scheduled for June 18th. When will the new drama you collaborate with Cheng Long start filming?" Du Sheng felt the tenderness of the beauty in his arms and said with a smile, "It has been decided to start early and filming is expected to start next week. Considering that the summer season needs to promote the movie, if it is postponed, it may affect the release plan next year. As for the mid-year conference, I may not be able to attend, it depends on the situation." Feeling Du Sheng's hand gently rubbing on his body, Zhong Zhen gave him a blank look, but did not stop him, but continued. "I was worried that your trip would be too tiring, but now it seems that I am overly worried. In addition, Renren's early 1 billion financing has arrived. I want to adjust the fund allocation, is it okay?" Du Sheng knew that Zhong Zhen had always been eager to start her new car project, so he asked. "The relevant preparations are already being advanced. Has the investor agreed?" When talking about the track he wanted to do the most, Zhong Zhen's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. "They have no objection. I have communicated in advance and will operate through loans and other means in the future. Regarding the automobile project, I will listen to your suggestions, focus on the new energy direction, and plan to cooperate in depth with the University of Science and Technology, while considering acquiring existing automobile brands. There are currently 2 goals. First, Lotus Auto, a classic sports car brand in Britain. Another is Opel Auto, a veteran car company with products covering multiple segments such as sedans and SUVs. Although there is a lot of funds of more than 1 billion yuan, there are not many related productions in Oriental. It is difficult and span to build an automobile company from scratch. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the project, Zhong Zhen plans to seek support from the Genfo and the bank. In this regard, she has rich resources and connections, and Du Sheng is not worried about it. And he knows that the research of the University of Science and Technology in the field of new energy vehicles is currently in a high position in China. Focus on the research of lithium batteries, photovoltaic batteries, energy storage materials and other fields. It also has material research and development and application, product design, process management and quality control, etc. comprehensive and applied talents with comprehensive capabilities. Zhong Zhen proposed that cooperation with the University of Science and Technology is not only an opportunity for both sides to win-win, but also a strong support for the development of the country's automobile industry. Therefore, there is a high probability that you will pass if you seek help from the government. Du Sheng nodded. Lotus Auto is indeed a classic sports car brand in Britain, with deep technical accumulation in lightweight technology, chassis tuning and handling performance. In addition, its aluminum alloy chassis technology can significantly reduce weight while ensuring body strength, which is crucial to improving the endurance and driving experience of new energy vehicles. Zhong Zhen smiled and continued. However, Lotus Auto's sales have been less than ideal, and the brand is on the verge of bankruptcy. Moreover, the market share is small, mainly concentrated in the high-end sports car market and has a limited audience, which makes it difficult to expand the production scale and difficult to control costs. In addition, the people there are more xenophobic and may not accept the acquisition here. So I plan to hire a professional lawyer team in Europe, and not even use our name to put a shell on it." Du Sheng pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head. "I think you are stepping too fast now. It is ideal to make big strides or even catch up with the progress abroad, but in the current environment, this is almost impossible task. You also said that foreign countries have very strict technology blockades, and the possibility of successful acquisition of Lotus Automobile is very low. Even if we can succeed, we may have just taken over its debt, and core technology is still difficult to master. As for Opel Auto, it has long declined into a system. The transformation in the new energy field has also seemed slow, and a large amount of capital investment is required to develop new technologies and transform production facilities. Such an acquisition is not cost-effective." When he saw Zhongzhen listened seriously, he continued, "In my opinion, it is better to adopt a more stable strategy step by step. First, we cooperate with the University of Science and Technology to establish a production base in the Pearl River Delta region to ensure that every investment is used on the edge and gradually expand technology. After all, there are significant differences between new energy vehicles and traditional fuel vehicles and cannot be generalized. Over the past decade, Oriental Automobile has many joint venture factories. It is precisely because it cannot obtain core technology that it has to choose the joint venture model in order to learn technology. However, even if you spend a lot of money and have control over the controlling rights, you may not be able to gain substantial voice. For example, the SAIC-MNA case that caused a lot of controversy not long ago ended up in a mess. In his previous life, in the face of frequent strikes and complex legal issues, SAIC finally had to sell its shares at a low price, which was a heavy loss. Not only did they not learn any core technology, they became a sales channel for foreign capital in the Eastern market. Therefore, Du Sheng did not agree with the acquisition of foreign-funded companies. In this regard, Orientals cannot play with others for the time being. In addition, the official is also increasing support for the new energy vehicle industry and making up for the shortcomings in the traditional fuel vehicle field by changing tracks. With various strong policy support, this is also the best stage to start. Seeing Zhongzhen's thoughtful expression, Du Sheng tactfully suggested, "Your enthusiasm for investment prompts you to enter the automotive industry, which is a good thing and good for the country. But you seem to be a little anxious and have not yet understood the current situation of new energy vehicles. It is better to have an in-depth understanding of new energy vehicles in the near future, so that the best decision can be made." He expressed his insights and cognition from his previous life. The key to new energy vehicles is batteries, motors, and electronic control. Especially in terms of motors, we can inspect some related companies such as Silicon Valley and Bay City. They have certain technical advantages and their valuations are not high, so we can seek cooperation. As long as you obtain a certain amount of technology, you can further promote R&D after integrating with domestic companies. Zhongzhen nodded to express his understanding. "You're right, I'll consider your suggestions. However, the main purpose of my acquisition of Lotus Auto is to obtain its mold and design capabilities, rather than directly thinking about its motor. Adopt the strategy of surrounding the city in the countryside, and then accumulate small amounts to form your own uniqueness." Du Sheng. He said in his heart that he was awesome. Isn't this exactly Tesla's early strategy? Okay, since you already have a clear idea, just follow your plan. In terms of investment major, Du Sheng still does not plan to guide the experts. Zhongzhen smiled and said, "Actually, I have never been very confident in investing in new energy industry. After chatting with you today, I feel that my thinking is much clearer. Don't worry, if the price of Lotus Auto is too high, I will consider forming a professional team or pulling over the FISC team from Lighthouse Country. As for the batteries, motors, and electronic controls you mentioned specifically, I will focus on them." Du Sheng turned the woman over and said, "The company's business is expanding more and more, right? If you don't want to be too tired, you might as well pay attention to talent training and team management. Let those with competent people take charge of specific matters so that you can free up more time to focus on strategic planning. Zhongzhen smiled confidently. You don't have to worry about this. I don't feel too much pressure from the company's talent emerges. For example, last year, we created quick payment and acquisition creation in projects such as TV, several professional big shots have changed jobs. When Du Sheng heard this, he was secretly surprised. Zhang Yiming is the founder of Polian in the future, and Li Bin is the helmsman of NIO. Zhang Li has served as the operation director in Pinudao. I have to say that Zhongzhen is indeed a person with extraordinary luck. Du Sheng sighed. It seems that the company is indeed growing, no wonder you want me to attend the mid-year conference. Zhongzhen didn't know that it was too tiring to talk twice from time to time, and he fell asleep peacefully in Du Sheng's arms without realizing it. Especially the standing yoga movements just now consumed a lot of her physical strength, and it was normal that she couldn't stand it. After Du Sheng realized Zhongzhen's extraordinary vision and ability to identify people, he had no worries about her large investment. After all, both her personal abilities and family background have made her walk more calmly on this road. As for himself, Du Sheng thinks that as long as he is a good leader in the company, everything else goes with the flow. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhongzhen gave Du Sheng a resentful look, and tried hard to stabilize his body and tremble his legs, leaving as if he ran away. She obviously overestimated her kung fu level and let her go and stay away. After Du Sheng Xiao sent her away, he returned to work. Chapter 573 Missing the Opportunity. Du Sheng's life was quite fulfilling in the next 2 days. The songs required by several contestants of Voice of the East are basically completed by the staff of Miracle Records. At night, most of them linger among all kinds of beauties. Considering that Girls' Generation is going to hold a national concert, the solo part is indispensable, so in addition to grouping songs, he also has to prepare one for each person. But to be safe, Du Sheng each gave 2 songs for them to choose. For example, Heart Palpitations and Little Luck provided to Lu Yifei. Yang Mi's The Offer of Love and Soon of the Year. Lu Shishi's The Season Waiting for You and Bile of Lake Baikal. Tang Yan's If Heaven is Love and The Most Important Decision. Unexpectedly, a few girls were greedy. All are needed. Now, while Du Sheng still has some time recently, no matter how busy they are, they have to take turns recording singles. And it was like an agreement, and it took time to divide it. The day before yesterday, Tang Yan came over quietly, then his voice was hoarse and his legs were weak. Yesterday was Lu Yifei. This girl was not so troublesome, but shopping and watching shows are already standard. Today is Lu Shishi. This little girl is more considerate and well-behaved, and gets along more smoothly. Du Sheng is not in a hurry to pursue the results. What he enjoys is the process of dating with beauties. Therefore, although he did not deliberately use any special means to increase his favorability, the passive influence of personal charm has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Lu Shishi himself was in love with Du Sheng. Although she is sometimes jealous because of Du Sheng's attitude towards feelings, she never reveals these emotions to the outside world. So every time Du Sheng meets her, he always has a kind of compensatory nature. After finishing his work that day, he came to the company to pick up Lu Shishi and said, "Have you been waiting for a long time? Do you want to go to a dinner together?" Faced with Du Sheng's warm invitation, Lu Shishi naturally would not refuse, but her beautiful eyes were smiling. "Is this dinner very formal? Do I want to change my clothes?" In fact, Lu Shishi dressed up beautifully enough today. After all, she met Du Sheng alone. She was wearing a light blue dress, showing her beauty in her figure elegantly. The skirt perfectly outlines her graceful curves, highlighting her round buttocks and slender legs. Her makeup is also just right, looking both delicate and natural. Du Sheng gently hugged Lu Shishi's waist, tidied up her messy hair, and said gently, "No, your beauty is born, and everything you wear is attractive." Hearing this sincere praise, Lu Shishi smiled. Seeing that no one was paying attention to the car, she plucked up the courage to sit in Du Sheng's arms, then raised her head and asked, "Are you going to set off now?" Du Sheng smiled and shook his head. "We have plenty of time, so let's go for a walk first. There is a pleasant lakeside nearby." Lu Shishi immediately understood Du Sheng's thoughts, his face turned slightly red, and he nodded in agreement. Although she is not like Tang Yan, she has not yet gone further, but the intimacy between the two parties is already quite deep. Moreover, Du Sheng often guided her various special knowledge, especially the crane boxing and eucalyptus friction techniques, which made her feel more enjoyable. After getting off the car, Lu Shishi took Du Sheng's arm and reminded, "There are still activities tonight, so you can't wrinkle your skirt." After the two came to the lake and enjoyed a wonderful time, Du Sheng drove to the Oriental Hotel with a refreshing spirit. After instructing the parking staff to park the vehicle, he took Lu Shishi's hand and walked into the hotel, saying, "Have you answered several endorsement advertisements recently? How is the progress?" Lu Shishi replied softly, "I only accepted 2 of them, both of which are second-tier brands. I don't participate in many activities. I am mainly focusing on my studies and song recording now." Du Sheng knew that Lu Shishi had the opportunity to take on a first-tier brand, but she didn't want to compete with her sisters. She was neither short of money nor wanted to be too noisy, so she simply focused on her own things. She is this kind of personality that is content with things. If she did not undergo major changes like her previous life, she would probably be like this all the time. Du Sheng had no intention of changing her, and nodded with a smile. "The endorsement matter, don't worry, I will introduce you to 2 first-tier brands at that time. This will help increase your popularity, and don't spend too much time on it." Lu Shishi nodded and said obediently, "Brother Sheng, just make the decision, the agent's requirements for me are not strict. The company generally likes artists like her and will most likely meet their requirements." During the chat, Du Sheng and Lu Shishi walked into the private room and found that there were several guests sitting inside. Seeing them coming, several people stood up to greet them. One of them, Du Sheng, is not unfamiliar with it. It is Zhang Fan, the Greater China Director of Defengja Venture Capital, who is also a well-known venture capitalist in China. He has served as a financial analyst for investment banking in Goldman Sachs and has invested in companies such as Baidu, Skynet, Sufang.com. This dinner was initiated by him personally. Zhang Fan greeted him and said to Du Sheng with a smile, "Mr. Du, it's really not easy to make an appointment with you. Thank you for taking the time to meet you tonight. Let me introduce to you the guests here. This is Mr. Shen Nan, the founder of Trip Travel and Sequoia Capital, and this is his right-hand assistant Ms. Su Yao. There is also Miss Lu Tinjiang, Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Tianya, who is also my partner." Du Sheng is no stranger to Lu Tinjiang's name. Recently I often hear about this upper-class broker who is active in the entertainment industry. Her image has appeared in many social occasions and photos of celebrities. After a brief greeting, Du Sheng introduced, "This is my confidant Lu Shishi, one of the members of Girls' Generation." In some private occasions, out of respect, he would give the woman around him a confidant. However, in public, keep a low profile. Seeing that Du Sheng did not avoid suspicion, Lu Shishi felt sweet in her heart and smiled like a sweet face. The audience also had the eyesight and greeted her politely. Just as everyone was polite, a gentle and middle-aged man came out of the bathroom and quickly apologized. "I just rushed back from abroad today and feel a little embarrassed to be airsick." Zhang Fan responded with a smile. "This apology is not enough. You have to drink a few more drinks later. Mr. Du, this is Mr. Zhang Jiayan and CEO of Star Media." Zhang Fan, Shen Nanyi, and Zhang Jiayan are all influential figures in the venture capital circle. I won't talk about the first 2, I joined forces to establish Sequoia Capital before. The latter is not simple either. Star Media is a branch of News Corporation in Asia, managing multiple channels including Star TV and ESPN. Its influence covers more than 40 countries in Asia, India, and even the Middle East. Previously, Phoenix TV was also Star Media Holdings, and later resold it to Star Media, and is considered an old acquaintance. Of course, Du Sheng also knew that there was more or less foreign capital behind them. In the context of today's era of active foreign capital, they even play the role of connecting the commercial bridge between the East and the West. It is precisely because of this that they have a significant influence and status in the mainland. After sitting down, Zhang Fan, as the organizer, made the first speech. Mr. Du, your schedule is so tight that it is not easy to have the opportunity to have dinner together. Since that's the case, I'll get straight to the topic. Defengja Venture Capital, Sequoia Capital, and Star Media jointly established an investment fund, Dihua Fund, focusing on the new media field. With the deepening of the Eastern policy of opening up to the outside world, Western consortiums and capitalists are optimistic about the potential of this emerging market and actively invest in resources. They are all top students who have returned from studying abroad. In addition to successfully investing in large enterprises such as Alibaba, Home In, and Skynet, they also maintain close cooperative relationships with the authorities. For example, last year, we signed a video signal transmission agreement cooperation with Yangtze, and the plan was led by Zhang Jiayan. Currently, he plans to look for investment opportunities in the new media field, and he falls in love with the subsidiary of Star Media at a glance. Zhang Fan continued. We have a diversified layout of Renren, Miracle Records, YY Communications, and Interstellar Technology that you founded. Especially the strategic planning in film and television, media, theaters, and copyright operation, I feel very impressed. Du Sheng smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, you are really good at it. You said you are talking about my girl investment and overseas copyright development, but as soon as you talk about venture capital. Originally, my girl did not plan to seek investment cooperation, so Star Media can operate it alone. Unexpectedly, after learning the news, Zhang Fan took the initiative to contact him, expressing his willingness to invest in the film, and promised to provide support in overseas copyright development. Therefore, Du Shenke was invited to attend the dinner. It was only after arriving at the scene that I found that not only Zhang Fan, but also other heavyweights. And the topic quickly turned to the company's investment. It has to be said that when it comes to profitable projects, these investors' methods are indeed emerging one after another. Zhang Fan couldn't help laughing and said in a relaxed tone, the investment in this drama is only 30 to 20 million, and it is still a project that Mr. Du, you personally took charge of. Of course we are willing to participate. It's just that Star Media is at the helm of this matter, so we don't need to be a manager, so I think the company's overall investment strategy is more important. Seeing that Du Shenmo was silent, Zhang Fan paused for a moment and continued. I believe Mr. Du has heard of Sufang.com. This house, the company was established 2 years ago and is preparing to go public on the New York Stock Exchange with the support of capital such as Goldman Sachs and Credit Suisse, and is expected to become the first local advertising company to be listed on the market. Sufang.com has only some low-cost network resources, but with the help of capital, it can rise rapidly. After listing, you will have a better chance to merge and acquire through the funds raised, quickly expand your business territory, and eventually grow into an industry leader. Although Sufang.com's performance after its listing in previous life was unsatisfactory, it did not affect the management's cash out. This is the charm of capital operation. As a senior capital operation expert, Zhang Fan's views are direct and thorough, and he does not conceal the tricks of arbitrage. Shen Nani had prepared a speech for this meeting, so he calmly added, your subsidiaries have more potential than Sufang.com. Reasonable capital operation will help the company's rapid development. At present, the domestic economy is in a stage of rapid growth, with GDP growing by more than 9% annually. In this context, it is very important to obtain more funds to expand and seize resources and market share. Zhang Jiayan also made up his mouth. If we continue to adopt a gradual development model, we will most likely miss the opportunity and will even be surpassed or defeated by our competitors. In addition, as far as I know, Rongxinda Pictures is negotiating with Goldman Sachs Capital. There is also Wang Zonglei from Huai, who also began to plan capital operations. Although Huai lost stars such as Wang Jinhua, Feng Xiaogang has returned, and he has made up for his own shortcomings and has capital to contact him. Once they take the lead in starting capital operations, obtain a large amount of financial support and expand their business, the development of Star Media may be affected to a certain extent. Du Sheng took a sip of tea and responded lightly. What you said makes sense. I am open to capital operations, but why should I choose your investment? Hearing this, Zhang Fan's expression obviously relaxed. Recently, Defengja Venture Capital's investment performance has not been ideal, especially its investment in Boxby, which is now being suppressed by Yahoo. He urgently needs a successful investment to consolidate his company's position and improve his personal income. Zhang Fan explained. We Defengja Venture Capital have rich experience in investing in internet and technology companies and have a wide range of media resources at home and abroad. We have invested in many well-known companies such as Baidu, Hotmail, Overture, Skype, etc. Sequoia Capital is the same, and it has currently deployed companies such as Alibaba, Xirum, and Yurui. Star Media enjoys a high reputation in global newspapers, television, and endorsement businesses, and is also one of the largest subsidiaries of media groups in the world. The funds jointly established by several of our companies can provide strong support to your company in all aspects. For example, when you work with Sony Music, when you release a new album, we can give special recommendations in newspapers and TV station news. For a company with growth potential, finding investors with background and able to provide substantial help is indeed an ideal choice. According to Zhang Fan's introduction, the companies that accept their investments do have positive gains. However, Du Sheng still maintained a calm attitude and was even a little unmoved. Capital is greedy and has no boundaries. These parties may provide some support for investment relations, but to say that it can bring great help, it is a matter of opinion. Especially in terms of global business, the influence of Zhang Fan and others is actually limited. After all, the person behind them is the person who is talking about it. Du Sheng smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Fan calmly. Mr. Zhang, you made an appointment with me specifically. I guess you have already had a crush on it. I wonder if I have prepared an investment agreement or a general valuation. This question surprised Zhang Fan a little. Because usually entrepreneurs come to him with carefully prepared plans to seek financing. This is indeed the first time I have seen a situation like Du Sheng that allows venture capital to provide valuation plans. However, Zhang Fan quickly adjusted his condition and responded with a smile. The investment agreement is not available yet. Today I mainly want to have a preliminary exchange with President Du. As for general valuation, we have indeed reached a preliminary consensus. He continued. We are most optimistic about it, including your Miracle Records, Kung Fu Brands, YY Voice, and Miracle Theatre. According to our preliminary assessment, these overall valuations are approximately RMB 6 billion, and we are interested in investing 1.5 billion to acquire approximately 19% of the equity. Hearing the valuation of 6 billion, Lu Shishi, who was quiet beside him, was surprised. I didn't feel anything before, but now when I heard the confirmation of the venture capital personality with my own ears, she suddenly realized that the men around her were really qualified to be the powerful. This valuation is indeed very sincere. After all, such valuations are not common in all walks of life today. Recently, Huai completed a round of financing of more than $10 million, selling 16% of its shares, and its overall valuation was only more than 500 million yuan. The market value of Ying Huang, a listed company, has not exceeded 1.9 billion. Therefore, they gave a valuation of 6 billion yuan, which has shown high recognition. The reason why Zhang Fan gave such a high valuation is mainly because of the unique value of YY Voice and Miracle Cinema, plus Du Sheng's personal creative ability and brand influence. However, Du Sheng was not completely satisfied with this number. If Miracle Records and YY Voice are taken out separately, he may be more likely to accept this valuation. Because Miracle Records has now become his cash bowl. Especially the ringtone business, it brings considerable revenue every quarter. For example, in the first quarter of this year, the ringtone business alone achieved revenue of 80 million. This part of the profit is largely due to the operation of Miracle Records in the market. For example, I bought the copyright of several songs that are expected to hit the internet for millions. Not only that, the cooperation agreement between Miracle Records and 3 operators has given it a channel advantage in the ringtone business. In addition, YY Voice has begun to make profits, although with the promotion and development, funds will still need to be invested significantly. But Du Sheng knew its broad prospects in the future, and only gave in to the profits if he was stupid. The above reasons are one of the reasons why Du Sheng is unwilling to include him in this financing. As for Miracle Cinema, as the national income level gradually increases, the development of cinema chains will definitely explode, which is also the mainstream of future consumption. However, this aspect has to be progressive, so there is no rush to accelerate its development through financing. Du Sheng was curious when he saw Lu Shishi and said with a smile, "At present, I am not interested in financing YY Voice and Miracle Records. To be honest, my cash flow situation is very healthy. Even if I give me 1 billion, I may not be able to find a suitable place to use it." The construction of the company's headquarters building and the Science and Technology Park has been completed one after another, and there are financing supplements from renren.com. His words are indeed true. The company's financial situation is good, and its business is continuing to generate revenue in all aspects, and it will not be limited by capital issues at all. Zhang Fan and Shen Nanai looked at each other and their expressions became serious. Fortunately, the other party proposed a new possibility of cooperation, which made the few people feel like they were riding a roller coaster. "Actually, we still have some projects that we can cooperate with." Seeing that the other party had something to say, Du Sheng waved his hand and smiled. "For example, if there is a new project that is about to be launched on my side, if there is financing demand in the future, your Defengja venture capital will be pretty good. In addition, I have an investment in the Lighthouse country. If you are interested, you can also discuss it." After hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately showed a strong interest. "Mr. Du, why not explain it in detail?" Chapter 574, Lucky Blessing. Du Sheng observed the expressions of several people and said, "We are going to launch a streaming website called Interconnected Video. This is a project that conforms to the development trends of the new media field and is also very consistent with your investment direction of Defengja Venture Capital. Streaming websites are like the future internet TV station. Especially when domestic policies restrict private capital from entering the traditional television industry, its importance is self-evident. Although this industry requires a lot of investment in the early stages, especially bandwidth costs and copyright procurement costs. But what I value more is its long-term potential and development prospects." What Du Sheng said was the prototype of online video. Many people should know how great the prospects of this industry are. Moreover, it is closely related to the entertainment industry and can complement each other. Of course, Du Sheng also knew that video websites were a big money-burning player. Like IKEA, Tencent Video, and Youku later, they all experienced consecutive years of losses in the early days. Although some black transactions may be involved, in the long run, building a powerful and influential streaming platform is crucial to the strategic layout of Star Media. Therefore, choosing a video website as the focus of capital operation is undoubtedly a wise choice. Du Sheng plans to promote Lianzhong Video to the Lighthouse to list and use the money of local investors to produce Chinese-language films and TV series. Then, a left hand turned right hand made the website lose money for years and let the investors of the lighthouse country feel the care of Oriental. Therefore, it is particularly appropriate to invest and cooperate with Dihua Fund with a lighthouse capital background. He continued to explain. The concept of Lianzhong video is an extension of Renren's concept, but it focuses more on video interactive sharing. With the online server, users' needs for interaction will only become greater and greater. In the future, streaming media sharing will become the mainstream, and the Lianzhong platform comes into being. There are all kinds of TV series, movies, variety shows, animations, documentaries, etc., without downloading ultra-high definition. Users can also seamlessly switch to watch through mobile phones, flat screens, TVs and other devices. Users can upload and share their own videos, making them a pan-social entertainment platform. Du Sheng was not worried that his thoughts would be stolen by Zhang Fan and others. After all, these people are mainly venture capitalists and do not directly participate in entrepreneurial activities. Moreover, the preparations for Lianzhong video were launched as early as the beginning of the year. It was the time when the little Samsung princess came to the crew to visit the crew. She was very keen on the internet and wanted to use Samsung resources to build a large-scale interactive film and television platform. The first thing that comes to mind is the concept of streaming media. So after discussing each other, we had related plans. Although streaming websites do have certain technical requirements, this is not an insurmountable technical threshold. Therefore, the development progress is relatively rapid. However, server construction and bandwidth costs are still quite a challenge. Lianzhong video is scheduled to be launched on August 1. At that time, Du Sheng and his team will personally promote and combine the traffic import of YY, Renren and other platforms. Lianzhong video is expected to grow rapidly into the largest online streaming media platform in China. Note, the current domestic market is almost a blue ocean in this field, and even Youku.com has not appeared yet. This is one step ahead, one step ahead. After Li Yuxin came to visit the set last time, Du Sheng suggested that she join forces with Amanda and support them in establishing an overseas video website Tving. He not only provided creative plus domain names, but also provided financial support, and signed a shareholding agreement with Amanda and Li Yuxin. On the surface, it is a three-party share, but in fact Du Sheng holds 40% of the shares, accounting for the majority. Li Yuxin had already gone to Lighthouse Country and quickly completed office space rental and personnel recruitment with the help of Samsung's connections with Hearst. Of course, although you have a deep background and don't lack money, everything has to be explored and you will definitely start slowly. If everything goes well, Tving is likely to be launched at the end of the year. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was very excited and immediately said, Mr. Du, we are willing to invest in the Lianzhong video project, and we will provide a professional evaluation as soon as possible for the specific valuation. But Du Sheng shook his head and said, Lianzhong video's first round of financing will be in December, which is after it is launched for a while. But since you have consulted me many times, I don't want to lose the business. Let's do this. Among all financing parties, I will give priority to Dihua Fund. At present, Lianzhong video has just been established and its valuation is still low, so Du Sheng naturally will not rush to raise funds. He plans to wait until the end of the year to seek higher valuations when the platform develops. Du Sheng can fully afford this additional bandwidth cost. Zhang Fan finally realized Du Sheng's business methods and admired them. Although he failed to reach the deal immediately, he felt very happy. Du Sheng's confidence in streaming media websites and commitment to prioritize investment made Zhang Fan feel that this meeting was rewarding a lot. Not only that, Du Sheng also revealed another project he had in Lighthouse Country. Diaspora Shares. A website similar to a blog. Hearing this name, Zheng Jiayan immediately sat upright. Zhang Fan and Shen Nanpeng also exchanged surprise glances with each other. Diaspora is one of the most popular social networking sites in the Lighthouse Country at present. The purpose of the establishment is to fight Facebook together. It aims to open source, decentralize and respect user privacy. Due to the incident of Facebook's violation of user privacy not long ago, Diaspora has attracted the attention of many media. Currently, it has more than 10 million registered users, and the daily visits are stable at more than 20 million. It is not only a star enterprise in the internet industry, but also a target that venture capital institutions are pursuing. Zheng Jiayan immediately showed great interest. The group does intend to acquire Diaspora to expand its internet business and increase its membership base. If Mr. Du has the intention to sell, please give it to me, and I will definitely get a satisfactory price for you. For Zheng Jiayan, the acquisition of Diaspora shares by Du Sheng by the parent company of the venture capital behind it was not only a dazzling achievement, but also brought him generous commissions. Therefore, his attitude was very positive. Du Sheng said calmly, "Then please Mr. Zheng, we will talk in detail after the valuation comes out." This website was led by Nikki at that time, and the founder behind it was a group of New York college students. But he was not optimistic about its prospects. First of all, Facebook is too strong. If other similar websites cannot keep up with innovation, they will only be eliminated. Secondly, due to its decentralization, the platform operation and management are relatively scattered, and there is a lack of a unified content review and management mechanism, which is prone to problems such as false information and bad content. Taking advantage of the good valuation now, if Zheng Jiayan can negotiate this price, of course he can sell it. Once the monetization is successful, he will have over $100 million of liquidity in Lighthouse country. Next, whether it is investment or filming the wanted order, there will be greater protection and flexibility. As the main talks were over, the banquet was ready. After some drinks, the atmosphere was in full swing. When everyone was slightly drunk, Lu Tinjing took the opportunity to say, "Mr. Du, Tianya Charity Night is expected to be held in 2 weeks. If you have time, come and join in the fun. Last time, I had some minor problems because my subordinates didn't understand the rules. We hope to compensate you." Du Sheng is now one of the top stars, and all 4 young actresses have to step aside. She is trying her best to invite her. The small problem that happened to her was the last 2 years ago. At that time, Du Sheng and Fan Ou participated once, and had friction with Zhang Ziyi due to a powder room problem. Later, in order to repay revenge Zhang Ziyi, he suggested that Zhang Baji take over the role of the heroine of the 10-faced ambush, which resulted in the 2 sides not having any cooperation. In fact, even if you have no trivial things in the past, you will not be very interested in such activities. Not to mention, these activities are becoming more and more biased, and they are building a circle of interests in the name of charity. At that time, I should have joined the crew of Baby Project, this movie Yinghuang both entertainment and Chenglong have investments, and I probably won't be able to spare any time. Although Lu Tinjing was rejected, she still smiled and pretended to be regretful. That's a coincidence. I look forward to working together next time. Speaking of this, she looked at the quiet Lu Shishi and took the initiative to mention, "I think Miss Lu has a very good image. Tianya magazine wants to invite her to shoot the cover of the endorsement. I wonder if Mr. Du agrees. Girls' generation is very popular in China, but if it is differentiated to individuals, except for Lu Yifei, the other girls are still slightly worse. Tianya magazine is a top-tier fashion magazine in China, and such an opportunity will undoubtedly give Du Sheng a lot of face." Before Du Sheng could answer, Zheng Jiayan smiled and continued, "I also think Ms. Lu has a good appearance and temperament. We hope to invite TV, media, magazines, etc. under our star media. All those who can become business elites are smart people." Seeing Du Sheng taking Lu Shishi to the dinner and introducing her identity specifically, everyone was obviously aware of the deep meaning. This is an alternative show of goodwill if you do not actively invite Lu Shishi to endorse him. Zhang Fan, Zheng Jiayan, and Shen Nanpeng have the background of their identities and backgrounds. They also have a large number of media and fashion resources behind them. They are the characters that many celebrities dream of making friends with. Even a broker like Lu Tingjing is the object that many celebrities want to know. Du Sheng naturally would not refuse this kind of kindness and said with a smile, "Thank you for your care for Shi. I believe this will become a good story in the future, proving that you have unique vision." Seeing Du Sheng cares about him so much, Lu Shishi looked back gently and affectionately, and felt a little more moved in his heart. Shen Nanpeng laughed and said, "That's of course. What we need most when investing is unique." Zhang Fan also raised his glass and said, "I bet that in less than 2 years, Mr. Du will become one of the top representatives of the wealthy families in the East." Du Sheng responded with a smile. "Thank you all the auspicious words. If this day really happens, everyone can make money together and have a happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. Everyone responded in unison, and the dinner ended amid laughter. Zhang Fan and others sent Du Sheng out, and the courtesy was quite thoughtful. Lu Shishi did not drink. Du Sheng handed her the car key. Wang Yeyang ran to date Zhang Simon. "Are you here to drive?" "Okay." Driving in this era is not very strict, so Lu Shishi had already bought a car and would naturally drive it. She smiled happily. "Brother Sheng, take a break and you will arrive soon." After a while, Du Sheng noticed that the route was wrong and asked, "Return to Sunshine Community, are your routes off?" Lu Shishi didn't know what she thought of, and her face turned a little red inexplicably. "I bought a house nearby." "Brother Sheng, aren't you planning to visit?" Du Sheng. This girl is indeed smart and speaks one by one. "I just drank wine, it was still in the middle of the night." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Shishi saw Du Sheng looking at him strangely, and her pretty face became even more red. "Last time, didn't you say that I could add some dance skills to my crane boxing, so I thought about some plans, but I still lacked in practice. The other party has said this to this level. What else can Du Sheng say? Of course, he will accompany him to the end." In order to test the dance skills of Lu Shishi's improved version, he even gave him personal advice. It has to be said that Lu Shishi is worthy of being a dancer, with a graceful dance posture and a perfect figure with a tense and upright posture. The floor quality of the dance studio is excellent and the friction is moderate, which makes her movements smoother. Du Sheng was attracted by her performance, so he naturally joined in and practiced with her. And Lu Shishi seemed to be lost in it, without any intention of resisting. Seeing that Shai desired to welcome and refuse, he was even more proactive than Du Sheng. The foundation of ballet plus crane fist, and you can practice so diligently in your daily life, it is indeed not a false reputation. Especially when the two are perfectly integrated, the movements are so beautiful. Even the soft and weak appearance was completely discarded and turned into a stage elf. Du Sheng became the only audience and began a special performance that was amazing. Her courageousness, who is silent, is definitely not comparable to other girls. However, I don't know if it was because I had practiced for more than half an hour or if it was too fast, but Lu Shishi accidentally fell down and her knees were scratched. Is it okay? Du Sheng felt a little pity and picked up the little girl who was sweating away. Fine. Although Lu Shishi's face was still rosy, she still said with an understanding and soft voice, "Brother Sheng, don't worry, I won't tell Zixi and the others what happened today. Stop looking at people in the cracks in the door. Am I such an irresponsible person?" Du Sheng suddenly interrupted her and said loudly, "Since I am determined to teach you special skills, I will naturally be responsible for you to the end. If he is not allowed to be responsible, isn't this theory useless?" And when he was just instructing, he had been in charge several times. Lu Shishi's Taoism is still too shallow after all. "Brother Sheng, you are so nice." Lu Shishi murmured, and was satisfied and let him pick him up and fall asleep. The next day, she limped a little while walking, but her smile was indescribable. It seems that last night's experience was a rare and beautiful memory in her life. Du Sheng naturally couldn't bear to let the girl go out like this, and carefully relaxed her muscles and tidy up. It was not until almost noon, and under the urging of several phone calls, that he still felt unsatisfied and took Lu Shishi to the Miracle Recording Studio to continue preparing the recording of the singles for them. When Chen Tao saw Du Sheng, who was late, this long-term old friend and sound engineer couldn't help but complain. Sheng, you made me wait for another morning today. If it weren't for our cooperation for so long, I would have to treat you this time. And it's almost a week, and Girls' Generation's song progress is far from keeping up with the previous efficiency and quality. Du Sheng responded with a smile. Old Chen, you're not authentic. In addition to recording Girls' Generation songs this week, you are the singer of The Voice of the East. And I won't come this morning, isn't it because Xiao Mi and Shi Shi are not ready yet? The original plan for the past 2 days is to record a new single for Lu Shishi and Yang Mi. But because of the temporary arrangement of Blueberry Station, Yang Mi was busy all morning, so Du Sheng simply postponed it. Chen Tao was about to say that he could record other songs first, but at this time he saw Lu Shishi and Yang Miwan come in happily. When Chen Tao saw the two little girls, he immediately changed into a gentle expression. Since his wife became pregnant, his fatherly love began to spread, and he also loved these little girls of the Girls' Generation. It seems to treat your own daughter. Unfortunately, Yang Mi and Lu Shishi's attention was completely focused on Du Sheng and did not notice Chen Tao's enthusiasm. In their hearts, only their family members and Du Sheng are put first. Especially in such occasions, there is a difference in importance. Seeing the two girls circling around Du Sheng, Chen Tao felt helpless. Du Sheng patted Yang Mi's head gently and asked, "Did Blueberry Station suddenly ask you to rehearse today?" Blueberry Station is going to hold a Taiwanese anniversary program. Yang Mi asked curiously. Didn't you invite Brother Sheng? After Du Sheng participated in the Taiwanese celebration once the year before, he had no plans to go again. Moreover, with his current status, participating in such activities will not bring much fame. Therefore, when Blueberry Station issued an invitation, he declined on the grounds of preparing for a new movie. For Girls' Generation, Wang Jinhua suggested that they can participate. In addition to being able to show more on the big stage to consolidate popularity, you can also accumulate experience of singing in front of thousands of people. After all, they have to prepare for a concert next time, and they must make plans and bargaining chips in this regard. On this day, Du Sheng returned to Xiangjiang urgently, this time because he received a call from Cheng Long. The shooting team of Baby Plan has completed most of the preliminary preparations and can be turned on after a command. But this time he didn't come alone, and he was following this beautiful woman Gao Yuan. Outside the hotel gate, Zhang Baji, who was becoming more and more beautiful, had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Du Sheng's vehicle parked outside the crew, she immediately rushed forward with a brisk pace. Sheng, Yuan, you are finally here. As soon as he saw Du Sheng get off the car, he enthusiastically gave him a hug. Then, he smiled and hugged Gao Yuan again. They have long been close comrades, so they are naturally not particular about the details in their position. At this moment, many media reporters and photographers gathered around. They quickly captured this scene, and the flash kept flashing. Some reporters have already conceived tomorrow's headlines in their minds. Zhang Beizi embraced her idol superstar Du Sheng affectionately. The most beautiful Hong Kong star offers a sweet kiss to the new film. Shocked. Du Sheng, Zhang Baji, and Gao Yuan hugged each other. Could it be that they? Chapter 575 Super Luxurious Lineup. Du Sheng didn't care about this and let Zhang Baji walk in. After all, the scandal between the two sides has been everywhere, and this time it is not bad. And they are about to join the crew, and the three will play special relationships in the movie. Such interaction can also add a lot of topicality to Baby Plan. Surrounded by a flash, Zhang Baji and Gao Yuan walked into the press conference openly with Du Sheng's arm. In fact, Zhang Baji took the initiative to make a guest appearance, playing the baby's mother in the movie. Although she has few scenes, she is an indispensable part of the story. For example, the baby was thundered and knocked on the couch and was directly related to her, which triggered a series of subsequent stories. In addition, this movie has a luxurious lineup because of the relationship between Ying Huang and Cheng Long. In terms of guest appearances alone, in addition to Zhang Beizi, there are also Yuan Biao, Gushan Le, Wu Yanzu, Lin Jiadong, Yuanan, and others. Around the press conference, a group of young girls were shouting Du Sheng's name excitedly. Faced with these enthusiastic fans, Du Sheng certainly couldn't leave. He walked over to communicate with them with a smile and met their signature requirements one by one. A girl whispered when Du Sheng signed her. "Brother Sheng, don't be with Zhang Baji, you are right if you don't come." Du Sheng just smiled gently and said nothing special. After signing the autograph, he smiled and waved goodbye to the fans. When Zhang Baji heard the fans' words, she couldn't help but hold Du Sheng's arm tighter, as if she was declaring sovereignty. Seeing this, the young fans became a little excited, and some even shouted, "Zhang Baji, you beat him away. Brother Sheng is ours, don't go too far." Zhang Baji was surprised to see Gao Yuan, but she just shrugged her shoulders without caring about it. She has long been accustomed to the ups and downs of the entertainment industry and has long been accustomed to this. Gushan Le and Wu Yanzu, who were traveling with each other, were not surprised. The Xiangzhong female fans were generally rational, but they could not rule out some extremes anywhere. Lin Jiadong saw Du Sheng surrounded by beautiful women and recalled the scene when he was unwilling to film infernal affairs with him in the past, and felt very sad. However, in his opinion, Du Sheng and Zhang Baji are indeed talented and beautiful. It can only be said that these fans are too possessive. After stepping into the crew, Du Sheng found that Cheng Long was having a warm conversation with several staff members. When Cheng Long saw Du Sheng coming, he immediately stopped the conversation in his hand and came forward. Seeing Du Sheng surrounded by Zhang Baji and Gao Yuan, he couldn't help but wink at him and showed a meaningful smile. Then he opened his arms, gave Du Sheng a warm hug, and chuckled softly in his ear. "A Sheng, you are so awesome. No wonder I didn't reserve a role for me, it turned out that it was for two big beauties." Cheng Long was full of admiration. Who wouldn't want to work with such a dazzling female star? But obviously, there are some things that you don't want to have. Du Sheng just smiled slightly and said, "Brother Long, we are all newcomers in front of you. Please take care of us this time." "Haha, if you two actors are considered newcomers, then what can I not even touch the actors of the Academy Awards?" Cheng Long smiled and joked. Zhang Baji next to her followed her polite words and then introduced Gao Yuan to her. Gao Yuan was not seen, and greeted politely. "Hello, Brother Long." Cheng Long said approvingly. Yuan, every time I see you, I think you are more beautiful. You and a Sheng are really a match made by nature, and it is so suitable to find you to play the heroine." Attending the press conference later, the photographer must make you and Baiji awesome. Zhang Baji smiled when she heard this. "Brother Long, you're really good, otherwise you won't be able to pull me back if I run away halfway. It would be strange if you are willing to run away with a Sheng." Hearing Cheng Long's joke, everyone at the scene laughed. Gushan Le, Lin Jiadong, and Wu Yanzu also stepped forward to say hello to Cheng Long. Although Cheng Long acted very humble, his status in the Chinese entertainment industry was unmatched. For the younger generation of actors, Cheng Long is not only their idol, but also their predecessors. Facing this legendary figure, everyone will involuntarily show respect. After a few simple conversations, Cheng Long took a few people into the core area of the hotel. Since the staff has arrived, according to the tradition of the Xiangzhong film industry, the opening ceremony will be followed. Du Sheng and Cheng Long, as the protagonists, led all the crew members to bow to the statue of Guan Yi 3 times, praying for the smooth shooting. After the ceremony, today's highlight the launch conference. On the exterior wall of the hotel, in the huge movie poster Baby Plan, the starring actors surrounded the cute babies with smiles, shining brightly in the sunshine. In front of the hotel gate, the red carpet spreads out like blood. Outside the railings on both sides, countless fans held flowers and cheering cards, shouting loudly about the names of the stars. Brother Cheng Long, we love you. Brother Sheng, you are the most handsome. Bai Ji, goddess. Asia, come on. Yuan, beautiful. The sounds came one after another, like surging waves. The hotel gate opened and the stars appeared one after another. Brother Cheng Long walked out first. He wore an exquisite Chinese robe with a smile on his face and waved to the fans. That friendly smile seemed to melt everything. Immediately afterwards, Du Sheng was wearing a slim black suit, handsome and imposing. His appearance sparked higher cheers from fans. He nodded to everyone with a smile, his eyes showing confidence and calmness. Zhang Baji wore a white long dress, like a fairy descending to earth. She walked on the red carpet gracefully, showing her charm in her every move. Cai Nayan was wearing a fashionable short skirt, full of youth and vitality. She jumped and interacted with her fans from time to time. Gao Yuan was wearing a light blue dress, gentle and generous. She smiled and faced the camera, exuding a charming temperament. Walking into the press conference, the spacious hall was brightly lit and the stage was decorated beautifully. The huge movie screen was played with exciting clips of Baby Project, and the passionate music echoed in the hall. Off the stage, reporters from all over the world were already on the verge of high alert. They held notebooks, cameras, and recording equipment in their hands, and their eyes were full of expectations. The host walked onto the stage and the press conference officially began after a passionate opening remark. At the press conference, Cheng Long, Du Sheng, Su Guanxiao were in the center, while Zhang Beizi, Cai Nayan, and Gao Yuan sat next to each other. This is ranked by position. If we follow the role, Cai Nayan and Gao Yuan naturally account for more. The former plays Du Sheng's girlfriend in the play, which is an important storyline in the film. Ying Huang invested a lot in this drama, and Interstellar Media could not have exclusive roles, so it was not surprising that she got the first female lead after such a distribution. Gao Yuan plays a nanny, playing a key role in taking care of the baby and is one of the important figures in promoting the development of the plot. In addition, she also had certain emotional communication and interaction with the two male protagonists. The reporters in the audience kept pressing the shutter, and flashes came one after another. Before, everyone only knew that this was Cheng Long's new work and would co-star with Du Sheng. But unexpectedly, there are three beauties, Zhang Beizi, Cai Nayan, and Gao Yuan, joining. Especially Zhang Baji, as one of the last female stars in the Xiangjiang film industry to be able to hold the box office, her participation undoubtedly adds great highlights to this movie. This time, he actually made a guest appearance in the new work of Cheng Long and Du Sheng, which is a big news. Sure enough, at the beginning of the press conference, all the reporters couldn't wait to raise their hands. Director Chen Mushan picked up the microphone and introduced the filming background, creative inspiration, etc. in detail, which laid the tone for the press conference. Afterwards, the starring actors shared their understanding of the character and their feelings about participating in the movie. After sharing, the reporters' questioning session is coming. As usual, Cheng Long clicked on the contacted media first. Phoenix TV reporters spoke first. Brother Cheng Long, if you don't play a bad guy this time, are you really going to play a thief? As we all know, in Cheng Long's previous movies, his image was basically positive. This time, the abnormal situation did make the media pay a lot of attention. Cheng Long said with a smile. Yes, I want to change everyone's solidified impression. This time in Baby Plan, the character I play is a very story-produced person and will have a lot of interesting interactions with the baby. I hope everyone can enjoy watching it." The reporter from Southern Metropolis Daily stood up and asked, "Brother Cheng Long, you have always been a representative figure in action movies in the film industry. Will there be wonderful action scenes in Baby Plan this time?" Brother Cheng Long laughed. "That's of course. Although this movie focuses on warmth and comedy, action scenes are indispensable, and it will definitely make everyone's eyes shine." Then, a female reporter turned her eyes to Du Sheng, with gossip flashing in her eyes. "Du Sheng, you will have many exciting rivalries in the movie this time, right? Especially in terms of emotional drama, what do you think you have to work with them? And everyone is very concerned about your private relationship with them. Can you reveal it?" Du Sheng knew that these gossips were inevitable, and the public also liked to read them, so he kept smiling. "I feel very lucky to be able to work with three beauties. After all, it's worth everyone's entry just by looking at their appearance, right? As for private, we are very good friends, exchange our experiences with each other and discuss martial arts by the way." The female reporter rolled her eyes and said, "You can continue to talk nonsense. Discussing martial arts? What kind of martial arts are you? You need three beauties to cooperate?" At this time, another reporter asked, "Ms. Zhang, you have worked with Du Sheng several times. What do you think of him as a human being?" Zhang Baji looked at Du Sheng and smiled. "He is a very talented actor, has a deep understanding of the role, and is very explosive, and has a deep attainment in martial arts." "She won't say which achievement is, let you guess." Another reporter asked. "Asa, your character in the movie looks weird. How do you think you interpret this character?" Cai Nayan stuck out her tongue mischievously. "Of course, I have incorporated some of my own small ideas into the role to make her more lively. And with a Sheng, a great man in charge of the show, I think this is not a problem at all." Gao Yuan was also asked. "Ms. Gao, I heard that you were invited by Du Sheng. Why did he choose you and what is your relationship?" Gao Yuan knew there was a pit inside, so she said without changing her face. "I was selected by the audition. Perhaps the crew thinks that my image and temperament are quite in line with the role of Nanny Shifen." Next, the reporters tried their best to dig out more exclusive news from the crew members. However, several celebrities on stage have long been used to such occasions. Even Yuan, which has some discomfort in the soil, can be easily performed. An hour later, with the successful end of the press conference, the crew returned to the lounge one after another. Du Sheng said goodbye to everyone with a smile, and then was pulled back to the hotel by Zhang Baji, Gao Yuan, and Cai Nayan. "Don't get me wrong, they just haven't practiced boxing for a long time, and their hands are itchy. And I don't know if the girls have made great progress in their skills, but they still want to improve, and they are still full of interest until the early morning." As a master, Du Sheng also has to act as a supporting role in the middle of the game, and of course he cannot be defeated just like this. So this wave is barely considered a loss-making loss. News related to the opening ceremony of the Baby Plan the next day: no accidents fermented. It is really a lineup of Cheng Long and a group of guest stars, which is rare in recent years. Not to mention, the joining of Du Sheng, the storied figure, and the scandal with the three girls are very gimmicks, so there is no shortage of news sales and social popularity. "Teacher Yang, you are here. We have been waiting for you for almost half an hour." "Sorry, I'm waiting for the news to be shared." Tai Yang walked over gracefully with a spring breeze on his face, carrying a famous brand bag and dazzling jewelry. She casually put the bag aside, picked out a portion from the pile of newspapers, and patted it gently on the table. "Madam Yang, why are you so happy? Does your husband have a subsidiary listed?" Another middle-aged lady wearing a gorgeous cheongsam and a big diamond ring on her fingers asked with a smile. Today's card game is not only an entertainment event for rich ladies, but also a social gathering. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and people are divided into groups. Women who can sit together and play cards are all from prominent backgrounds or marry into wealthy families. The other half of the family is either a real estate tycoon or a listed company boss. Some even operate banks, with assets of over 1 billion. Ha ha ha, what is the listing of a subsidiary? Tai Yang chuckled, opened the newspaper, and pointed to the headlines. Look at this, the beauty snake that has always been a headache has finally found its home. When several other ladies heard this, they surrounded each other and their eyes fell on the title of the newspaper. The evidence is conclusive, and the scandal between Zhang Baji and Du Sheng has come true. In the photo, Zhang Baji, Gao Yuan, and Cai Nayan sat intimately next to Du Sheng in the car and returned to the hotel together. This Du Sheng is really so charming? He actually makes so many beauties stick to him. Although a wife complained, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Zhang Baji's charm is indeed an invisible pressure for these wealthy wives. If they say that their husbands most want to make an appointment, they are definitely not the heads of the Jade Girls of Zhou Huimin and Zhang Beizi. Now both of them have masters, which makes the stones in their hearts fall to the ground for a while. Look, the eyes of these three women seem to melt Du Sheng. I dare to say that the scandal is true. Another lady said, pointing to the details in the photo. Mrs. Gao nodded and agreed. Who doesn't get moved by Du Sheng's appearance and temperament? Zhang Baji must have had true feelings for Du Sheng. However, a woman with a slightly mean expression said disdainfully. Du Sheng is so rich and still looks for an actor, so he can only be said to be blind. Now Du Sheng's net worth is no less than their partner, and he is even more powerful. If these female celebrity actors really follow Du Sheng, wouldn't they be the same as their status in the future? They have always been accustomed to being arrogant and are afraid of comparison in everything. Mr. Chen, you can't say that. Yang Tai said earnestly. If these actresses can really follow Du Sheng calmly, it will be a good thing for us. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to be kept in mind by your husband. After hearing this, several wives exchanged glances with each other and agreed in their hearts. After all, the sense of security of one's own man is the most important thing. Teacher Yang is right. Another lady teased and said. Du Sheng has dealt with several, so we can only pray that he is not a silver gun and candle head. What, Mr. Zhang, can you still want to verify it yourself? Someone joked. I want to try his capital, but unfortunately I don't give me a chance at all. This sentence caused the women present to burst into laughter. The atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed.